Imagine standing on a vast, windswept plateau somewhere in the interior of Asia, 10,000 feet above the sea, where the air is thin and the sky enormous. To the north, the land folds into a jagged wall of mountains capped white with eternal snow. To the south, the plateau drops away into salt desert, and the horizon shimmers with heat. There is no city here. There is no road. Only the wind, and the grass, and the distant sound of horses. This is the Iranian plateau, and this is where our story begins, not with armies or monuments, but with the land itself. Long before the name Persia meant anything to anyone, this plateau shaped the people who would one day inherit the ancient world. It carved them, hardened them, and prepared them for something that no one, least of all they themselves, could yet imagine. The Iranian plateau is one of the great geographic facts of the ancient world. It stretches roughly 1,000 miles from west to east and nearly as far from north to south, a massive elevated basin ringed by mountains and bordered by some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. To the west, the Zagros mountain range separates it from the lowland river valleys of Mesopotamia, where civilization had been building itself for thousands of years. To the north, the Alborz Range and the Caucasus create a natural boundary against the Eurasian steppe. To the east, the terrain gives way to the Hindu Kush and the great deserts of Central Asia. And to the south, the plateau descends toward the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea. Within this ring of mountains and desert, the land is not uniform. There are fertile valleys and sheltered highland basins where rivers run down from the mountains and create ribbons of green. There are salt lakes and vast stretches of gravel desert called dasht, where nothing grows and the wind scours the earth bare. There are patches of forest in the north, near the Caspian coast, where the climate is temperate and the rainfall generous. But much of the plateau is semi-arid, receiving just enough rain to support grasses and scattered woodland, but not enough for easy agriculture without careful management. This was not an easy land, but it was not an impossible one either. And for thousands of years before the Persians made their mark on history, people had been living on this plateau, adapting to its rhythms, learning its secrets, and building communities in its sheltered corners. The earliest inhabitants of the Iranian plateau were part of the great prehistoric human story that unfolded across Western Asia in the millennia before writing. Archaeological evidence tells us that people were living on this plateau at least 10,000 years ago, and probably longer. They herded goats and sheep, tended early crops of wheat and barley in the more fertile valleys, and built small villages of mud brick that have long since dissolved back into the earth. Sites like Tepe Sialk in what is now central Iran, and Tepe Hisar near the Caspian, and dozens of others scattered across the plateau, give us fragmentary glimpses of these early settled communities. They made pottery, worked copper, and traded with neighbors near and far. But the people who would ultimately become the Medes and the Persians, the people who are at the heart of our story, did not yet exist in these early prehistoric times. They were part of a later migration, one of the great population movements that periodically reshaped the ancient world. They were, in the language of modern scholarship, Indo-European-speaking peoples, and their arrival on the Iranian plateau was part of a broader dispersal of related groups that gave the ancient world its Hittites and Greeks, its Indians and Armenians and Slavs. Exactly when these Indo-European speakers arrived on the Iranian plateau is a question that scholars have debated for generations. The most widely accepted view places the migration somewhere between 2000 and 1500 BCE, though some push the date earlier. They came, in all likelihood, from the Eurasian steppe to the north, riding horses, herding cattle, and speaking a language that was ancestral to what would eventually become Old Persian, Median, Avestan, and dozens of other languages across a vast sweep of the ancient world. These newcomers did not arrive in an empty land. The plateau already had its inhabitants, its cultures, its ancient traditions. The relationship between the newcomers and those already there was complex and varied, sometimes violent, no doubt, but also involving absorption, intermarriage, and cultural blending. Over centuries and millennia, the various groups on the plateau mixed and merged in different ways, producing the regional cultures that history would eventually come to know. Among the most significant of these regional cultures, in the period just before our story fully begins, were those of what we today call Western Iran, the broad zone where the Zagros Mountains and their foothills give way to the edge of the Mesopotamian world. This was a zone of intense contact between the highland pastoral world of the plateau and the ancient urban civilizations of the river valleys. And it was here that two peoples who matter enormously to our story, the Medes and the Persians, eventually established themselves. The Medes settled primarily in the northwestern part of the plateau, in the broad highland valleys and basins around what is now the city of Hamadan in western Iran. This area, known in antiquity as Media, was relatively fertile, well-watered by mountain streams, and positioned at a critical junction between the plateau and the great lowland empires to the west. The Persians, by contrast, settled somewhat to the south and east, in a region that the Greeks would later call Persis, corresponding roughly to what is today the province of Fars in southwestern Iran. This was also a highland region, bounded by the Zagros Mountains to the west and opening into drier terrain to the east and south. Before we can fully understand the Medes and the Persians, we need to understand the world they were born into. Because the Iranian plateau was not isolated. It was, in fact, embedded in a web of ancient civilizations, trade networks, and political structures that stretched from the Mediterranean coast to the borders of India. And the dominant powers in this world, in the early centuries of the first millennium BCE, were empires whose names still carry weight across the millennia. To the west, in the river valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, the great civilization of Mesopotamia had been building and rebuilding itself for more than 2,000 years. Cities like Ur and Nippur and Babylon had risen to prominence, accumulated wealth and learning and religious tradition, and passed through cycles of growth and decline. By the early first millennium BCE, the dominant power in this Mesopotamian world was Assyria, a militarized, expansion-minded state centered on the upper Tigris Valley, in what is now northern Iraq. The Assyrians were, by any measure, one of the most formidable military and administrative powers the ancient world had yet seen. They had developed professional armies equipped with iron weapons, sophisticated siege machinery, and a logistical capacity that allowed them to project force across vast distances. Their kings, men with names like Tiglath-Pileser and Sargon and Sennacherib, conducted campaigns year after year, extending Assyrian control across most of the Near East, from the Nile Delta in Egypt to the mountains of southern Anatolia to the borders of the Iranian plateau. Their records of conquest were meticulous and often deliberately terrifying. Mass deportations, the destruction of cities, the flaying and impalement of rebels. Assyrian power was backed by a reputation for thoroughness that made potential enemies think very carefully before resisting. But the Assyrians, for all their power, could not easily subdue the peoples of the Iranian plateau. The mountains and distances were too great, and the highland peoples were too mobile and too accustomed to the terrain. The Assyrians raided the plateau's edges, extracted tribute when they could, and fought the Medes and other groups repeatedly. But they never truly conquered the plateau. The plateau remained a frontier, restless and partially beyond Assyrian control. Beyond Assyria, the ancient Near East was a patchwork of states and peoples of varying size and importance. To the south of Mesopotamia lay Babylonia, sometimes independent, sometimes under Assyrian control, always a center of ancient culture and religious tradition. To the west, across the Fertile Crescent and into the Levant, were the kingdoms of Syria, Phoenicia, Israel, and Judah, smaller states caught between the great powers, sometimes tributaries, sometimes playing one against another. To the northwest, in Anatolia, the kingdom of Urartu occupied the highlands around Lake Van, a significant regional power that often clashed with Assyria and maintained contacts with the peoples of the Iranian plateau. And beyond Urartu, across western Anatolia, were the Phrygians and, later, the emerging power of Lydia. To the south and east of the Iranian plateau, in the lower reaches of the Indus Valley, and in the broad plains of what is now Afghanistan and Pakistan, ancient cultures had their own trajectories. The relationship between these eastern regions and the Iranian plateau was one of intermittent contact, trade, and shared cultural currents running along the great routes that crossed the plateau from west to east. It was into this complex, contested world that the Medes and the Persians gradually emerged as distinct peoples with their own political structures and identities. Our sources for the earliest period of their history are frustratingly limited. The Medes and Persians themselves left no written records from this early period. Writing came to them later, under very different circumstances. What we know comes partly from Assyrian records, which mention them as frontier peoples and occasional enemies, partly from later Greek writers like Herodotus, who wrote in the 5th century BCE and drew on oral traditions and earlier written sources, and partly from archaeology, which can fill in some details about material culture but is often silent on names, dates, and political events. What these sources collectively suggest is that by the 9th and 8th centuries BCE, the Medes were organized into a collection of tribes or chiefdoms in the highland valleys of northwestern Iran. They were pastoralists and farmers, warriors when necessary, and they had enough coherence as a group to be recognized and named by the Assyrians, who dealt with them repeatedly. The Assyrian records describe the Medes as living in fortified villages, keeping horses. The plateau was famous for its horses, and occasionally paying tribute to Assyria while at other times resisting. The Persians, at this same period, appear in a similar light in the fragmentary sources, a people settled in the southern highlands, perhaps somewhat more peripheral to the immediate concerns of the great powers, but identifiable as a distinct group with their own chiefs and their own way of life. An inscription of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, dating to the 9th century BCE, contains what may be one of the earliest textual references to the Persians, naming a place called Parsua that scholars have associated with their early homeland, though the exact identification is debated. The way of life of these early Iranian peoples, both Medes and Persians, was shaped fundamentally by the plateau environment. Livestock was central. Horses, cattle, sheep, and goats formed the core of their wealth and economy. The horse, in particular, was of enormous importance for riding, for war, and as a measure of status and power. The Iranian plateau was one of the great horse-breeding regions of the ancient world, and the quality of Iranian horses was renowned across the Near East. The Assyrians themselves coveted these horses and often demanded them as tribute. Agriculture existed alongside pastoralism, especially in the better-watered highland valleys. Wheat, barley, and various fruits were grown where conditions permitted. But the pastoral lifestyle meant that many communities maintained a degree of mobility, moving flocks between summer and winter pastures, maintaining networks of relationship across the landscape. Socially, these early Iranian communities appear to have been organized around kinship structures, clans and tribes with their own leaders, their own loyalties, their own traditions. The leaders were warrior chiefs who derived authority from a combination of lineage, prowess, and the ability to distribute wealth and protection to followers. Religion played an important role in social cohesion. The religious world of the early Iranians was closely related to that of their distant cousins, the Indo-Aryan peoples who had settled in South Asia. Both traditions share a common heritage visible in the parallel religious texts of the Indian Vedas and the Iranian Avesta, ancient hymns to gods of fire, sky, and the cosmic order. The religious world of ancient Iran was populated by many divine beings. The Ahuras, the lords or nobles of the divine realm, and the Devas, a class of powerful but sometimes malevolent supernatural beings, existed in a complex theological landscape that would eventually be systematized and transformed by the great religious reformer Zarathustra, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster. The religion associated with Zarathustra, Zoroastrianism, would become one of the defining features of Persian civilization. But the exact timing of Zarathustra's life and the spread of his teachings remains one of the most contested questions in ancient history. Estimates for when he lived range from as early as 1500 BCE to as late as the 7th or 6th century BCE. What is clear is that the religious tradition he founded centered on the cosmic struggle between the principle of truth and light, Ahura Mazda, and the principle of the lie and darkness, Angra Mainyu, profoundly shaped Persian royal ideology and Persian civilization. But let us not get too far ahead of ourselves. Before the Persians could reshape the world, they had to survive in it. And in the centuries around 700 BCE, survival was not guaranteed. The power of Assyria pressed against the edges of the Iranian plateau with increasing intensity in this period. Assyrian kings conducted repeated campaigns into Media, burning villages, deporting populations, and extracting tribute from local chieftains. The Assyrian records from this period give us a vivid, if one-sided, picture of the Median landscape, scattered settlements, locally powerful chiefs, and a people who resisted when they could and submitted when they had to. What the Assyrian pressure ultimately did, however, was help push the Medes toward greater political unity. When a common, powerful enemy threatens a collection of loosely related groups, there is often a force for consolidation. If diverse chiefs can be made to recognize a common king, the resulting unified force is far more capable of resisting external threats than any individual chief acting alone. According to later tradition, preserved and elaborated by Herodotus, the consolidation of Median power was achieved by a king named Deioces, who was said to have persuaded the Medes to accept his rule by establishing a reputation for wisdom and justice. Herodotus tells a story that may be partly legendary but captures something real about the political dynamics of the period, that the Medes were tired of the disorder that came with having no central authority and chose to accept a king who could provide order. Deioces, in this tradition, then built a great capital city called Ecbatana on the site of modern Hamadan and surrounded it with 7 concentric walls, each painted a different color, with the innermost wall plated in silver and gold. Whether or not the details of this story are accurate, and archaeology has not yet fully confirmed the picture Herodotus paints, Ecbatana was certainly a real city, and it became the great capital of the Medes. The consolidation of Median power under Deioces and his successors created a new player on the stage of the Near East. The Medes were now not merely a collection of highland tribes, but a kingdom with a capital, a court, and the beginnings of the administrative and military apparatus of statehood. And under Deioces' son Phraates, and then under Phraates' son Cyaxares, Median power would expand dramatically. It was Cyaxares who led the Medes to their greatest triumph. The Assyrian Empire, for all its ferocity, had been overstretched by constant warfare and burdened by the management of a vast, diverse, and perpetually restless subject population. Its final decades were marked by internal struggles, provincial rebellions, and the mounting pressure of enemies on multiple frontiers. From the north and northwest came the Scythians, nomadic horse warriors from the steppe who poured through the mountain passes and raided deep into the Fertile Crescent. From the south came the rising power of Babylonia, which had reasserted its independence under a new dynasty known as the Neo-Babylonian Empire or the Chaldean dynasty, whose most famous king would be Nebuchadnezzar II. Cyaxares allied with the Neo-Babylonian king Nabopolassar, and together the Medes and Babylonians attacked Assyria from multiple directions. The city of Nineveh, the great Assyrian capital on the Tigris, fell in 612 BCE. It was a moment of shattering historical significance. Nineveh had been one of the most magnificent cities in the world, a center of power and culture whose library, assembled by the scholarly king Ashurbanipal, contained thousands of clay tablets preserving the accumulated learning of Mesopotamian civilization. Its fall marked the end of Assyrian power forever. A last Assyrian force held out for a few more years at Haran, but by 609 BCE, Assyria as a political entity was gone. The destruction of Assyria left a power vacuum across the Near East, and 2 main beneficiaries emerged. The Neo-Babylonian Empire took control of the southern Fertile Crescent, including Mesopotamia, Syria, and eventually the Levant. It was Nebuchadnezzar who would destroy Jerusalem and carry the Jewish people into the famous Babylonian captivity. The Medes took control of Anatolia east of the Halys River, Assyria proper, and extended their influence across the Iranian plateau, including into the lands of the Persians to their south. This relationship between the Medes and the Persians is crucial to understanding what comes next. The Persians, settled in their southern highland homeland of Persis, had come under Median suzerainty. They were, in some sense, a subordinate people within the Median imperial sphere. Their kings acknowledged Median overlordship and, according to later tradition, even intermarried with the Median royal family. This cultural and political connection between the two related Iranian peoples would have enormous consequences when a young Persian prince of unusual gifts began his ascent to power. His name was Cyrus. In Persian, Kurish. He would become, in the judgment of many who lived through his time and many more who came after, one of the most remarkable individuals in the history of the ancient world. The Greeks would call him Cyrus the Great, and that epithet, the Great, was not lightly given. Cyrus was born, in the most commonly accepted chronology, sometime around 600 BCE, though some scholars push the date later, closer to 590 or even 580 BCE. The exact date is uncertain because, like so much of early Persian history, the sources are incomplete and sometimes contradictory. But wherever we place his birth, the circumstances that surrounded it were shaped by the intersection of the two great Iranian peoples, the Medes and the Persians. His father was Cambyses I, king of Anshan, which was one of the Persian tribal groupings or subkingdoms. His mother, according to a tradition recorded by Herodotus, was Mandane, daughter of the Median king Astyages. If this is accurate, and many scholars treat it as at least partly trustworthy, then Cyrus was, from birth, a bridge between the two peoples. His veins carried the blood of both the Median ruling dynasty and the Persian royal line. He was, in a sense, already a synthesis before he had done anything to earn the title. The circumstances of his birth were surrounded, in later tradition, by a web of omen and prophecy. Herodotus tells the story in extraordinary detail, and while we should read it as a mythologized account shaped by the conventions of ancient storytelling, the story itself is worth knowing because it shaped how later generations understood Cyrus and why his rise felt, to those who experienced it, like the fulfillment of something foretold. According to Herodotus, the Median king Astyages had a dream that was interpreted by his court magicians, his magi, as predicting that his daughter's son would one day overthrow him and rule in his place. Astyages, alarmed by this prophecy, tried to prevent its fulfillment. He married his daughter Mandane to a Persian, Cambyses, a man of good family but relatively modest standing, clearly not someone likely to produce a son capable of challenging Median power. And when Mandane became pregnant, Astyages had another dream, even more alarming, and decided that the child she was carrying must be killed at birth. He entrusted this task to one of his nobles, a man named Harpagus. But Harpagus, unwilling to commit what he saw as a great crime with his own hands, passed the child on to a herdsman named Mithridates with instructions to leave the infant to die of exposure in the mountains. The herdsman's wife, however, had just given birth to a stillborn child, and she persuaded her husband to keep the Persian infant and raise him as their own, placing the dead baby out on the hillside in the child's place. So the boy who would become Cyrus the Great grew up, in this tradition, among herdsmen on the Median highlands, knowing nothing of his true parentage. He was vigorous, dominant among his playmates, a natural leader even in childhood games. He came to the attention of Astyages by chance, was recognized through a series of circumstances that Herodotus describes with novelistic detail, and eventually his true identity was revealed. Astyages, furious at being deceived, punished Harpagus terribly by the grim expedient of serving him his own son at a feast, but then, consulting his magi again, was reassured that the prophecy had already been fulfilled harmlessly in the boy's game playing among the herdsmen. He sent Cyrus back to his true parents in Persia, apparently satisfied. Modern historians treat this story as mythology, as a narrative type well known across many cultures, the exposed child of noble birth raised in humble circumstances, destined for greatness, rather than literal history. Similar tales cluster around other founding figures in the ancient world, from the Akkadian king Sargon to the Roman figures Romulus and Remus. But myth and history are not entirely separate. Myths often encode genuine information about historical realities in symbolic form. The story of Cyrus's miraculous survival tells us something real, that Cyrus came from the intersection of Median and Persian power, that his legitimacy was complex and contested, and that his rise to prominence was understood as something fated or ordained rather than merely politically contingent. What is more clearly historical is that Cyrus was indeed the son of Cambyses I of Anshan, and that he inherited his father's position as king of a Persian subkingdom under Median suzerainty. He came to that position in the 550s BCE, by which time he was already a mature man. The Median Empire under Astyages, the very Astyages who appears in the Herodotus story, was still the dominant power in the Iranian world. The Persians were its subjects, however proud and capable they might be. The transformation of that relationship began around 553 BCE, and it unfolded with a speed that astonished contemporaries. Cyrus launched a rebellion against Median overlordship, a revolt that might have seemed suicidal given the disparity in size and resources between the Persian subkingdom and the Median Empire. But several things worked in Cyrus's favor. First, he was an exceptional military and political leader, capable of inspiring loyalty and executing complex strategies. Second, the Median Empire under Astyages had become deeply unpopular, at least among its own nobility. Herodotus tells us, and here the story may reflect genuine historical information, that Harpagus, the Median noble who had been so cruelly punished by Astyages, was among those who secretly conspired to support Cyrus's rebellion. Whether or not the personal drama Herodotus describes is accurate, what is clear is that a significant portion of the Median aristocracy defected to Cyrus. In the critical battle near Pasargadae, in the heartland of Persia, the Median army was partly betrayed from within. Astyages was captured, not killed, and the Median capital of Ecbatana fell to Cyrus. The conquest of Media, completed by approximately 550 BCE, was a moment of world historical importance. It meant that the Medes and Persians were now united under a single Persian king. But Cyrus handled this unification with a sophistication that set the tone for everything that followed. He did not treat the Medes as a conquered people to be humiliated. He did not destroy Ecbatana or exile its aristocracy. He preserved Median institutions, retained Median officials in positions of power, and incorporated the Median nobility into his court. He adopted elements of Median court ceremony and dress. The Median Empire was not dismantled but absorbed, its traditions folded into the new Persian imperial structure that Cyrus was building. To outside observers, especially to the Babylonians and others watching from the western lowlands, the events of 550 BC were alarming. The Medes had been one of the great powers of the Near East, feared and respected. Their overthrow by what appeared to be a minor tributary people from the southern highlands was a dramatic demonstration that the balance of power in the ancient world was shifting. Who was this Cyrus? Where would he stop? The answer, as the following decade would demonstrate, was that he would not stop for a very long time. The next target was Lydia. The Lydian kingdom occupied the western part of Anatolia, what is now western Turkey, and it was, by the middle of the 6th century BCE, one of the wealthiest states in the ancient world. Its king was Croesus, whose name has become proverbial for wealth down to the present day. Rich as Croesus. The phrase persists more than 2.5 millennia after his death, a measure of how thoroughly his reputation for wealth penetrated the ancient imagination. Lydia's wealth was real, not mythological. The kingdom controlled fertile agricultural land in the Hermus and Cayster River valleys, rich silver and gold deposits in the mountains, and a critical position astride the trade routes connecting the eastern Mediterranean world with the interior of Anatolia and beyond. Lydian merchants and traders were active across the Aegean world, and the Lydian kingdom had extensive contacts with the Greek city-states along the Anatolian coast. The cities of Ionia, places like Miletus and Ephesus and Smyrna, which were culturally Greek but politically within the Lydian sphere of influence. Perhaps most significantly for the later history of commerce, Lydia is credited with one of the great innovations of economic history, the first coinage. The Lydians began minting standardized coins of electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, sometime in the 7th century BCE, and this innovation gradually spread across the Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, transforming commerce by providing a reliable medium of exchange whose value could be verified at a glance. Croesus was well aware of the danger that Cyrus represented. The fall of Media had brought Persian power to Lydia's eastern borders. He began consulting allies, seeking to construct a coalition that might contain Persian expansion. He sent envoys to the Greeks, to Egypt, and to Babylon, exploring the possibility of combined resistance. He also famously consulted the oracle at Delphi, the great Greek prophetic shrine where the god Apollo was said to speak through his priestess, asking whether he should go to war with Cyrus. The oracle, in its characteristic fashion, gave him an answer that was technically true but devastating in its ambiguity. If he crossed the Halys River and attacked Persia, a great empire would be destroyed. Croesus interpreted this as a favorable omen and went to war. The campaign that followed, in approximately 547 BCE, moved rapidly. Croesus crossed into Cappadocia in central Anatolia, fought an indecisive battle against Cyrus, and then withdrew back to his capital of Sardis for the winter, expecting Cyrus to do the same, as was the conventional military practice of the time. But Cyrus did not follow conventional military practice. He pursued Croesus immediately, following him to Sardis before the Lydian had time to gather his allies or fully prepare his defenses. In the plain before Sardis, the two armies met in a decisive engagement. Croesus's greatest military asset was his cavalry. The Lydian horsemen were among the finest in the ancient world. But Cyrus, following the advice attributed to a Median general named Harpagus, a different figure than the Harpagus of the earlier story, or perhaps the same man with a long career, employed a counter to the Lydian cavalry that was simple and brilliantly effective. He placed camels at the front of his line. Horses are instinctively disturbed by camels, frightened by their smell and their strange shape. The Lydian cavalry horses panicked. Their riders lost control, and the advantage that Croesus had expected to dominate the battle dissolved into chaos. Sardis fell after a siege. Croesus was captured. Here again, Cyrus's treatment of a defeated enemy was notably different from what might have been expected. Ancient Near Eastern practice, as exemplified by the Assyrians, tended toward the humiliation and often the execution of captured kings. Cyrus, by most accounts, spared Croesus and kept him at his court, treating him with respect and occasionally consulting him. Herodotus preserves several conversations between Cyrus and the captive Lydian king that may or may not be historical, but that illustrate the qualities, the intellectual curiosity, the human sympathy, the genuine interest in the wisdom of others that made Cyrus such a compelling figure to later tradition. The fall of Lydia brought under Persian control not just the Lydian kingdom itself, but the Greek cities of the Ionian coast. These cities, Miletus, Ephesus, Halicarnassus, and others, had been tributaries of Lydia, and they now found themselves facing the new Persian power. Most submitted, after brief resistance or negotiation, and were incorporated into the Persian system as tributaries paying tax and providing military contingents. This was the beginning of a relationship between Persia and the Greek world that would eventually produce one of the most famous conflicts in ancient history. But for now, in the 540s BCE, the Ionian Greeks were simply new subjects of a rapidly expanding empire. With Lydia secure, Persian power turned to the south and east, the Iranian plateau east of Persis, and the territories reaching toward India and Central Asia. The historical record for these eastern campaigns is far less detailed than for the western conquests, but we know that in the years between the fall of Lydia and the Great Babylonian Campaign, Cyrus extended Persian control across a vast swath of territory. Parthia, Margiana, Bactria, Aria, the Gedrosian coastal strip, territories that would eventually form the great eastern satrapies of the Persian Empire. These were not all military conquests in the traditional sense. Some regions apparently submitted voluntarily or with minimal resistance, recognizing Persian power and calculating that accommodation was preferable to costly resistance. The East gave Persia access to resources that would be crucial to its power: the fine cavalry horses of Bactria and Margiana, the lapis lazuli of Afghanistan that was among the most prized luxury goods of the ancient world, trade routes reaching toward India, and the manpower of hardy highland peoples who would become some of the most effective soldiers in the Persian army. The expansion eastward was not just conquest for its own sake. It was the construction of an empire's resource base, the laying of foundations for the administrative and economic system that would sustain Persian power for 2 centuries. But the greatest prize remained, and Cyrus knew it. Everyone in the ancient Near East knew it: Babylon. Babylon in the mid-6th century BCE was, by any reasonable measure, the most magnificent city in the world. Its walls were among the wonders of the ancient world, said by Herodotus to have been so thick that a 4-horse chariot could be turned around on their top. The Great Ishtar Gate, decorated with glazed brick reliefs of dragons and bulls in lapis blue and gold, announced the city's splendor to every visitor. The Temple of Marduk, the chief god of Babylon, rose in terraced stages, possibly the inspiration for the biblical Tower of Babel, visible from miles away. The Hanging Gardens, if they existed as described, represented a triumph of engineering and beauty that astonished ancient writers. The city controlled the heartland of Mesopotamia, the agricultural core of the ancient Near East, watered by the Tigris and Euphrates, fed by an elaborate network of canals, home to a population of hundreds of thousands. It was the center of learning, of astronomy and mathematics, of commercial activity, of religious tradition reaching back to the earliest days of Sumerian civilization. Whoever held Babylon held the symbolic and material heart of the ancient world. In 539 BCE, Cyrus turned his attention to this prize. The Neo-Babylonian Empire, under its last king Nabonidus, was in a weakened state. Nabonidus was a controversial figure who had spent years residing at the oasis of Tama in Arabia rather than in Babylon itself, leaving his son Belshazzar in charge of the capital. His religious policies had alienated the powerful Babylonian priesthood, particularly the clergy of Marduk, who resented the king's apparent preference for the moon god Sin and his neglect of the traditional religious ceremonies that gave Babylonian kingship its legitimacy. This internal weakness gave Cyrus an enormous advantage. He had been cultivating contacts within Babylon, and the discontented priestly class and merchant community saw in him the prospect of a better order, a king who would respect their traditions and restore the ceremonial and religious life of the city that Nabonidus had disrupted. The military campaign was, by the standards of the period, remarkably swift and gentle. Cyrus's forces advanced on Babylon. A battle was fought at Opis on the Tigris, where a Babylonian force was defeated. Then Sippar, a major city north of Babylon, fell without resistance. Nabonidus fled, and on the 16th of Tishri in the Babylonian calendar, corresponding to October 12, 539 BCE, in our reckoning, Persian troops entered Babylon itself. What makes this event remarkable is not just the military achievement, but what followed. Cyrus did not sack the city. He did not massacre its population. He did not humiliate its gods or destroy its temples. He entered Babylon in a manner carefully calculated to present himself not as a conqueror, but as a liberator, as the legitimate successor to the Babylonian kingship, chosen by Marduk himself to restore order and proper worship after the impiety of Nabonidus. We know this with unusual confidence because we have, remarkably, a primary source, the Cyrus cylinder. This clay cylinder, discovered in the 19th century during excavations at Babylon and now housed in the British Museum, contains a cuneiform inscription in Babylonian written shortly after the conquest. In it, Cyrus presents himself in the traditional language of Babylonian kingship as the servant of Marduk, chosen by the god to rule. The text describes how Marduk had searched the lands for a righteous king, had found Cyrus, and had guided him to Babylon. It describes Cyrus's entry into the city as peaceful and welcomed. It speaks of the restoration of the proper worship of Marduk and the return of gods displaced from their sanctuaries by Nabonidus. The cylinder also contains a passage that has made it famous in the modern world. It describes Cyrus's policy toward the diverse peoples under his rule, allowing displaced populations to return to their homelands, permitting the restoration of religious shrines across the empire, treating the inhabitants of Babylon and its neighbors with respect and care. This has led many modern commentators to describe the Cyrus cylinder as the world's first charter of human rights, though scholars debate how far this description accurately captures the ancient reality versus reading modern values back into an ancient document. What is not in doubt is that the cylinder represents a genuinely different approach to imperial governance than what had come before. Most dramatically, Cyrus issued orders allowing the Jews, who had been deported to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar and who had been living in exile for roughly 50 years, to return to their homeland in Judah and to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem that the Babylonians had destroyed. This act of repatriation is recorded not only in Babylonian sources, but in the Hebrew Bible, where Cyrus is described in terms reserved elsewhere only for the patriarchs of Israel and is even called the Anointed One, the Mashiach, the Messiah of God. The author of the book of Isaiah, writing in the Babylonian exile, addresses Cyrus directly as the instrument of divine will, the shepherd chosen by God to restore Israel. For the Jewish people, Cyrus was not a foreign conqueror, but a deliverer, and his memory has been honored in Jewish tradition ever since. This policy of religious tolerance and respect for local traditions was not simply altruism on Cyrus's part, though it may have reflected genuine personal convictions. It was also superbly rational politics. An empire governing dozens of distinct peoples with different languages, religions, and customs could maintain control in two basic ways: through overwhelming force and terror, which was enormously expensive in resources and manpower and bred permanent resentment, or through accommodation and a degree of self-governance, which cost less and generated a level of genuine loyalty. Cyrus, and the Persians after him, chose the second path, and it served them extraordinarily well. By the time Cyrus reached the height of his power, he had created something without precedent in human history. The Persian Empire of 539 BCE stretched from the Aegean coast in the west to the Hindu Kush in the east, from the Aral Sea in the north to the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Desert in the south. It encompassed the ancient heartlands of Mesopotamian civilization, the wealthy kingdoms of Anatolia, the great Iranian plateau, and the varied landscapes of Central Asia. It contained dozens of distinct peoples speaking scores of different languages, worshipping hundreds of different gods, living in vastly different ways from city to steppe, from coast to highland. No single human being had ever commanded such a realm. No political structure had ever been asked to hold together such diversity. Cyrus had created a problem as well as a triumph. How do you govern the largest empire the world has ever seen? He had begun to answer that question in his own reign, through the policies of accommodation and respect for local traditions that had made conquest possible in the first place. He had maintained existing administrative structures wherever possible, keeping local elites in place and working through them rather than replacing them wholesale with Persian officials. He had adopted the royal titles and ceremonial of the kingdoms he conquered, presenting himself as the legitimate successor to previous rulers rather than their destroyer. But the ultimate solution to the problem of governing this vast empire would require more systematic thought, more deliberate institutional design than Cyrus himself had time to provide. That work would fall to later kings. Cyrus himself died before the empire he had created could be fully organized and consolidated. The circumstances of his death, in approximately 530 BCE, remain somewhat obscure. The most widely accepted account places his end on the northeastern frontier of his empire, fighting against the Massagetæ, a nomadic people living in the steppes north and east of the Caspian Sea, related to the Scythians. Herodotus provides a dramatic narrative of the campaign, describing how Cyrus was drawn into a trap by the Massagetæ Queen Tamaris, who had warned him to withdraw and whose son he had captured through trickery. The Persians suffered a catastrophic defeat, and Cyrus himself was killed in battle. Tamaris, in Herodotus's telling, found his body on the battlefield and filled a wineskin with human blood, plunging Cyrus's head into it with the words, "You thirsted for blood, now drink your fill." The story has the ring of myth, but the core fact, that Cyrus died fighting on the northeastern frontier, is broadly consistent with what we know. He was buried at Pasargadae, the royal city he had founded in the heartland of Persia, near the site where he had defeated the Median forces decades earlier. His tomb, which still stands today in the modern Iranian province of Fars, is one of the most poignant monuments of the ancient world, a simple, austere structure, a burial chamber raised on a stepped base, standing alone in what is now an open plain. When Alexander the Great visited it 2 centuries later, the tomb bore an inscription. The Greek versions of what it said vary slightly, but the essence is consistent. "O man, I am Cyrus, who founded the Persian Empire. Begrudge me not this little earth that covers my body." Whether or not this was truly the inscription, whether or not Alexander truly wept at the sight of it, the sentiment captures something real about the mortality that underlay even the greatest human achievement. Cyrus's son and successor was Cambyses II. Cambyses had been groomed for power. Cyrus had made him regent of Babylon during at least one period of his own absence on campaign, giving him experience of governance and of the complex world of the empire's most important city. But Cambyses was a very different man from his father, and the historical tradition has treated him very differently. Indeed, for the most part, very harshly. The great target of Cambyses's reign was Egypt. Egypt was the last great independent ancient power of the Near East that had not yet come under Persian control. It was also, like Babylon, enormously wealthy, symbolically prestigious, and strategically significant. The kingdom of the pharaohs had been one of the enduring constants of the ancient world. It had been building its civilization along the Nile for more than 2,000 years when Cambyses looked south from Persia. Its agricultural surplus, its gold, its trade networks reaching deep into sub-Saharan Africa, its prestige as the inheritor of the most ancient civilized tradition in the Western world. All of this made it a prize of the first order. In 525 BCE, Cambyses led a Persian army into Egypt, supported by naval forces and by defectors from the Egyptian side, including, it appears, Greek mercenaries who had served in the Egyptian army and Polycrates of Samos, who controlled the main Aegean naval route. The critical battle was fought at Pelusium, in the eastern Nile Delta, where the Egyptian pharaoh Psamtik III had concentrated his forces. The battle was decisive. Persian forces broke through the Egyptian lines, and Cambyses advanced on Memphis, the ancient capital. Memphis fell, and Psamtik III was captured. Egypt became a Persian satrapy, a province of the empire, and Cambyses, like Cyrus before him, adopted the forms of local kingship, presenting himself as pharaoh, taking the Egyptian royal titles, and presenting offerings to the Egyptian gods. He was crowned in the ancient manner and recognized, at least officially, as the legitimate continuation of the Egyptian monarchical tradition. But the historical tradition, preserved primarily in the writings of Herodotus, who gathered his information partly from Egyptian sources deeply hostile to Persian rule, and from later classical writers, presents Cambyses' time in Egypt as a period of religious outrages and mad behavior. Herodotus describes Cambyses as killing the sacred Apis bull, the living manifestation of the god Ptah, laughing at the sacred rites of the Egyptians, opening ancient royal tombs, and abusing the mummies he found there, killing his own brother, killing his sister wife, and generally behaving with the arbitrary cruelty of a man who had lost his mind. Modern scholars are deeply skeptical of most of this picture. The Apis bull story, in particular, is contradicted by Egyptian archaeological evidence, which suggests that the bull that died during Cambyses' time in Egypt was buried with full honors in the traditional manner, with Cambyses himself contributing to the burial costs. The picture of Cambyses as a sacrilegious madman appears to be largely a retrospective construction by Egyptian priests and scribes who resented Persian rule, and by Herodotus, who was working from sources with strong anti-Persian biases. What is clear is that Cambyses' Egyptian campaigns were partially successful and partially catastrophic. He conquered Egypt itself and added it to the empire, a genuine and enormous achievement. But other ambitions proved disastrously overextended. An expedition sent westward to conquer Carthage apparently had to be abandoned. An expedition sent up the Nile into Nubia, the kingdom of Kush, ran into supply problems in the harsh desert terrain and turned back with severe losses. And most dramatically, an army of 50,000 men sent through the desert to attack the great oracle of Ammon at the Siwa oasis was reportedly lost entirely, swallowed by a sandstorm. Modern archaeologists have searched for the remains of this army with varying results, and the story may be partly mythologized, but the pattern it suggests, of Persian military ambition outrunning logistical capacity in the Egyptian desert environment, is credible. Cambyses was still in Egypt when news reached him of a crisis at home. Someone had seized power in Persia. The details of what happened next are among the most disputed in ancient Persian history, and they involve a tangle of conspiracy, impersonation, and violent struggle that reads more like fiction than history, except that the consequences were very real. According to the official Persian account, preserved above all in the great Behistun inscription of Darius I, which we will come to shortly, a magus, a member of the priestly class, named Gaumata had impersonated Cambyses' younger brother Smerdis and seized the throne. Cambyses, according to this account, had secretly killed Smerdis before his departure for Egypt, and so the impersonator was able to claim to be someone who was actually dead, a claim that could not be directly refuted. The usurper Gaumata had then ruled for several months, apparently with considerable popular support, reducing taxes and military service obligations in ways that endeared him to many subjects. There is, however, a competing interpretation, favored by many modern historians, which holds that no impersonation occurred. In this reading, it was the real Smerdis, the true son of Cyrus, who seized power while Cambyses was in Egypt, taking advantage of his brother's long absence and the difficulties of the Egyptian campaigns. In this interpretation, the story of the false Smerdis was invented after the fact by Darius, who needed to delegitimize the man he had overthrown in order to justify his own seizure of power. Whatever the truth of who exactly sat on the Persian throne, Cambyses began his return from Egypt, but died before he could reclaim power. The manner of his death is also disputed. Herodotus says he died from an accidentally self-inflicted sword wound. Others suggest he may have been murdered. He left no heir. The Persian throne was suddenly vacant. What followed was a period of crisis and violent struggle that threatened to tear apart the empire Cyrus had created. Several claimants emerged simultaneously in different parts of the empire. Rebellions broke out in Babylon, in Media, in Egypt, in Persis itself, and in other provinces. The empire that had seemed so solid, so unified under the personal authority of its founder and his son, suddenly appeared frighteningly fragile. If the rebellions had succeeded, if the empire had fragmented into competing successor states, the history of the world might have taken a very different course. Into this crisis stepped a man who would prove to be, in his own way, as capable and consequential as Cyrus himself. His name was Darius, son of Hystaspes, and he was a Persian nobleman of the Achaemenid royal line, the same lineage as Cyrus and Cambyses, but through a different branch of the family. He was approximately 28 years old in 522 BCE, when the crisis was at its peak, young for the responsibilities that would fall to him, but already a man of evident ability and ambition. Darius, according to his own account in the Behistun inscription, was among a group of 7 Persian nobles who conspired to overthrow the man he calls Gaumeda, the false Smerdis. The conspiracy succeeded. The usurper was killed, and the conspirators found themselves in possession of a destabilized empire and the difficult question of who among them should be king. According to a story preserved by Herodotus, which has a legendary quality but may preserve a kernel of truth, the conspirators agreed that whoever's horse neighed first at dawn the next morning would be king. Darius's groom, by a strategically arranged meeting between the king's horse and a mare, ensured that Darius's horse was first to call. By September 522 BCE, Darius was on the Persian throne. He would hold it for 36 years, until his death in 486 BCE. And in that time, he would prove himself one of the greatest administrators and organizers in the history of the ancient world. But first, he had to survive. The rebellions that had erupted with Cambyses' death and the succession crisis did not end simply because Darius was now on the throne. Quite the contrary. For the first 2 years of his reign, Darius fought continuously to reassert Persian authority across the empire, suppressing 19 separate rebellions involving 9 different claimants to various thrones. He describes this struggle in vivid terms in the Behistun inscription, a monumental text carved into a cliff face more than 100 meters above the road at Bisotun in western Iran, a location where caravans and travelers would have passed below it for centuries, unable to reach it but aware of its overwhelming presence. The Behistun inscription is one of the most important historical documents of the ancient world. Written in 3 languages, Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian Akkadian, it served as the royal announcement of Darius's victories and the justification for his rule. It also, indirectly, gave us the key to understanding cuneiform writing. When the British scholar Henry Rawlinson scaled the cliff face in the 19th century and copied the inscription, the 3 parallel texts became the Rosetta Stone of cuneiform decipherment, allowing scholars to unlock the long-lost writing systems of ancient Mesopotamia. The inscription describes the rebellions Darius suppressed with ruthless efficiency. Campaign after campaign, sometimes multiple campaigns running simultaneously across different parts of the empire, all directed and often personally led by the new king. A rebel in Babylon called Nidintabel claimed to be Nebuchadnezzar, son of the last legitimate Babylonian king, and gathered support before being defeated in 2 battles and captured. A rebel in Media named Phrortes claimed to be a descendant of the old Median royal house. A rebel in Persis itself challenged Darius in his own homeland. In the east, in Margiana, another revolt had to be suppressed by a subordinate commander, One by one, Darius ran them all down. Down. The punishment he meted out to the rebel leaders was exemplary and intentionally so. They were captured, mutilated, noses cut off, ears removed, eyes put out, paraded through the empire as demonstrations of the cost of rebellion, and finally executed, often by impalement. At Behistun, the carved relief above the inscription shows Darius in majesty, his foot on the prostrate body of the false Smyrdes, with the captured rebel leaders bound before him, their necks on a rope. The message was unmistakable. This was what happened to those who challenged the power of the Persian king. By 520 BCE, the rebellions had been crushed. The empire was, for the first time, genuinely under control, not just occupied, as it had been in the final years of Cambyses and the succession crisis, but administered, governed, taxed, and organized. Now Darius could turn to the great work of his reign, the reorganization of the Persian Empire into something that could last. What Darius created over the following decades was the most sophisticated governmental apparatus the ancient world had yet seen. It was built on foundations that Cyrus had laid: the policy of tolerance, the use of local elites, the maintenance of existing structures where possible. But it went far beyond what Cyrus had done, imposing on the empire a systematic organization that turned a collection of conquered territories into a functioning state. The central innovation was the satrapy system. Those satraps, provincial governors, had existed before Darius in some form, and even Cyrus had made use of the concept. What Darius did was formalize and rationalize the system, defining the boundaries of satrapies more clearly, specifying the obligations of each, creating a regular administrative hierarchy, and establishing mechanisms for oversight and accountability. The empire under Darius was divided into approximately 20 satrapies, though the exact number varied over time as boundaries were adjusted and new territories were incorporated or reorganized. Each satrapy was a major administrative unit corresponding, roughly, to a natural geographic or cultural region. Some were small and densely populated, like Egypt or Babylonia. Others were vast and sparsely inhabited, like the great Central Asian satrapies of Bactria and Arcosia. Each had its own governor, the satrap, who was responsible for maintaining order, administering justice, overseeing tax collection, and providing military contingents when called upon. The satrap was, in his province, the representative of the great king. He held court in the regional capital, dispensed justice, commanded the local military forces, and served as the link between the imperial center and the local population. The position carried enormous power and enormous prestige. Satraps lived in a style that deliberately echoed, on a smaller scale, the magnificence of the royal court. They built palace complexes, maintained large household staffs, and surrounded themselves with the trappings of authority. But the power of the satraps was carefully balanced by several mechanisms designed to prevent any single official from becoming too powerful. The most important of these was the separation of military and civil authority. In many satrapies, the military commander was a different person from the civil governor, and the two reported independently to the king. This meant that a satrap who might contemplate rebellion could not automatically count on the military forces in his province to support him. The second mechanism was the presence of a royal secretary in each satrapy, an official who reported directly to the king and who served, in effect, as a check on the satrap's behavior. If a satrap was corrupt, if he was inefficient, if he was plotting against the king, the royal secretary was there to report it. The third mechanism, perhaps the most important of all, was the institution of the royal inspectors, officials known in Greek sources as the eyes and ears of the king. These were traveling inspectors who moved through the empire on behalf of the king, examining the accounts, hearing complaints from the local population, investigating reports of abuse or malfeasance, and reporting back to the royal court. Their existence meant that no satrapy was ever entirely beyond the king's knowledge. A satrap who knew that royal inspectors might appear at any time, without warning, had strong incentives to govern honestly and efficiently. This was a remarkable system for its time. The challenge of governing a vast empire, maintaining communication across enormous distances, preventing the centrifugal tendencies of regional power, ensuring that the king's will was actually implemented rather than merely proclaimed, had defeated previous imperial experiments. The Assyrians had governed through terror and mass deportation, methods that worked in the short term but generated constant rebellion. The Medes, as best we can tell, had governed more loosely, through a network of dependent chieftains who remained potentially unreliable. Darius's system was something new, a bureaucratic hierarchy with defined roles, regular reporting, systematic oversight, and a degree of functional delegation that allowed the empire to operate even when the king was far away on campaign. The system was also, importantly, multi-ethnic. Persian noblemen occupied the highest positions. The king himself, of course, was Persian, and his court was Persian in its language and cultural tone. But the satraps were not all Persians. Medes, Lydians, Babylonians, and members of other subject peoples could and did hold positions of authority within the imperial administration. What mattered was loyalty and competence, not ethnicity. This was a practical calculation. The Persian population was not large enough to staff the entire administrative apparatus of an empire stretching from the Aegean to the Indus, and excluding the talented members of subject peoples from positions of responsibility would have been both wasteful and politically counterproductive. The tax system that Darius established was equally systematic and equally innovative. Cyrus and Cambyses had collected tribute and gifts, but Darius imposed regular, assessed taxation across most of the empire. Each satrapy was required to pay a fixed annual tribute in silver, assessed according to the agricultural productivity of the land, the commercial activity of its cities, and the size of its population. The amounts recorded in Herodotus's account of the Persian tribute system, which he probably derived from Persian administrative records, give us a picture of the relative wealth of different provinces. Babylonia, the richest, paid an annual tribute of 1,000 talents of silver. Egypt paid 700. Lydia and Ionia together paid 500. The great eastern satrapies paid various amounts according to their resources. Alongside the silver tribute, many provinces also paid tribute in kind. The famous 10,000 horses from Media, lapis lazuli from Bactria, gold dust from India, the extraordinary luxury goods that flowed to the Persian royal court from across the empire. And there were the personal gifts and tribute payments that accompanied royal festivals and diplomatic exchanges, separate from the regular tax assessment, but contributing to the great accumulation of wealth at the imperial center. This wealth was not simply hoarded. It was invested in the infrastructure of empire. The most famous and consequential of Darius's infrastructure investments was the Royal Road, a system of maintained roads connecting the imperial heartland with its most distant provinces, equipped with regular posting stations where royal couriers could change horses and where officials and merchants traveling on imperial business could find accommodation and supplies. The main artery of the Royal Road ran from Sardis in western Anatolia, the capital of the Lydian satrapy, eastward through Anatolia to the Euphrates, then south to Babylon, then east to Susa, which was one of the principal royal capitals, and from there to Persepolis and eventually onward to the eastern satrapies. The full length of the road from Sardis to Susa was approximately 2,500 kilometers, roughly 1,500 miles. Herodotus calculated that a traveler on foot, walking 20 parasangs per day, roughly 10 miles, would take 90 days to cover this distance. But royal couriers, using the relay system of fresh horses at regular stations, could cover the distance in approximately 7 days. 7 days from the western frontier to the heart of the empire. This was a communications achievement unparalleled in the ancient world, and it transformed the practical possibilities of imperial governance. A satrap in Sardis who sent an urgent message to the king at Susa could receive a reply within 2 weeks. Military orders could be transmitted and acknowledged in days rather than months. The empire suddenly contracted, in functional terms, to a manageable size. The Royal Road was not merely a route for royal couriers. It was a commercial artery, and its maintenance and security made long-distance trade far safer and more efficient than it had been before. Merchants carrying the luxury goods of the East, spices, textiles, precious stones, exotic animals, could travel in reasonable safety along a maintained road, staying at regular caravanserais, knowing that imperial authority extended to protecting travelers and suppressing banditry. The commercial life of the empire flowed along these roads like blood in veins, connecting the diverse economies of the satrapies into something approaching a unified market. Darius also made an extraordinary contribution to long-distance navigation when he completed a canal that had been started earlier connecting the Nile River to the Red Sea, a project that, if it had been maintained, would have made possible direct water communication between the Mediterranean world and the Indian Ocean, anticipating the Suez Canal by more than 2 millennia. The canal was completed and inaugurated with great ceremony, and Darius commemorated it with granite stele inscribed in 3 languages. The project demonstrates both the ambition of Persian imperial thinking and the practical capabilities of Persian engineering. The monetary reforms that accompanied the administrative reorganization deserve attention as well. Darius introduced a standardized gold coinage, the daric, named for him, that became the standard currency of the empire's long-distance trade and tax payments. The daric was a high-quality gold coin of consistent weight and purity, bearing the image of the king as an archer, and it circulated widely across the Near East and into the Greek world. Alongside the gold daric, a silver coin, the siglos, was also issued. These coins facilitated the payment of tribute and salaries, reduced the friction of commerce, and provided another mechanism for binding together the diverse economies of the empire. The cities of the empire, and there were hundreds of them, ranging from tiny administrative posts to metropolises of hundreds of thousands, were connected by this road and commercial network into an integrated economic system. Goods moved from one end of the empire to the other. Lydian purple cloth and Greek silver moved east. Babylonian grain and Indian pepper moved west. Afghan lapis lazuli and Scythian furs from the north moved in all directions through trading hubs like Sardis, Babylon, and Susa. The Persian Empire, at its height, created the most extensive integrated market the ancient world had seen before the Roman Empire, and its commercial networks laid the foundations for later Transasian trade routes. At the heart of this empire, physically and symbolically, were the royal capitals. Susa was the most important administrative capital. It was where the central archives were maintained, where the great throne room received ambassadors from across the known world, where the king held court during the winter months. Ecbatana, the old Median capital in the Zagros highlands, served as the summer palace, a cool refuge from the intense heat of the Mesopotamian summer. Babylon, with its enormous population and ancient prestige, remained a critical center of economic and cultural life, the seat of a satrapy and a regular residence of senior Persian officials. But none of these pre-existing cities, for all their importance, could serve as the symbolic heart of the Persian Empire in the way that Darius intended. What he wanted was something new, a city that was purely Persian, built from nothing as a monument to Persian power and Persian civilization, a place that would express in stone and gold and carved relief the vision of the world that the Achaemenid kings held. This ambition produced Persepolis. The site Darius chose was in the heartland of Persia itself, in the province of Fars, on a broad terrace of stone at the foot of the Kui-Romith, the Mountain of Mercy, near the ancient Persian tribal homeland. Construction began around 518 BCE, and it would continue, under Darius and his successors, for more than a century. What was created there was not a city in the ordinary sense. It had no large permanent civilian population, no bustling marketplace, no ordinary commercial life. It was a ceremonial capital, a stage for the performance of imperial power, a place where the Persian king received the tribute and homage of his empire, and where the great festivals of the Persian year were celebrated. The platform on which Persepolis was built measured roughly 450 by 300 meters, and it rose nearly 20 meters above the plain on its western and southern sides, constructed of massive stone blocks fitted together without mortar with extraordinary precision. Access was provided by a grand double staircase, its steps shallow enough to be climbed by men in robes or on horseback, leading up to the great gate complex that Xerxes, Darius's son and successor, would complete and call the Gate of all nations. From the gate, visitors entered a world of calculated magnificence. The Apadana, the great audience hall, was the largest building on the platform, its roof supported by 36 massive stone columns, each standing more than 20 meters high, topped with elaborately carved capitals in the form of double bulls or double horses. When completed, the Apadana could accommodate 10,000 people. It was here that the king sat on his throne, elevated above the assembly of his court, receiving the delegations that came from across the empire. The famous reliefs that covered the stairways leading up to the Apodana, some of the finest sculpture the ancient world ever produced, show us, in remarkable detail, the delegations of subject peoples bringing tribute to the Persian king. 23 distinct peoples are represented, each delegation led by an usher in Persian dress, each people depicted in their distinctive clothing and bearing the characteristic products of their homeland. The Lydians bring gold cups and bracelets. The Babylonians bring a humped bull. The Armenians bring a horse. The Indians bring gold and a donkey. The Ethiopians bring elephant tusks and an okapi. The Scythians wear their distinctive pointed caps and carry bracelets. The Egyptians bring fabric and a bull. The Ionians, the Greeks, carry bolts of wool and metal. These reliefs are extraordinary documents of the Persian imperial vision. They show an empire that understood itself through the lens of diversity, not as a uniform civilization imposing itself on conquered peoples, but as a great aggregation of distinct peoples, each valuable in their own way, all united under the canopy of Persian royal authority. The peoples shown are not humiliated or degraded. They walk with dignity. They are elaborately and carefully depicted. Their differences are celebrated rather than erased. The Persian king is presented not as the destroyer of other civilizations, but as their culmination, the summit of a hierarchy in which all peoples have their place and their value. This was, in some ways, the ideological expression of what Persian imperial policy actually was in practice, the policy of tolerance, accommodation, and respect for local traditions that Cyrus had established and that Darius had formalized. It was also, of course, deeply political, a carefully constructed image of legitimacy designed to make the case for Persian rule to all the peoples of the empire. Work on Persepolis continued through the reign of Darius and well into the reigns of his successors. Other buildings were added over the decades. The treasury, where the vast accumulated wealth of the empire was stored, the 100-column hall, an even larger throne room begun by Xerxes, the harem, where the royal women and their households were accommodated, smaller palaces, and administrative buildings. The whole complex was decorated with miles of carved relief, painted in vivid colors now long since faded, representing the royal court, the immortal guardsmen, the tribute processions, and the eternal struggle between the Persian hero and the forces of darkness. To build Persepolis, Darius drew on the labor and craftsmanship of the entire empire. Administrative tablets found at the site, the so-called Persepolis fortification tablets, a remarkable archive of more than 30,000 clay documents covering a period of roughly 12 years around the turn of the 5th century BCE, give us an unprecedented detailed view of how the construction was organized and paid for. Workers came from across the empire, stone masons from Lydia and Ionia, woodworkers from Lebanon, goldsmiths from Egypt and Media, carpenters from Babylon. They were paid wages, in silver and in kind, in rations of grain, wine, and beer, at rates that varied by skill and by the type of work performed. This is one of the most striking revelations of the Persepolis archive. The construction of the empire's greatest monument was not built by slaves in the conventional ancient sense. The workers were paid laborers, receiving wages commensurate with their skills, with the highest paid artisans earning many times what unskilled laborers received. Women appear in the records, female workers receiving rations and, in some cases, supplementary rations when pregnant or nursing. Skilled craftswomen in particular seem to have commanded relatively high wages. This picture is far more complex and, by the standards of the ancient world, considerably more humane than the image of pyramid-building forced labor that dominates popular imagination of ancient empire. The Persepolis tablets also give us a window into the practical management of a vast state economy. They record the movement of goods and people, the allocation of rations, the payment of workers, the distribution of supplies across the empire's road network. Reading them is like reading the accounts of a modern corporation, except that the corporation spans 3 continents and its accounts are kept in clay. The daily life of those who lived and worked within the Persian Empire was enormously varied, shaped by geography, culture, social position, and the particular conditions of each province. What the empire provided, at its best, was a framework of order and security within which a remarkable diversity of human activities could flourish. In the cities of Babylonia and Egypt, the great agricultural and commercial heartlands of the empire, life continued much as it had before the Persian conquest, with the significant difference that the administrative system had been reorganized and a new royal authority stood at the apex of the social hierarchy. In Babylon, merchants continued to operate the complex commercial networks they had been developing for centuries, lending money, financing trade expeditions, trading in grain and dates and textiles and precious metals. The famous banking families of Babylon, like the House of Ejabai and the House of Marashu, whose archives have survived in remarkable detail, operated sophisticated financial instruments that would not look entirely out of place in a modern commercial bank. Loans at interest, contracts for future delivery of goods, partnerships for commercial ventures. Persian rule did not disrupt this commercial activity. It provided a wider market and greater security for long-distance trade. In the cities of Lydia and Ionia, Greek-speaking merchants and artisans continued their work, now paying taxes to Persian satraps rather than Lydian kings, but otherwise largely undisturbed in their daily activities. The potters of Miletus continued making their famous pottery. The temples of Ephesus continued to attract pilgrims and accumulate treasure. Merchants from Ionian cities traded across the Aegean and into the Black Sea, carrying the goods of the Persian Empire to markets in Greece, in Thrace, in the cities of southern Italy and Sicily. On the Iranian plateau, in the highlands where the Persian tribes had their ancestral homelands, a different kind of life prevailed. The horse remained central. Persian noblemen were defined by their equestrian culture. Riding was not just a skill but an expression of social identity, and the great estates of the Persian aristocracy were built around the management of horse herds. Young Persians of the noble class were taught, as Herodotus famously observed, three things above all others: to ride, to shoot with the bow, and to tell the truth. These three virtues, martial skill, physical discipline, and moral honesty, encapsulated the ideal of Persian noble manhood. The Persian aristocracy occupied a privileged position within the imperial system. The great families, the so-called seven houses that had conspired to put Darius on the throne, received grants of land across the empire, large estates worked by dependent farmers, and generating revenues that supported the households and military retinues of the noble families. The relationship between the king and this aristocracy was one of mutual dependence. The king needed the great families to provide military commanders, administrators, and loyal provincial governors. The great families needed the king's patronage and protection to maintain their wealth and social position. Below the aristocracy, in the social hierarchy of the Persian homeland, came the free farmers and pastoralists who formed the backbone of the Persian population. They paid taxes, served in the military when called, and maintained the traditional way of life on the plateau. Below them were various categories of dependent and semi-free agricultural laborers, workers, and craftspeople, and at the bottom of the social hierarchy were slaves. Though slavery in the Persian system, like much else, had its own specific characteristics shaped by the particular traditions of each region of the empire. Women in the Persian world occupied a complex social position that varied considerably by class and region. Among the Persian nobility, women of the royal family and the great houses could exercise significant influence, particularly within the household economy. The Persepolis tablets reveal that women could own property, manage estates, receive wages for skilled work, and operate with a degree of economic independence. Royal women, in particular, had their own estates, their own income, and their own administrative staffs. The royal wives and mothers of Persian kings are shadowy figures in most of our sources, primarily male-authored texts focused on warfare and politics, but occasionally they emerge as figures of real power, their influence felt through their sons and husbands. The religious life of the empire was as diverse as its peoples. The Zoroastrian faith of the Persian kings existed alongside the ancient polytheistic traditions of Mesopotamia, the elaborate religious system of Egypt with its thousands of gods, and its complex theology of death and resurrection, the monotheistic tradition of the Jews, the various religious practices of the Anatolian peoples, and the religious traditions of the Central Asian and Indian borderlands. The Persian royal ideology, as expressed in the Great Inscriptions, was unmistakably Zoroastrian in its framework: Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord, was the supreme deity who had granted the king his power and under whose protection the empire stood. The royal inscriptions invariably begin with an invocation of Ahura Mazda and his blessing. But this royal Zoroastrianism was not enforced on subject peoples. The Persian kings funded the temples of Babylon and participated in the great Babylonian religious festivals. They made offerings to the gods of Egypt and were crowned as pharaohs in the Egyptian religious tradition. They permitted the Jews to rebuild their temple in Jerusalem and restore their religious observances. They contributed to the treasuries of the great Greek oracles when political considerations made such gestures advantageous. Religious diversity was not merely tolerated. It was, in a practical sense, embraced as part of the imperial system, because maintaining the loyalty of subject peoples required respecting the divine powers they worshipped. This does not mean that the Persian kings were without religious conviction. The Behistun inscription and other royal texts make clear that Darius genuinely understood himself as the servant of Ahura Mazda, acting in accordance with the cosmic order of truth, Asha in the Avestan language, Jirta in Old Persian, against the forces of the lie, Draga. The language of cosmic struggle, of light against darkness, truth against falsehood, that runs through the inscriptions was not mere rhetorical convention, but reflected a genuine theological framework within which Darius understood his role in the world. He was not simply a political ruler who happened to perform religious rituals. He was a cosmic figure, the earthly representative of the true order, tasked with fighting the lie and establishing truth across the breadth of the world. The military organization that made this imperial vision practical was itself a product of careful design. The Persian army was one of the most formidable military forces of the ancient world, though its strengths were rather different from those of later Greek or Roman armies. Its foundation was the Persian and Median aristocratic cavalry, the elite of the empire's fighting forces, heavily armed horsemen who formed the shock element of Persian armies. Alongside the cavalry, the Persian infantry included the famous immortals, the 10,000 elite Persian and Median foot soldiers who formed the king's personal guard. The immortals were so called because their number was always maintained at exactly 10,000. When one was lost to death or injury, he was immediately replaced, so the unit never diminished. They were the best equipped and best trained soldiers in the army, and they served as both a ceremonial guard and as the most reliable element in pitched battle. Beyond the Persian core of the army, the imperial military drew on the diverse military traditions of the entire empire. Each satrapy was required to provide contingents of its own troops, equipped and fighting in their traditional manner. Lydian cavalry, Babylonian infantry, Egyptian riverboat fighters, Scythian horse archers from the steppe, Indian war elephants, Greek mercenary hoplites who were among the most valued heavy infantry in the ancient world. This diversity of military forces was both a strength and a complication. A Persian army on campaign could call on specialists for almost any tactical situation: siege warfare, naval operations, mountain fighting, desert navigation, cavalry engagements on open plains. But coordinating forces with radically different training, equipment, languages, and tactical doctrines was a profound organizational challenge. Persian armies were also notable for their logistics. The royal road system made it possible to supply large armies moving across the empire's core territories with an efficiency that earlier ancient armies could rarely match. Depots of food, fodder, and equipment were maintained along the principal military routes. The administrative system ensured that provinces through which armies passed were required to provide supplies and accommodation, organized through the same mechanisms that managed the regular tax and tribute system. The navy was another critical component of Persian military power. Persia itself was a land-based culture. The Persians had no maritime tradition and no affinity for the sea. But as the empire expanded to include the Ionian Greek coast, Phoenicia, and Egypt, it gained access to the three greatest naval traditions of the ancient Mediterranean world. The Phoenician cities, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, were among the most skilled seafarers in the ancient world, their long proud galleys having pioneered routes across the Mediterranean. The Greek cities of Ionia contributed triremes crewed by experienced Greek sailors. Egypt had its own river and coastal fleet. Together, these maritime peoples gave the Persian Empire a formidable naval capacity, even if the king himself rarely went to sea and the fleet was commanded largely by Phoenician and Greek officers. The great challenge of the Persian military, as the empire's later history would demonstrate, was not its capacity for conquest, but its ability to sustain campaigns against peoples who could avoid decisive battle and exploit the empire's logistical vulnerabilities. Peoples like the Scythian nomads of the steppe, who simply retreated before Persian advances, burning the grass and poisoning the wells, forcing the Persian army to march itself into exhaustion and starvation. Darius's campaign against the Scythians north of the Danube, around 513 BCE, was a sobering lesson in the limits of conventional military power. The Persian army advanced deep into Scythian territory, found nothing to conquer, and was eventually forced to withdraw. The Scythian campaign was not a defeat in any direct military sense. The Persians were not routed in battle, but it was a demonstration that there were kinds of enemies against whom the Persian military system, for all its power, was not optimally configured. The steppe was not amenable to the kind of systematic conquest that had worked so brilliantly in Lydia and Babylon, and the peoples of mainland Greece, who would become the next great challenge to Persian expansion, would also prove difficult in ways that the Persians had not fully anticipated. But the Scythian campaign was also a demonstration of the empire's reach. That Darius could mount an army large enough to cross the Danube and campaign north of the Black Sea, in territory entirely outside the previous horizon of Near Eastern empires, showed how far Persian power had extended from its origins on the Iranian plateau. In the same period, Persian forces were campaigning in the Punjab, in what is now Pakistan, the easternmost extension of the empire, reaching toward India. The scale of Darius's empire was genuinely without historical precedent. The empire at the height of Darius's reign, roughly in the first decade of the 5th century BCE, before the complications that would follow, stretched across an area of roughly 5.5 million square kilometers. To put this in perspective, that is roughly equivalent to the area of the contiguous United States or the entire European Union. It contained, by the best estimates of ancient historians and modern demographers, somewhere between 30 and 50 million people, perhaps 1/5 to 1/3 of the entire human population of the Earth at the time. It encompassed, in its extraordinary diversity, desert nomads and city dwellers, fishermen and mountain farmers, priests of a dozen religions and merchants of a score of languages, scholars of Babylonian astronomy, and practitioners of the ancient ritual traditions of the Vedic East. The infrastructure that held this world together was real and substantial. The roads were maintained. The postal system ran. The coinage was trusted. The courts administered a recognizable system of justice, shaped by local traditions but anchored in imperial authority. The great festivals of the Persian year, above all, the New Year festival of Nowruz, celebrated at the spring equinox, were occasions when the diverse peoples of the empire gathered or sent delegations to affirm their place within the imperial order. Nowruz was, and is, for it is still celebrated today across much of the former Persian world, from Iran to Tajikistan to parts of India and Turkey, one of the great festivals of human civilization. In the Persian imperial context, it was the occasion when the tribute delegations depicted in such careful detail on the Persepolis reliefs actually arrived at the ceremonial capital. Delegations from the 23 peoples of the empire brought their gifts and their homage to the great king. The king received them in the Apadana, surrounded by his court and his immortal guards, in a ceremony of extraordinary splendor. Music was played, sacrifices were offered to Ahura Mazda. The new year was inaugurated with all the symbolic weight of a civilization affirming its coherence. Around the royal court, the life of the empire's cultural elite revolved in a careful choreography of protocol and splendor. The Persian court was one of the most elaborate institutions of the ancient world. The king was attended by a vast household. His wives and concubines in the women's quarters, his children and their tutors, his personal servants and household staff, his cupbearers and table attendants, his musicians and entertainers, his doctors and priests, his secretaries and scribes, the magi who managed the religious ceremonies, the officials responsible for the royal wardrobe and the royal table and the royal stables. All of this was organized according to strict hierarchy, with each person knowing their rank, their access, their privileges. Access to the king was carefully controlled, and symbolically charged. To appear before the great king in the throne room was an enormous privilege, governed by elaborate rules of conduct. Visitors were required to perform the proskynesis, a gesture of reverence that could range from a full prostration for the lowest supplicants to a bow or kiss of the hand for those of higher rank. This custom, which Greek visitors found deeply alien and degrading, was simply the normal expression of the vast gulf between the king's divine-like status and the mortality of ordinary humans. For Persians, and for most of the empire's peoples, it was the natural language of the royal presence. The royal table was itself an exercise in imperial magnificence. Herodotus and other Greek sources describe royal banquets at which hundreds of animals were slaughtered, thousands of guests were fed, and rivers of wine and beer flowed. The entire feeding, in effect, of the royal court and its extended household. This was not simple excess, but deliberate political performance. The king's ability to feed multitudes was a demonstration of the empire's wealth and of the king's generosity, which was one of the cardinal virtues of Persian royal ideology. The great king gave. That was his nature and his duty. The subjects received. That was their privilege and their bond to the imperial system. The arts flourished under Persian patronage. The sculpture of Persepolis represents one of the high points of ancient artistic achievement. The processional reliefs with their extraordinary attention to detail, the massive winged bulls with human heads that guarded the entrances to the great buildings, the smaller decorative elements in gold and silver and precious stone that adorned the royal apartments. Persian metalwork was among the finest in the ancient world, and the treasuries of Persepolis and Susa accumulated gold and silver objects of extraordinary craftsmanship from across the empire. Persian textile weaving produced fabrics prized throughout the ancient world for their quality and their intricate designs. Music was important in the Persian court and in Persian culture more broadly. Musicians, both male and female, were a regular presence at court ceremonies and banquets. The instrument of choice for the Persians seems to have been the harp, alongside various wind instruments. But the Persian musical tradition drew on the diverse musical cultures of the whole empire: Babylonian, Egyptian, Lydian, and many others. Poetry existed, though the Persian literary tradition of this early period is known to us largely through the Avesta, the sacred texts of Zoroastrianism, and through the royal inscriptions rather than through a surviving secular literary tradition. The great Persian literary flowering, the poetry of Ferdowsi, Rumi, Hafez, Khayyam, belongs to a much later period. After the Arab conquest of the 7th century CE, introduced new languages and new forms to the Persian cultural tradition. But the roots of Persian literary culture, the deep valuation of language and poetry and the spoken word, reach back to the ancient period and to the profound oral traditions from which the Avesta itself emerged. In the broader world of the empire, beyond the court and the royal capitals, daily life for the majority of the population was shaped above all by the work of feeding themselves and paying their taxes. For the farmers of the Nile Delta, the Mesopotamian River Plain, the valleys of Anatolia and Iran, the cycle of the agricultural year dominated everything. Planting and harvest, the management of irrigation systems, the maintenance of draft animals, the storage and processing of grain. These were the rhythms that governed most human lives in the ancient world. The peasant farmers of Babylonia and Egypt were not, technically, slaves in most cases, but their freedom was limited by their obligation to pay rent or taxes, by their dependence on the irrigation systems that their own labor had to maintain, and by the hierarchical social systems that placed them firmly at the bottom of the social order. The fiscal demands of the Persian Empire, while they may have been systematized and somewhat more predictable than the exactions of previous rulers, were still substantial, and a bad harvest could be catastrophic for a family whose margin of survival was already thin. The merchants and traders who connected the empire's diverse regional economies occupied a more variable social position. In some regions, Babylonia most prominently, but also Lydia and the Phoenician cities, merchants could accumulate considerable wealth and social standing. The great commercial families of Babylon functioned in some ways like early banking houses, their operations spanning multiple generations and reaching across hundreds of miles. A Babylonian merchant family of the early Persian period might have representatives in Susa negotiating with imperial officials, agents in Sardis handling trade with the Ionian Greeks, debtors and partners scattered across the river valley provinces of Mesopotamia. The Phoenician merchant cities, Tyre, Sidon, Arwad, occupied a special position in the Persian imperial system. Their naval and commercial expertise was of enormous value to the empire, and they were treated accordingly. Sidon in particular seems to have enjoyed a privileged status, its king functioning as a semi-independent ruler within the imperial structure. Sidonian merchants and sailors ranged across the entire Mediterranean world, from Carthage in North Africa, which was itself a Phoenician colony, to the tin mines of Cornwall in distant Britain. Their cargo ships carried purple-dyed cloth, glass, metalwork, cedar timber, and the commercial products of the eastern Mediterranean to markets that had no other way of accessing them. The artisans of the empire, potters, weavers, metalworkers, jewelers, glassmakers, masons, carpenters, formed a significant component of the urban economy. Many of the finest craftspeople were attached to royal or temple workshops, producing goods for the household of the king or the maintenance of the great religious institutions. Others worked in private workshops for the commercial market. The extraordinary quality of Persian period artisanship is attested by the archaeological record, the gold and silver objects found in Persian period contexts, the carved gemstones and seals, the pottery and metalware, representing a level of technical skill and aesthetic refinement that speaks to craft traditions carefully maintained over generations. The priests and religious specialists of the empire, the Zoroastrian Magi, the priests of Marduk in Babylon, the priests of Amunias and Re in Egypt, the Levite priests of the rebuilt Jerusalem temple, the priests of Artemis at Ephesus, and 100 other local shrines across the empire, occupied a distinctive social role. They were the custodians of learning and tradition, the intermediaries between the human and divine worlds, the administrators of temple estates that often rivaled those of the great secular nobles. In Babylonia, the great temples were major economic institutions in their own right, owning land, operating workshops, employing large numbers of workers, and functioning as banks. The relationship between the temple establishments and the Persian imperial system was managed with considerable political skill. The Persian kings supported the temples, confirmed their privileges, contributed to their upkeep, and in return received the temple's ideological endorsement and their practical cooperation in the management of the provincial economy. The soldiers of the Persian army came from every province of the empire, but they were organized into a coherent military hierarchy that subordinated their diverse origins to the needs of imperial strategy. At the top of the military hierarchy were the Persian and Median noblemen, who commanded the major formations and held the key garrison commands. Below them were the officers of the provincial contingents, men of local noble families who led their countrymen under the overall Persian command structure. At the bottom were the ordinary soldiers, paid in silver and rations, serving fixed terms of military obligation, living in garrisons scattered across the empire from the Aegean coast to the borders of India. The garrisons that maintained Persian control in conquered territories were themselves microcosms of the empire's diversity. A garrison at a strategic point in Lydia might contain Persian and Median officers, a corps of Persian infantry from the homeland, contingents of Lydian cavalry from the local nobility, and perhaps some Greek mercenary hoplites hired for their prowess in heavy infantry fighting. They would have worshipped different gods, eaten different foods, and spoken different languages, but they would have been bound together by the Persian military hierarchy, paid in standardized silver coins, and subject to the same military discipline. The great empire that Darius had built and was continuing to refine in the first decade of the 5th century BCE was not without its tensions and contradictions. The enormous diversity that was its great strength was also a perpetual source of potential centrifugal force. Regional identities remained strong. Babylonians thought of themselves as Babylonians first and Persian imperial subjects second, if they thought of themselves in imperial terms at all. Egyptians retained their ancient cultural identity with fierce tenacity. The Greek cities of Ionia, while generally compliant, harbored resentments about Persian taxation and the political arrangements imposed by Persian satraps. The nomadic peoples of the northern and eastern frontiers were chronically difficult to integrate into any settled imperial system. But in the reign of Darius, in the years before the great confrontation with Greece that would come to define the empire's later reputation, The Persian system was functioning at something close to its optimal capacity. The administrative machine that Darius had designed was running. The roads were open. The tribute flowed. The diverse peoples of the empire were, for the most part, going about their lives within a framework of relative order and security. The great king sat in the Apadana at Persepolis, or in the throne room at Susa, and the world came to him. Looking out across the empire from the terrace of Persepolis, across the broad plain of Marv to the distant mountains, feeling the cool highland wind that blows off the Zagros, hearing the sounds of construction and ceremony and the daily activities of a city that is also a monument, it is possible to appreciate what the Persians had accomplished. In the space of roughly 3 human generations, from the revolt of Cyrus against Astyages to the completion of the first phase of Persepolis, a people who had been a minor tributary group on the edge of a highland empire had created something that no human society had ever created before. They had turned the raw material of conquest, the scattered, diverse, ancient civilizations of the Near East and Central Asia, into a single political and economic system, held together by roads and coins and administrative tables, by an ideology of royal benevolence and cosmic order, by the genuine skill and flexibility of its founders, and by the sheer momentum of success. The peoples of the ancient Near East had lived through many empires: the Akkadian, the third dynasty of Ur, the Old Babylonian, the Kassites, the Assyrians, the Neo-Babylonians. They had learned to survive conquest, to adapt to new rulers, to pay the tribute and wait. But what the Persians offered was something different. Not just conquest, but a framework. Not just extraction, but a relationship. Not just power, but a vision of the world in which diverse peoples could find their place. It was imperfect, as all human constructions are imperfect. It was maintained by force as well as consent. The soldiers who garrisoned the empire's frontiers and suppressed its rebellions were real soldiers, and the punishments meted out to those who resisted were real punishments. The prosperity the empire generated was not evenly distributed, and the farmers who paid the tribute that built Persepolis saw little of its magnificence. The tolerance the Persians practiced was real, but it had limits, limits that would be tested in the years ahead. But in its best years, in the reign of Darius before the Greek Wars, the Persian Empire represented something genuinely remarkable in the history of the world, an attempt to govern the known world not through destruction and terror alone, but through a combination of force and accommodation, through respect for the gods of the conquered and the traditions of subject peoples, through roads and coins and regular justice, through the extraordinary administrative intelligence of a governing class that had learned, from Cyrus onward, that the art of empire was not simply the art of conquest. The empire Darius had inherited from the chaos of 522 BCE and the empire he had built in the 3 decades since were substantially different things. What he had taken over was a collection of conquered territories held together by the personal authority of the Persian king and by the military capacity of the Persian army. What he had built was a state, a functioning, organized, administrative entity with defined borders, regular institutions, standardized procedures, a currency, a communications system, a fiscal structure, and an ideology. Not perfect, not permanent, but real, in a way that no previous empire had quite been real. From the shores of the Aegean to the foothills of the Hindu Kush, from the Caucasus Mountains to the shores of the Arabian Sea, the world lived under the shadow of the Persian king. Merchants calculated their prices in darics. Officials filed their reports in the 3 imperial languages. Travelers moved along the royal road under the protection of Persian authority. Soldiers garrisoned the frontier posts in the names of Ahura Mazda and the great king. Priests in 1,000 temples offered prayers to their gods and, in the official language of imperial ceremony, acknowledged the overlordship of the Persian crown. The world had never seen anything like it, and the men who would one day challenge it, the small, quarrelsome, fiercely independent Greek city-states looking eastward from the other side of the Aegean, could not yet fully understand what they were looking at. They saw wealth and power and an army that seemed to contain multitudes. They did not yet see the full complexity of what had been built, the roads and the accounts and the carefully balanced institutions, the policy of tolerance and the administrative intelligence that bound together a world. That confrontation, when it came, would be one of the defining moments of ancient history. But before it came, in the last years of Darius's reign, the Persian Empire stood at the apex of what it had been built to be. The largest political entity in human history up to that time, an empire of 30 million souls, an economy of continents, a civilization that stretched from Europe's border to the edge of India, governed by a system that no one before had imagined possible and that no one after, for a very long time, would manage to surpass. In the year 500 before the Common Era, the largest empire the world had ever seen stretched from the sun-scorched banks of the Indus River in the east to the windswept shores of the Aegean Sea in the west. From the frozen mountain passes of the Caucasus in the north to the burning deserts beyond the cataracts of the Nile in the south, a single political authority, the Achaemenid Persian Empire, held dominion over an expanse of territory so vast that no single human being could cross it in less than 3 months of unceasing travel. Within its borders lived tens of millions of people speaking dozens of languages, worshipping hundreds of gods, farming soils of every conceivable composition, and inhabiting landscapes that ranged from lush river valleys to lifeless salt flats. It was a civilization of staggering complexity and breathtaking ambition, and it stood at the very center of the ancient world's political imagination. The Persians had not always been masters of this dominion. A century and a half earlier, they had been a relatively modest people living in the highland plateau of what is now southwestern Iran, occupying a territory known as Parsa, from which the Greeks derived the name Persia, and subject to the overlordship of the Medes, their northern neighbors. The Medes themselves were a powerful Iranian people who had only recently broken the ancient Assyrian Empire, and their capital at Ecbatana, nestled among the cool foothills of the Zagros Mountains, commanded tribute from a wide arc of territory. But history accelerates in unexpected directions. In 559 BCE, a young man named Cyrus ascended to the throne of the small Persian kingdom of Anshan, and within a generation he had overturned every political certainty of the Near Eastern world. Cyrus was a conqueror of genius and, by ancient standards, a ruler of unusual sophistication. He defeated the Median king Astyages and absorbed the Median Empire into a new Persian dominion. He then turned westward to destroy the fabulously wealthy kingdom of Lydia under its famous king Croesus, whose name had already become a byword for unimaginable riches. Then came the most astonishing prize of all. In 539 BCE, Cyrus entered Babylon, the greatest city in the world, with walls so thick that chariots could race along their tops, with its hanging gardens and its towering ziggurat reaching toward the heavens. And he did so almost without a fight. The Babylonian population, weary of their own king Nabonidus, opened their gates. Cyrus walked into the city as a liberator, and he immediately set about demonstrating a philosophy of empire that would define the Achaemenid approach to conquest for generations to come. Rather than burning Babylon, enslaving its people, or destroying its temples as earlier conquerors had done, Cyrus honored the local gods, maintained existing administrative structures, and allowed the various peoples Babylon had itself conquered, including the Jewish community exiled there by Nebuchadnezzar, to return to their homelands. This famous edict of Cyrus, recorded on a clay cylinder now housed in the British Museum, proclaimed that the peoples under his rule were free to practice their religions and live according to their traditions. Whether this represented deep personal conviction or brilliant political calculation hardly matters. The effect was the same. Cyrus presented himself not as a foreign conqueror imposing alien values, but as a legitimate ruler in the tradition of each conquered land. In Babylon, he was a Babylonian king. In Persia, he was the Persian king of kings. The empire he founded was built on the paradox of unity through diversity, a principle that would remain central to the Achaemenid state for 2 centuries. Cyrus died in 530 BCE campaigning in the east, fighting nomadic Scythian peoples beyond the Oxus River. His son Cambyses succeeded him and extended the empire into Egypt in 525 BCE, defeating the pharaoh Psamtik III at the Battle of Pelusium and adding the ancient Nile civilization to the Persian realm. But it was the third great Achaemenid ruler who would consolidate these conquests into the machinery of empire as it existed in its golden age. His name was Darius, and he seized power in 522 BCE after a period of intense internal crisis, and civil war that had followed Cambyses' death. The story of how Darius came to power, told in his own words on a great cliff-face inscription at Behistun in the Zagros Mountains, carved so high that no human hand could ever alter it, is a story of conspiracy, assassination, and the violent suppression of rebellions across nearly every corner of the empire simultaneously. Within 2 years, Darius had crushed 19 major revolts and established himself as the unchallenged master of the world's largest state. Under Darius, the Achaemenid Empire acquired the institutional architecture that would sustain it for another century and a half. This was the empire as the Greeks would encounter it, as merchants from the Indus Valley would trade across it, as Egyptian priests would negotiate within it, as ordinary farmers and craftsmen from the Aegean to the Hindu Kush would pay taxes to and live within. It was an empire of extraordinary administrative sophistication, and understanding its structure is essential to understanding everything that followed. Darius divided the empire into administrative units called satrapies. The word derives from the Old Persian term for protector of the kingdom, and at its greatest extent there were approximately 20 such provinces, each presided over by a satrap, who was typically a member of the Persian nobility, often a relative of the royal family. The satrap was the king's representative in his territory, responsible for collecting taxes, maintaining order, administering justice, and mustering troops for imperial campaigns. He lived in considerable splendor in his provincial capital, maintaining a court that was a smaller reflection of the royal court at Persepolis or Susa. He had his own staff of secretaries, treasurers, military commanders, and household officials. He received ambassadors and delegations from the peoples of his satrapy and from neighboring territories. He dispensed patronage and heard appeals. In important ways, a satrap was a king in miniature, and this concentration of power in any single individual inevitably created tensions that would recur throughout Achaemenid history. To guard against the ambitions of satraps, and history would prove such caution well-founded, Darius installed a parallel administrative apparatus. Each satrap's activities were monitored by a royal secretary who reported directly to the king, and a separate military commander in each satrapy also maintained independent lines of communication with the royal court. Most feared of all were the king's inspectors, known in Greek sources as the king's eyes and the king's ears, who traveled throughout the empire periodically to examine the conduct of governors, audit the collection of taxes, and report back to the great king on conditions in the provinces. A satrap who grew too powerful, too independently minded, or too corrupt could find himself suddenly confronted by royal investigators whose visit portended nothing pleasant. The system was imperfect. No system for governing tens of millions of people across thousands of miles can be perfect, but it represented a genuine institutional response to the challenge of managing diversity and distance on a scale no previous state had attempted. The communication system that made this oversight possible was itself one of the empire's great achievements. The royal road, first developed under Cyrus and substantially improved and formalized under Darius, stretched from Susa, the empire's administrative capital, westward to Sardis on the Aegean coast of Anatolia, a distance of approximately 1,700 miles. Along this road and its many branches, Darius established a network of royal posting stations at regular intervals, each equipped with fresh horses and riders. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing in the mid-5th century BCE, described the system with admiring precision. "Neither snow nor rain, nor heat nor darkness," he wrote, "stops these couriers from completing their appointed rounds with all possible speed." This description, later adapted into the motto of the United States Postal Service, captures something genuine about the efficiency of the Persian communication network. A royal message could travel from Susa to Sardis in approximately 7 days, a journey that an ordinary traveler would require 3 months to complete on foot. This speed of communication gave the great king an administrative advantage over his subjects and potential enemies that cannot be overstated. In a world where information typically traveled no faster than a horse could walk, the ability to send urgent messages at nearly 3 times that speed represented a genuine transformation in what was politically possible. The empire's economic foundations were equally impressive. Darius introduced standardized gold and silver coinage, the gold daric and the silver siglos, that circulated throughout the empire and facilitated commerce on a scale previously impossible. Before coinage, merchants conducting long-distance trade had to weigh out bullion with every transaction, a cumbersome process prone to fraud and dispute. Standard coins, marked with the royal image and guaranteed by imperial authority to contain a specific quantity of precious metal, made trade faster, more reliable, and more profitable. The Persians did not invent coinage. That honor belongs to Lydia, whose territory they had absorbed, but they systematized and spread its use across their entire dominion. And the economic consequences were profound. Tax revenues flowed into the imperial treasury from every satrapy according to fixed annual assessments that Herodotus records with remarkable specificity. The Babylonian satrapy paid an annual tribute of 1,000 silver talents, a staggering sum that reflected both Babylon's immense agricultural productivity and its position as the commercial heart of the Near East. Egypt contributed 700 talents plus the income from the fisheries of Lake Moeris. India, the empire's richest satrapy by many accounts, paid in gold dust, contributing an annual amount equivalent to 4,680 euboic talents, the largest single tribute payment in the entire imperial system. The Persian homeland of Parsa itself paid no regular tribute, as this was considered a mark of the Persian status as the ruling people, though they contributed labor services and gifts to the royal court. In total, the annual imperial revenue in silver alone has been estimated at something in the range of 15,000 talents, a figure representing an almost incomprehensible concentration of wealth in the hands of a single political authority. This wealth did not simply accumulate in the royal treasuries as an inert stockpile, though Persian kings were indeed famous for hoarding enormous quantities of precious metal, a practice that would have significant economic consequences when Alexander later released these reserves into circulation. Much of the revenue was recycled into the economy through imperial spending on construction projects, military campaigns, the maintenance of the court, and payments to the enormous bureaucracy that kept the empire functioning. The Persepolis fortification tablets, a remarkable archive of administrative records discovered by archaeologists in the 20th century, give us an extraordinarily detailed window into the daily economic operations of the imperial court. These clay tablets, inscribed in Elamite by royal accountants, record the disbursement of rations, measured in quarts of grain, wine, and beer, to workers, craftsmen, officials, and travelers passing through the royal heartland. We see records of payments to Egyptian woodworkers, to Indian spice merchants, to Greek physicians, to Babylonian scribes, to Elamite administrators, all working within the imperial system. The picture that emerges is of a sophisticated bureaucratic economy in which the state played a central role as employer, patron, and redistributor of resources. The capital cities of this empire were among the most spectacular urban environments of the ancient world. Susa, ancient capital of the Elamite civilization and Darius's preferred administrative center, had been inhabited for nearly 5,000 years by the time the Persians made it their own. It sat in the lowland plain of Khazestan, where the winter climate was pleasant though the summer heat was ferocious, and the Persian kings built there a palace complex of extraordinary magnificence. Darius's palace at Susa was constructed with materials gathered from across the entire empire, as the king himself recorded in a long foundation inscription. Cedar timber was brought from Lebanon, precious woods from Gandhara and Carmania, gold from Sardis and Bactria, lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdiana, turquoise from Chorasmia, silver and ebony from Egypt, wall ornamentation from Ionia, ivory from Ethiopia and India and Arachosia, stone columns from a village in Elam. The palace was decorated with glazed brick friezes depicting the royal guard, the famous immortals, the king's elite infantry, in brilliant colors, their spears held upright, their robes adorned with elaborate geometric patterns. These friezes, fragments of which can today be seen in the Louvre, give us our most vivid surviving image of Persian court aesthetics: formal, powerful, meticulously ordered, radiating an authority that brooked no challenge. But it was Persepolis, the ceremonial capital begun by Darius and continued by his successors, that most fully expressed the imperial idea. Persepolis, the Greek name means city of the Persians, was built on a massive stone platform, the terrace, carved from the solid rock of the Marv-dashed plain in the highland of Fars, the Persian homeland. Construction began around 518 BCE and continued for more than a century, employing workers from across the empire and consuming resources on a scale that makes even ambitious modern building projects seem modest. The Apadana, the great audience hall at the heart of the complex, could accommodate perhaps 10,000 people. Its roof was supported by columns 60 feet high, their capitals carved in the form of double-headed bulls or horses. The staircases leading to the Apadana were decorated with relief sculptures of extraordinary quality depicting delegations from the empire's 23 subject peoples, each rendered with careful attention to their distinctive dress and gifts. Processing toward the king in an ordered hierarchy of submission and tribute. These reliefs are among the most valuable historical documents we possess for understanding the Achaemenid conception of their empire. The delegations include Medes in rounded caps and flowing robes, Elamites carrying bows, Babylonians leading a bull, Armenians with horses, Cappadocians with textiles, Lydians with vessels, Thracians with shields and spears, Egyptians with animals, Indians with jars, Arabians with camels, Ethiopians with an okapi, Sogdians with horses, Bactrians with a camel, Scythians in their distinctive pointed caps, and many others. Each group is individual, each carefully distinguished from its neighbors, yet all are integrated into a single harmonious composition that flows toward the royal presence at the top. The message was deliberate and unmistakable. The world was many and the empire was one, and it was the Persian king who held this diversity in ordered unity. The king himself lived at the apex of a court society of extreme elaboration. Access to the royal person was carefully controlled and heavily ritualized. Foreign ambassadors, and even high Persian nobles seeking an audience with the king were required to perform the act of proskynesis, a bow, perhaps falling to the hands and knees, perhaps merely a deep inclination of the torso, the exact form varying by status and occasion, as a mark of submission before the royal presence. The Greeks, who considered such prostration appropriate only before the gods, found this practice deeply offensive and made much of it in their accounts of Persian court culture, interpreting it as evidence of Oriental servility and despotism. This was a misreading born of cultural incomprehension. Proskynesis before the king was no more an act of divine worship than a modern citizen standing for a national anthem. It was a formal acknowledgement of political hierarchy, and Persians performed it before each other as well, in degrees calibrated to relative social rank. The royal court moved between its various capitals according to the seasons: Persepolis for the spring New Year celebration, Susa for the mild winters, Ecbatana in the cool highlands of Media for the brutal Persian summer. This seasonal migration was itself an enormous logistical operation, as the court included not only the king and his immediate family, but hundreds of wives, concubines, and their children in the royal harem, an institution that served important political functions as a repository of diplomatic marriages and an incubator of potential dynastic alliances, as well as a vast retinue of officials, guards, servants, physicians, scribes, cooks, grooms, and craftsmen. The moving court consumed provisions on a staggering scale, and the Persepolis tablets record in patient detail the rations dispersed to members of this peripatetic institution as it traversed the royal road network. Religion at the Achaemenid court is a subject of considerable complexity and some scholarly debate. The Persians were heirs to the ancient Iranian religious tradition associated with the prophet Zoroaster, whose teachings, emphasizing the cosmic struggle between Ahura Mazda, the Lord of wisdom and truth, and Ungra Mainyu, the destructive spirit, had transformed Iranian religious life at some point before the historical record becomes clear. Darius and his successors were devoted worshippers of Ahura Mazda, and royal inscriptions regularly attribute military success and political authority to the grace of this supreme deity. The Great Behistun inscription begins, "A great god is Ahura Mazda, who created this earth, who created yonder sky, who created man, who created happiness for man, who made Darius king." But Achaemenid religious policy towards subject peoples was remarkably tolerant by ancient standards. Persian kings made offerings to the gods of conquered peoples, funded the rebuilding of temples, and allowed local religious hierarchies to continue functioning. This was not mere pragmatism, though it was certainly practical. It reflected the Achaemenid philosophical conviction that divine favor could be sought from many sources, and that the gods of subject peoples, properly honored, would support rather than oppose imperial authority. The religious landscape of the empire was consequently a patchwork of extraordinary diversity. In Babylon, the great temple of Marduk, the Sagila, continued to function as the religious and intellectual center of Babylonian civilization, its priests maintaining the astronomical observations and literary traditions that had been accumulating for 2 millennia. In Egypt, the temples of Ammonius, Ra, Ta, and the entire Egyptian pantheon continued to receive royal patronage, and Persian kings were depicted on temple walls in the full regalia of Egyptian pharaohs, performing the traditional rituals of Egyptian kingship. In Jerusalem, the temple rebuilt with Persian support under Cyrus served the Jewish community whose theological insights, the concept of a single universal God, of divine law, of history as a meaningful progression toward divine purpose, were already beginning to exert the influence that would eventually reshape the entire Western world. In the Eastern satrapies, ancient Vedic traditions mingled with local Iranian religious practices and the emerging intellectual currents that would eventually crystallize into Buddhism and Jainism a few centuries hence. The people who lived within this empire and made it function were, of course, far more than the sum of their administrative categories. They were farmers coaxing harvests from difficult soils, merchants calculating profit margins across vast distances, craftsmen developing techniques of extraordinary refinement, soldiers enduring the brutalities of ancient warfare, women navigating the complicated landscape of gender and power in a patriarchal but not uniformly oppressive society, priests maintaining traditions whose origins lay lost in time, children learning the languages and skills they would need to survive in their particular corner of this enormous world. The ordinary farmer of the Achaemenid Empire, whether working the irrigated fields of Mesopotamia, the rain-fed terraces of Lydia, the floodplain agriculture of Egypt, or the dry farming highlands of Persia, lived a life shaped primarily by local conditions and local relationships. The empire touched him most directly through taxation, which was typically collected in kind, in the form of a portion of his harvest, and through the occasional demands of military conscription or labor service. The Persian system of qanats, underground irrigation channels that brought water from distant aquifers to dry agricultural land, was an engineering achievement of the first order that directly improved the lives of millions of farmers in the arid Iranian plateau, and the maintenance and extension of this water infrastructure was one of the most practically beneficial activities of the imperial state. The merchant class of the empire was one of its most cosmopolitan elements. Long-distance trade had existed in the Near East for millennia before the Persians, but the Achaemenid imperial system created conditions of security, standardized currency, reliable communication, and reduced tolls that dramatically expanded commercial activity. Caravans moved along the royal road network carrying textiles, metals, spices, luxury goods, and agricultural products between the empire's diverse economic zones. Phoenician merchants operating under Persian suzerainty maintained their maritime commercial networks across the entire Mediterranean, from the tin mines of Cornwall to the silver mines of Iberia to the grain fields of Egypt to the purple dye workshops of Tyre and Sidon. Persian-controlled ports on the Persian Gulf facilitated trade with Arabia and India, and the famous canal begun by Necho of Egypt and completed by Darius himself connected the Nile to the Red Sea, creating a navigable water route between the Mediterranean and the Indian Ocean. The craftsmen and artisans of the empire produced objects of extraordinary quality that reflected both the empire's diversity and its talent for creative synthesis. Persian metalwork, drawing on traditions from across the empire, produced drinking vessels, jewelry, and military equipment of remarkable sophistication. Persian textiles, particularly the elaborate woven carpets whose tradition continues to the present day, were famous throughout the ancient world. The glazed brickwork of Susa and Persepolis demonstrated ceramic techniques of the highest order. Persian goldsmiths working at Persepolis received workers from Egypt, Ionia, Lydia, and Bactria, and the resulting aesthetic was a genuine fusion of diverse traditions bound together by Persian taste and imperial patronage. It was within this context of immense wealth, administrative sophistication, cultural complexity, and confident imperial power that the conflict with the Greek world began to develop. The Greeks were, from the Persian perspective, a relatively minor collection of fractious city-states clinging to the western edge of the empire's natural sphere of influence. Their political significance to Darius in the early years of his reign was marginal. They were useful as merchants and mercenaries, they produced quality goods, and they occupied a strategic position along the empire's western frontier, but they were hardly a priority for an emperor whose attention was perpetually demanded by revolts in Babylon, ambitions in Egypt, campaigns in the East, and the thousand administrative challenges of governing the known world. The Greeks, for their part, had a long and complex relationship with the Persian Empire that was very far from simple hostility. Greek physicians served at the Persian court. Greek mercenaries fought in Persian armies. Greek merchants conducted profitable business across Persian territory. Greek philosophers were beginning to encounter Persian religious and philosophical ideas that would subtly influence their own intellectual traditions. And several important Greek city-states, particularly those on the Aegean coast of Anatolia, the region Greeks called Ionia, had been under Persian suzerainty since Cyrus's conquest of Lydia in 547 BCE. The Ionian Greeks were Persian subjects, paying tribute and providing military contingents to the empire, governed through local tyrants who served Persian interests while maintaining a degree of local autonomy. This arrangement bred resentment. The Greek tyrants who governed the Ionian cities held power through Persian support rather than local consent, and their rule was consequently both dependent and insecure. The broader Ionian Greek community chafed under tribute obligations and the political constraints of imperial rule, and this discontent was inflamed by the activities of ambitious individuals who saw in revolt the possibility of personal advancement or principled liberation, depending on one's sympathies. The man who would strike the match was named Aristagoras, deputy governor of Miletus, the greatest of the Ionian cities. Aristagoras in 499 BCE had recently participated in a disastrously unsuccessful Persian military expedition against the island of Naxos, an expedition he himself had helped to organize and promote. With his reputation damaged and his personal relationship with the Persian satrap of Sardis, Artaphernes, badly strained, Aristagoras found himself in a precarious position. He made a calculation that, in retrospect, seems almost incomprehensibly reckless, but that in the moment appeared to offer a desperate way out. He would lead the Ionian cities in revolt against Persian authority. He traveled to mainland Greece to seek support, approaching first Sparta, the military superpower of the Greek world, and then Athens. Sparta declined, its king Cleomenes reportedly dismissing the venture after learning the distance between Miletus and the Persian royal capitals. Athens, then in the early flush of its new democratic institutions established by Cleisthenes a decade earlier, voted to send 20 ships to support the revolt. Eretria, a smaller city on the island of Euboea with its own trade connections to Ionia, contributed 5 more ships. These forces were modest in the extreme, but their intervention would have consequences that neither the Athenians nor the Persians could have anticipated. The Ionian revolt erupted in 499 BCE and in its early stages achieved some remarkable successes. The rebels burned Sardis, the capital of the western satrapy and one of the empire's great cities, though they failed to take the citadel, and the city was quickly reconquered by Persian forces. The burning of Sardis was politically significant out of all proportion to its military consequences. It demonstrated that Persian power was not invincible, and it enraged Darius personally. Ancient sources report that the great king, on hearing that Athenians had participated in the raid on his governor's capital, had a servant whisper in his ear before every meal the injunction to remember the Athenians. Whether or not this story is literally true, it captures something genuine about the shift in Persian strategic priorities that the Ionian revolt brought about. Athens, previously a diplomatic irrelevance at the far edge of the Greek world, had now made itself an object of royal attention. The revolt itself lasted 6 years and was ultimately crushed with brutal efficiency. The decisive moment came in 494 BCE at the naval battle of Lade, fought in the harbor of Miletus, where the Persian fleet, composed primarily of Phoenician, Egyptian, and Cypriot ships, defeated the assembled Ionian Greek fleet after a portion of the Samian and Lesbian contingents abandoned the line. The fall of Miletus followed immediately, with the city sacked, its men killed or enslaved, and its women and children deported to the Persian heartland. The other Ionian cities were reduced one by one, their revolts suppressed, and their governments reorganized. Darius's son-in-law Mardonius was then dispatched to the region to implement what appears to have been a genuinely enlightened policy of post-revolt settlement. He abolished the hated tyrannies and replaced them with democratic governments, reduced tribute obligations, and instituted a system for resolving disputes between cities through legal arbitration rather than violence. This policy, often overlooked in accounts that focus on the punitive aspects of the suppression, suggests that Persian strategic thinking about Ionia recognized the limits of purely coercive rule and sought a more sustainable basis for Western governance. But the account could not be balanced while Athens and Eretria remained unpunished for their intervention. Darius began planning a punitive expedition against mainland Greece, a campaign that the sources suggest was conceived primarily as a demonstration of Persian reach and a warning against future interference in imperial affairs rather than as a serious attempt at conquest. In 492 BCE, Mardonius led a large combined land and naval expedition along the northern Aegean coast, reasserting Persian authority in Thrace and Macedonia, which had been nominal Persian subjects since an earlier Macedonian king had submitted to Persian diplomacy. But the expedition suffered a catastrophic naval disaster when a storm off the promontory of Mount Athos destroyed a large portion of the fleet, and Mardonius returned to Persia without having struck at Athens or Eretria. Darius tried again. In 490 BCE, he dispatched a new force under the commanders Datis and Artaphernes, the younger Artaphernes, son of the satrap, with orders to cross the Aegean directly, punish Eretria and Athens, and reinstall the exiled Athenian tyrant Hippias, who was traveling with the Persian fleet, presumably as the first governor of a pacified Athens. This force was not the full military might of the Persian Empire marshaled for conquest, but rather a targeted punitive expedition, probably numbering somewhere between 15,000 and 30,000 men, significant by Greek standards, but modest by Persian ones. The force systematically reduced several Aegean islands as it crossed westward, then landed at Eretria on the island of Euboea. After a siege of 6 days, Eretria was betrayed from within, its temples burned, and its population deported east in fulfillment of Persian vengeance for the burning of Sardis. Athens was next. The Athenians who marched out to face the Persian landing at Marathon in September of 490 BCE were acting with a desperate courage that the subsequent mythology of the battle sometimes obscures. They were a city of perhaps 30,000 adult male citizens facing a professional force of imperial soldiers that had just destroyed the nearest comparable Greek city. They had sent a runner to Sparta, the legendary Phidippides, requesting military assistance, and the Spartans had expressed their willingness to help, but explained that their religious calendar prevented them from marching until the full moon, several days away. A small force from Plataea, a neighbor and ally of Athens, arrived to supplement the Athenian ranks. But the army that stood on the plain of Marathon against the Persian forces was overwhelmingly Athenian, and its survival depended on decisions made in the next few hours. The Athenian army was commanded by a board of 10 generals, of whom the most influential at this juncture appears to have been Miltiades, a man with extensive personal knowledge of Persian military methods from his years governing the Thracian Chersonese under Persian suzerainty. After several days of mutual observation, each side apparently waiting for the other to commit first, Miltiades persuaded his colleagues to attack. The Athenian hoplites advanced at a run across the approximately mile of ground separating the two armies, an innovation designed to minimize the time they spent exposed to the Persian archers who were one of their opponents' most effective weapons. The Persian line, strongest in its center where the best troops were concentrated, pushed back against the Athenian center while the Greek wings drove back the Persian flanks. Then the victorious Greek wings wheeled inward, encircling the Persian center and turning potential victory into catastrophic defeat. The Battle of Marathon entered Greek cultural memory almost immediately as one of the defining events of their civilization, the moment when free citizens had demonstrated their superiority over the subjects of an Oriental despotism. The Persian army that was not killed retreated to its ships, attempted a sailing movement around the Attic coast to land directly at Athens, found the Athenian army already there before them, having marched rapidly back from Marathon, and withdrew entirely. The casualty figures recorded by Herodotus: 6,400 Persian dead against 192 Athenians, may not be precisely reliable, but the scale of Athenian success is not in doubt. Marathon was a genuine military victory against a serious opponent, achieved through tactical innovation and extraordinary courage. From the Persian perspective, Marathon was an embarrassing setback, but not a strategic catastrophe. One expedition had failed, another, larger one, would be organized. Darius began planning an overwhelming response that would settle the Greek question definitively, assembling resources and forces from across the empire for what he intended as a massive combined land and sea invasion. But before these preparations were complete, Egypt revolted in 486 BCE, demanding the great king's personal attention. And then, 2 years later, Darius died, leaving both the unfinished campaign against Greece and a partially pacified Egypt to his son and successor, Xerxes. Xerxes I was the son of Darius by Atassa, herself the daughter of Cyrus the Great, which gave him an impeccable claim to the throne through both his father's Achaemenid line and his mother's direct descent from the dynasty's founder. He was approximately 32 years old when he came to power in 486 BCE, while educated in the Persian royal tradition, experienced in governance from his time as viceroy of Babylon, and evidently possessed of both considerable personal ambition and genuine administrative ability. He would reign for 21 years, and his reign would be among the most consequential in Achaemenid history, not primarily because of his military campaigns against Greece, which occupied only a few of his years on the throne, but because of his role in defining the mature Achaemenid imperial style, completing the great architectural projects at Persepolis, and navigating the complex internal politics of an empire of extraordinary diversity. His first years as king were consumed by suppressing the Egyptian revolt, which he accomplished in 484 BCE with considerably less gentleness than his father had typically employed. Egypt was reduced to the status of a conquered province rather than being treated, as Cambyses and Darius had treated it, as a separate kingdom with its own traditions and its own royal legitimacy, in which the Persian king participated. Xerxes withdrew the title of pharaoh from his own royal titulary in Egypt, a significant symbolic departure from the policy of cultural accommodation that had characterized earlier Achaemenid governance. He also moved against a Babylonian revolt with harsh efficiency, destroying the great temple of Marduk and removing the golden statue of the god that Babylonian tradition required to be physically grasped by the legitimate king of Babylon each new year. This too represented a departure from Achaemenid norms and suggests that Xerxes, for all his sophistication, was less patient with the demands of managing cultural diversity than his predecessors had been. Whether the decision to undertake the full invasion of Greece was Xerxes' own initiative or had already been largely planned by Darius remains debated by historians. Ancient sources, particularly Herodotus, dramatized the decision-making process at the Persian court as a great debate between advisors urging invasion and those counseling restraint, with Xerxes himself initially inclined to restraint before being persuaded by the ambitious arguments of his cousin Mardonius. This account has the shape of a literary set piece, and its literal accuracy should not be assumed. What is not in doubt is that by 481 BC Xerxes had committed to an invasion of Greece on a scale that dwarfed the earlier expedition of Datis and Artaphernes. This was not to be a punitive raid. This was to be the final incorporation of the Greek world into the Persian imperial system. The preparations for the campaign were extraordinary in their scope and were themselves a demonstration of imperial power. 2 bridges of boats were constructed across the Hellespont, the narrow strait separating Asia from Europe, to allow the army to cross without dependence on the weather. When the first set of bridges was destroyed by a storm, Xerxes reportedly had the strait itself symbolically whipped, 300 lashes, and ordered iron fetters to be thrown into the water, a dramatic expression of royal authority extending even over the natural world. Whether or not this occurred precisely as reported, the rebuilding of the bridges proceeded, and when complete, they were marvels of engineering. Hundreds of vessels anchored in parallel lines, connected by cables, planked over, and lined with earth and brushwood to create a roadway across the water. The canal cut through the promontory of Mount Athos. 3 years in the construction, wide enough for 2 triremes to row abreast, was another prodigious undertaking, designed to prevent a repetition of the naval disaster that had destroyed Mardonius's fleet a decade earlier. The canal required the labor of thousands of workers drawn from the surrounding populations, and Herodotus records the enormous earthworks involved and notes that Xerxes had the diggers working under supervision to prevent them from slacking. The level of planning and organization that these infrastructure projects represented speaks to the genuine administrative capacity of the Persian imperial system when it was mobilized for a great purpose. The army that assembled at Abydos on the Asian shore of the Hellespont in the spring of 480 BCE was the largest military force the ancient world had ever seen assembled in one place, though the figure of 1,700,000 fighting men given by Herodotus is obviously a gross exaggeration born of wonder and patriotic inflation. Modern historians generally estimate the force at somewhere between 100,000 and 300,000 men, which is itself an enormous army by any standard of the ancient world and represented an almost impossible logistical challenge to feed, supply, and move through the narrow passes and scarce farmland of Greece. The army included contingents from virtually every satrapy of the empire: Persian infantry in their scale armor and cane wickerwork shields, Median cavalry in their distinctive dress, Scythian horse archers from the steppes, Bactrian and Sogdian infantry from Central Asia, Indian troops with their bamboo bows and cotton garments, Ethiopians in lion skins carrying enormous bows of palm wood, Arabians on camels, Lydians, Phrygians, Paphlagonians, Thracians in foxskin caps, and many more. It was the empire made military, the diversity of the Achaemenid world mobilized in a single martial enterprise. Herodotus records that Xerxes, reviewing his forces before the crossing, wept at the sight of them. When asked why, the great king reportedly replied that he was overcome by the brevity of human life, that of all these tens of thousands of men, not one would be alive in 100 years. It is a remarkable story to find in an account of a conquering army, and whether or not Xerxes said any such thing, it captures something true about the human cost of empire that even Persian sources acknowledge implicitly in the scale of their preparations. On the Greek side, the response to the news of Xerxes' preparations was a mixture of terror, calculation, and extraordinary courage. Many Greek city-states, particularly in northern and central Greece, concluded that resistance was hopeless and chose accommodation, giving earth and water, the traditional symbols of submission, to Persian heralds. Thessaly, Boeotia's major cities including Thebes, and many others made their peace with Persian power. But a coalition of city-states determined to resist gathered at Corinth in the autumn of 481 BC, a gathering that represented the most significant act of Greek political cooperation in the classical period. Athens and Sparta, traditional rivals, found themselves compelled by circumstances to cooperate, and it was their uneasy alliance that would provide the backbone of Greek resistance. The strategic challenge facing the Greek coalition was severe. The geography of Greece offered a few positions where a relatively small defending force might hold against a much larger attacker. The pass of Thermopylae in central Greece was the most obvious, a narrow defile between the mountains and the sea where numbers could be equalized. The plan that emerged was to hold Thermopylae with a land force while the Greek fleet contested Persian naval supremacy at the nearby Cape of Artemisium, preventing the Persian navy from turning the land position by sea. The Spartan king Leonidas led the land force that marched north to Thermopylae in August of 480 BCE. The composition of his force has been much debated and much celebrated. The core was 300 Spartan citizens, the full citizen warrior class, not merely an advance party, accompanied by their helot servants and by allied contingents from across the Peloponnese, Boeotia, and elsewhere, bringing the total to perhaps 7,000 men. The Spartan 300 occupied a special place in this force not merely because of their reputation for military excellence, but because of what their presence signified. Sparta was committed to the defense of Thermopylae to the extent of sending its king and the entire royal bodyguard. If Leonidas fell, Sparta's honor demanded revenge. The Pass of Thermopylae, the name means hot gates, from the thermal springs that still existed there, was in 480 BCE much narrower than it is today, sea level and land contours having changed significantly over the intervening millennia. The usable passage between the mountains and the marshes of the coast was in places only wide enough for a single wagon. The Greeks occupied this defile and rebuilt a wall that had originally been constructed there by earlier defenders, creating a fortified position that negated the Persian advantage in numbers and cavalry. For 2 days, Xerxes watched as his best troops, including the Immortals, the elite 10,000-man unit that formed the core of the Persian army and whose name derived from the practice of immediately replacing any casualty with a new recruit, maintaining the number forever constant, failed to break through. On the 3rd day, a local Greek resident named Ephialtes told Xerxes of a mountain path, the Anapaea Trail, that wound around the Greek position through the mountains and emerged behind the defenders. Whether Ephialtes was motivated by greed, by Persian pressure, or by the simple calculation that resistance was hopeless, his information was accurate, and Xerxes immediately sent the Immortals along this path under their commander Hydarnes. When dawn broke on the 3rd day, the Phocians guarding the mountain path were overwhelmed, and Leonidas, learning that the Persian force was descending behind him, faced a stark choice. He dismissed the majority of the allied contingents. Most accounts agree on this, though whether they left under direct orders or exercised their own judgment is unclear. The 300 Spartans remained, as did the Thespians, whose city lay directly in the path of the advancing Persian army and who therefore had nothing to gain by retreat, and the Thebans, who remained controversial in the sources, with some suggesting they stayed willingly and others that they were kept as hostages. What followed was a last stand of such extraordinary ferocity that it entered not only Greek but eventually universal cultural memory as an archetype of courage in the face of impossible odds. The Spartans and their allies fought in the open ground beyond the wall on the final morning, apparently having decided to take as many Persians with them as possible rather than fight a purely defensive action. Leonidas himself was killed in the fighting, and according to Herodotus, there was a fierce struggle over possession of his body, with the Greeks repelling for successive Persian charges before they were finally overwhelmed by the encircling forces coming down from the mountains behind them. The last survivors retreated to a small hill, where they fought until the Persians killed them all with arrows. Xerxes is reported to have had Leonidas's head cut off and mounted on a stake, an unusual act for a Persian king, who typically treated fallen enemies with a degree of respect, suggesting that the ferocity and cost of the resistance had provoked genuine fury. The Persian fleet, meanwhile, was engaged in a series of inconclusive but costly naval battles off Artemisium. The Greeks fought with determination, and the Persians, despite their numerical advantage, suffered significant losses to both enemy action and storms that battered their fleet along an exposed coastline. When news arrived that Thermopylae had fallen, the Greek fleet withdrew southward, having achieved its primary strategic purpose of buying time even if it had not won a decisive naval victory. With Thermopylae taken, Xerxes' army swept through central Greece. Boeotia submitted, as it had largely been expected to do. The great sanctuary at Delphi, home of the oracle that had guided Greek decision-making for centuries, was not plundered, whether because Xerxes respected its sanctity or because a separate Persian force sent to raid it was supposedly driven back by supernatural phenomena, as the Greeks later claimed. Athens was evacuated. The decision to abandon the city was one of the most remarkable acts of collective will in ancient history. The Athenians, on the advice of their most politically gifted citizen, Themistocles, had over the preceding decades spent the profits of a newly discovered silver mine at Laurion on building a fleet of 200 triremes rather than distributing the money to individual citizens. Now, with the Persian army approaching, Themistocles persuaded his fellow Athenians to interpret a Delphic oracle's ambiguous reference to a wooden wall as meaning this fleet rather than the wooden palisade that some had literally constructed around the Acropolis. Athens would become a fleet. Its people, old men, women, children, would board ships or be sent to safety on the Peloponnese and the island of Salamis. The city itself would be left to the Persians. The Persians entered Athens and found it largely empty. The few inhabitants who had refused to leave, mostly elderly people who either could not or would not abandon their homes, and some temple attendants who interpreted the oracle's wooden wall literally and barricaded themselves on the Acropolis behind a wooden palisade were killed after a siege. The temples on the Acropolis were burned, including the older temple of Athena that had preceded the Parthenon. The destruction was thorough and deliberate, a repayment in kind for the burning of Sardis 19 years earlier, and it sent a message that no amount of religious sanctity would protect those who had chosen resistance. But Athens was more than a city. It was a fleet, and that fleet, along with the naval forces of the Greek allies, lay at anchor in the strait between the island of Salamis and the Attic mainland, blocking the direct sea route into the Peloponnese. If the Persian fleet could be destroyed or driven off, the army, already facing supply difficulties as it advanced through the stripped and resistant Greek landscape, would be in a precarious position, cut off from easy communication and resupply. This was the logic that Themistocles had understood months before the campaign began, and it was the logic that now drove his strategic thinking as the fleets prepared for the decisive confrontation. The Greek allies at Salamis were not unified. Many of the Peloponnesian commanders, anxious about the exposed position of the fleet and contemplating a withdrawal to the Isthmus of Corinth where a defensive wall was being built, were in favor of retreat. Themistocles, aware that a withdrawal would effectively mean abandoning Athens and Attica permanently to Persian control, and that without the fleet the entire defensive strategy collapsed, deployed a combination of genuine argument and outright trickery to force a battle. He reportedly sent a secret messenger to Xerxes warning that the Greek fleet was about to escape and urging the Persians to block the exits from the Strait of Salamis that night. Whether this treachery that was not treachery was a calculated gamble or a desperate bluff, it worked. Xerxes, presented with the possibility of trapping and destroying the entire Greek fleet in one engagement, moved his fleet into position around the strait during the night, preventing the escape that many Greek commanders had been contemplating. The following morning, in the late summer of 480 BCE, the Battle of Salamis was fought. Xerxes watched from a golden throne on a promontory above the strait, surrounded by his court, expecting to observe the annihilation of Greek naval power. What he saw instead was one of the most consequential military defeats in ancient history. The Persian fleet was enormous. Estimates range from 600 to 1,200 vessels, but in the narrow waters of the Salamis Strait, it could not deploy its numerical advantage. The heavier Greek triremes, crewed by experienced Athenian rowers who had been working their ships intensively for years, rammed and boarded with devastating effect. The Persian fleet was larger, more diverse in its constituent parts, and less experienced in operating as a coordinated unit. Many of its sailors, unlike the Greek rowers, were not fighting for their homes. By the end of the day, the Persian fleet was broken, a large portion of it sunk or captured, and the survivors had withdrawn. The consequences were immediate and far-reaching. Xerxes, who had watched the entire disaster from his hillside throne, was in a situation that combined personal humiliation with genuine strategic danger. The loss of naval supremacy meant that his army's supply lines were vulnerable, and with winter approaching, the prospect of feeding a force of over 100,000 men through a hostile Greek winter on denuded Greek farmland was alarming. Herodotus reports that Xerxes was further alarmed by warnings from his admiral Artemisia, the queen of Halicarnassus, a Greek city that was a Persian subject, who commanded 5 ships at Salamis with considerable personal courage and tactical intelligence, that he should return to Persia before the Greek fleet destroyed the Hellespont bridges and cut off his retreat. Whether this advice was given in the form Herodotus reports matters less than the decision that was made. Xerxes departed for Persia, leaving Mardonius in command of a substantial force, estimated at roughly 100,000 men, to winter in Thessaly and continue operations in the spring. The following year, 479 BCE, saw 2 decisive engagements that effectively ended the Achaemenid attempt to incorporate mainland Greece into the empire. Mardonius advanced south again in the spring, reoccupied Athens, the Athenians having evacuated once more, and attempted to negotiate a separate peace with Athens, offering generous terms that would have transformed Athens into a Persian ally and broken the Greek coalition. The Athenians refused. Mardonius then withdrew northward, and the Greek coalition assembled the largest Greek land army ever fielded, under Spartan command and followed him into Boeotia. The Battle of Plataea, fought in the late summer of 479 BCE, was a messy, confused engagement that lasted for several weeks of maneuvering, skirmishing, and supply disruption before culminating in a decisive clash in which Mardonius was killed and his army disintegrated. On the same day, according to ancient tradition, though the coincidence seems too neat to be entirely credible, the Greek fleet destroyed the remaining Persian naval forces at Mycale on the coast of Anatolia, and the Ionian Greeks began a second revolt against Persian authority. The Persian expeditionary force in Europe was finished, and the strategic question now was whether Persia would attempt a third invasion or whether the Greek world had effectively demonstrated that incorporation was more costly than it was worth. Persia did not attempt a third invasion of mainland Greece, and this decision, whatever its precise motivation, effectively ended the Persian Wars as a campaign of conquest. What followed was a period of continued conflict in the Aegean as Athens, newly energized by its victories, took the lead in a naval league, the Delian League, formed ostensibly to continue the war against Persia and to liberate the Greeks of Ionia. This league, rapidly transforming under Athenian leadership into what was effectively an Athenian empire, conducted successful campaigns along the Anatolian coast and in Egypt, where a major Athenian intervention supported an Egyptian revolt against Persian authority from 460 to 454 BCE. The Egyptian expedition ended in catastrophe for Athens, with an entire fleet and army destroyed. But the Delian League continued its activities, and by the mid-5th century BCE, a de facto peace, sometimes called the Peace of Callias, though its exact terms and even its existence remain debated by historians, appears to have been reached, under which Persian suzerainty over the Ionian Greeks was effectively acknowledged in exchange for Persian agreement not to send warships into Aegean waters. From the Persian perspective, the Greco-Persian Wars had been an episode, significant, embarrassing in its final outcome, costly in ships and men, but not existentially threatening to an empire whose heartland was in Persia, Mesopotamia, and Central Asia. The loss of European Greece was hardly a mortal wound to an empire that controlled Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, Bactria, Sogdiana, and the approaches to India. The wars with Greece occupy perhaps a decade of a reign that lasted 21 years, and they represent perhaps a tenth of the significant events of Xerxes' kingdom. Yet the Greek literary tradition, which would become the dominant narrative of this period, naturally placed these wars at the center of history, and subsequent centuries have largely followed this prioritization. Xerxes returned to Persia after Salamis and resumed the work of empire that was his primary occupation. The great constructions at Persepolis continued throughout his reign. The Gate of All Nations, the largest of the Persepolis gateways, was completed under his supervision. His own palace, the harem, and the great treasury were all built or substantially expanded during his rule. The inscriptions he left at Persepolis reveal a king keenly interested in expressing the theological and political foundations of Achaemenid power, invoking Ahura Mazda with an intensity that sometimes exceeds even his father's declarations. Xerxes' religious inscriptions also contain a passage that has attracted considerable scholarly attention, in which he describes destroying the temples of a people who worshipped false gods and re-establishing the worship of Ahura Mazda in their place. A passage that scholars have variously interpreted as evidence of a crackdown on Babylonian religion, a campaign against the diva worship of certain Eastern Iranian peoples, or a purely rhetorical expression of Zoroastrian orthodoxy. The internal politics of the Achaemenid court during Xerxes' later reign illustrate, with uncomfortable clarity, the structural tensions that ran through the imperial system. The royal harem was not merely a repository of the king's personal pleasures, but a political institution of the first order, home to the wives and children of the king, and to the competing interests of powerful noble families who had secured their positions through royal marriages. The mothers and wives of royal princes wielded substantial influence over court appointments, military commands, and the crucial question of succession, and this influence was exercised through the complex social networks of the court rather than through formal institutional channels. Intrigue was not a pathology of the Achaemenid court, but a feature of it, a product of the structural reality that enormous wealth and power flowed from royal favor, and that the competition for that favor was fierce, sophisticated, and occasionally lethal. Xerxes was assassinated in his bedchamber in 465 BCE by a conspiracy involving a court official named Artabanus, the commander of the royal guard, and possibly a royal prince. The details are uncertain and the ancient sources contradictory, but the fact of assassination is not in doubt. His son Artaxerxes I came to power after the conspiracy was exposed and its ringleaders executed, and he would rule for 41 years, a reign that consolidated Achaemenid power, managed the turbulent aftermath of the Persian Wars, and demonstrated the empire's remarkable resilience. Artaxerxes I inherited an empire that was still the largest and wealthiest political entity in the world, still capable of projecting military force across enormous distances, and still characterized by the administrative sophistication that Darius had built into its foundations. His long reign was marked by several significant challenges, most notably the Great Satrap Revolt in Egypt that produced the catastrophic Athenian expedition and consumed years of Persian military effort before its suppression in 454 BCE. The Persian commander Megabyzus played a crucial role in recovering Egypt, but subsequently revolted himself in Syria in what appears to have been a dispute over the terms on which prominent Egyptian rebels were to be treated. This revolt, suppressed, interestingly, with considerable leniency toward Megabyzus himself, illustrates the recurring tension between the crown and the powerful military commanders on whom it depended for the exercise of force. Artaxerxes also managed the complex diplomacy of the Greek world during the period of Athenian imperial expansion and the growing rivalry between Athens and Sparta that would eventually explode into the Peloponnesian War. Persian gold, directed through various diplomatic channels, became a significant factor in Greek politics, a tool that Persian strategists used with considerable sophistication to keep the Greek city-states occupied with each other rather than with Persian interests. The great irony of the Peloponnesian War, which devastated the Greek world from 431 to 404 BCE, is that it was financed in its decisive phase largely by Persian subsidy to Sparta. The Greeks who had celebrated their victory over Persia at Marathon and Salamis found their freedom constrained not by Persian spears, but by Persian silver. The half-century between the end of the Persian Wars and the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War represents in many ways the golden age of both Athenian and Persian civilization. In Athens, the democratic institutions established by Cleisthenes reached their fullest development under the leadership of Pericles. The Parthenon and the other temples of the rebuilt Acropolis were constructed. Sophocles, Aeschylus, and Euripides were writing their tragedies. Thucydides and Herodotus were developing the discipline of historical inquiry. Socrates was beginning his philosophical conversations in the Athenian agora. In Persia, the great constructions at Persepolis continued. Babylonian astronomical science was reaching new levels of precision. The trade networks of the empire were generating unprecedented prosperity. The multicultural intellectual life of the imperial court was producing artistic and architectural achievements of enduring quality. These two civilizations, which had fought bitterly and would fight again, were in some respects growing more similar to each other even as they maintained their fierce sense of difference. The Persepolis of the mid-5th century BCE, seen by travelers from across the empire and beyond, must have been among the most overwhelming physical expressions of human power in the ancient world. The great terrace rose 30 to 40 feet above the surrounding plain, its massive stone walls constructed from precisely fitted blocks without mortar. The Apodona's columns, when all 36 were standing, only 13 remain today, created a forest of stone 60 feet high that could be seen from miles away across the flat plain of Persargadae. The carvings on the staircases and doorways, recently completed or still in progress, depicted in meticulous relief the formal ceremonies of empire. Delegations bearing tribute, royal guards in their formal dress, the king enthroned beneath the winged disk of Ahura Mazda, attendants carrying parasols and fly whisks. The stylized struggle of bull and lion that appears throughout Persian art as a symbol of royal power overcoming chaos. The palace complex included not only ceremonial halls but functional administrative buildings. The treasury complex in particular, which housed not only the physical reserves of the imperial treasury but the administrative records and the workshops of artisans employed by the court. The treasury itself, recorded in the Persepolis tablets, employed hundreds of craftsmen of extraordinary skill, goldsmiths working in the tradition of the finest Near Eastern metalwork, sculptors trained in multiple artistic traditions, weavers producing the elaborate textiles that adorned the royal court, jewelers setting the precious stones that came from every corner of the empire. The wages recorded in the tablets are denominated in silver. The Persians had moved toward a money economy even for workers who had previously been paid in kind, and they reveal a sophisticated labor market with wage differentials based on skill, nationality, and gender. Skilled foreign workers could command premium wages. Women workers generally received lower wages than men for comparable work, though the differential was not as extreme as in some other ancient societies. The Persepolis tablets give us in some ways a more intimate view of the daily life of the ancient Near East than any other source. The records of individual payments to named workers, the careful accounting of grain and wine dispersed to travelers, the lists of rations for mothers with nursing infants. And they humanize an empire that is sometimes seen only through the grand abstractions of monumental architecture and military history. The imperial roads that connected this world remained among its most impressive achievements throughout the Achaemenid period. The royal road itself was maintained in excellent condition. Travelers could reckon their journey in regular stages between posting stations, where fresh horses, clean water, and provisions were available for those with the proper authorizations. The road network extended beyond the main artery to connect all the major cities of the empire, and along these roads moved the perpetual traffic of empire. Tax collectors carrying silver from the provinces to the royal treasury, royal messengers with clay tablet dispatches bearing the royal seal, merchants with caravans of luxury goods, military units moving between stations, pilgrims traveling to great sanctuaries, artisans seeking employment, officials traveling to new postings, and the constant movement of ordinary people whose business brought them across provincial boundaries. The roads were safe. The Persians maintained active patrols and took seriously the obligation to protect legitimate travelers on the royal highway. And this security was itself a significant commercial asset. The diversity of peoples who moved along these roads and through the commercial networks of the empire created a cultural ferment that modern scholarship is only beginning to appreciate fully. The idea that the Persian Empire was a monolithic Oriental despotism crushing the spirit of subject peoples is a caricature generated primarily by Greek literary tradition and fundamentally misleading. The Persians were interested in the cultures they governed. Persian court artists worked alongside Egyptian, Babylonian, Greek, and Indian craftsmen, and the resulting aesthetic was a genuine synthesis rather than simple imitation. The Persepolis reliefs show clear influences from Egyptian and Mesopotamian artistic traditions alongside distinctly Iranian elements. The glazed brickwork of Susa draws on Babylonian ceramic techniques applied to Persian design sensibilities. The rock-cut royal tombs at Nakshi Rustam, where Darius and his successors were buried, combine architectural elements from multiple traditions into something that is recognizably and uniquely Persian. Religious and philosophical ideas circulated along with goods and people. The Persian Zoroastrian tradition influenced Jewish theology during the Babylonian exile, contributing to the development of ideas about angels, the cosmic struggle between good and evil, and eschatological expectation that would eventually be absorbed into both Judaism and early Christianity. Indian religious and philosophical currents moved westward along the trade routes, and Western ideas moved east. The Persian court employed physicians from Greece, the most famous being Ctesias of Cnidus, who spent years at the court of Artaxerxes II and wrote a history of Persia that, for all its fanciful elements, preserves genuine information about court life, alongside Egyptian doctors who had been famous for their medical knowledge since the time of Homer. The question of women in the Achaemenid Empire is complex and cannot be reduced to simple assertions in either direction. The royal harem was a real institution with real constraints on the freedom of its inhabitants, and the wives and concubines of the great king lived lives defined by the requirements of the royal household rather than their own preferences. But the evidence of the Persepolis tablets reveals a more nuanced reality than the image of feminine seclusion that Greek accounts often project. Women, including some described simply as women, not royal women, appear in the tablets as recipients of rations, as travelers on the royal roads with their own male and female servants, as managers of their own households, and in some cases as recipients of elevated rations that suggest special status or responsibility. Some women in the tablets receive the same rations as men performing similar functions. The evidence for Persian noblewomen managing estates, appearing in legal proceedings, and exercising economic agency in their own right suggests a degree of female independence that Greek commentators, writing from their own societies' more extreme restrictions on women, either failed to notice or chose to ignore. The Achaemenid Empire in the years after the Persian Wars was not a civilization in decline. It was a civilization at its fullest development, architecturally, administratively, commercially, and culturally. The setbacks in Greece, though real, had not shaken the fundamental structures of imperial power. The satrapies continued to function, the roads continued to carry traffic, the treasuries continued to accumulate silver, and the king continued to sit on his throne in the Great Hall at Persepolis receiving the submission of the nations. But beneath this impressive surface, certain structural tensions were becoming more pronounced, tensions that would, over the coming century and a half, gradually erode the empire's capacity to project power and maintain internal cohesion. The most persistent of these tensions was the problem of the satrapy. A satrap who governed a large, wealthy province for many years inevitably accumulated local loyalties, personal networks, military resources, and a degree of practical independence that could be difficult to reconcile with imperial authority. The satrap of Egypt controlled the agricultural surplus of the Nile Valley, the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. The satrap of Babylon governed a population of perhaps 1 million people and a commercial economy of extraordinary sophistication. The satrap of the western provinces, what the Persians called the satrapy of Sardis, essentially the whole of Anatolia, controlled the empire's interface with the Greek world and the revenues of a dozen prosperous cities. These positions made their holders extraordinarily powerful, and the temptation to translate that power into political independence, given the right circumstances, was structural rather than merely personal. The succession crises that recurrently destabilized the Achaemenid court amplified this structural tendency. When the legitimate succession was in doubt, satraps and other powerful nobles were compelled to choose between competing claimants, and the patronage and protection offered by different claimants created factional alignments that could persist for decades after the immediate succession crisis was resolved. The losers in these struggles, and there were always losers because only one man could be king, were typically executed or exiled along with their supporters. But this thoroughness in eliminating defeated factions also eliminated experienced administrators and military commanders and created an atmosphere of suspicion and factional competition that could not but impair the functioning of the imperial system. Artaxerxes I died in 424 BCE after his long and generally successful reign, and the succession crisis that followed was swift and brutal. 3 of his sons held the throne within the space of a single year, with one, Darius II, eventually emerging victorious after considerable bloodshed to rule for 19 years. Darius II's reign was characterized by heavy reliance on court favorites and his formidable queen Persipolis, whose intelligence and ruthlessness made her one of the most influential figures at the Achaemenid court for decades. Persian gold flowed to Sparta during the critical years of the Peloponnesian War under Darius II's direction, and the satrap Tissaphernes in Anatolia played a subtle and sometimes treacherous game with Greek alliances that ultimately served Persian interests by prolonging the conflict and exhausting all parties. The death of Darius II in 404 BCE and the succession of his son Artaxerxes II unleashed the most serious internal challenge the Achaemenid Empire had faced since the revolts of Darius's early reign. Artaxerxes' younger brother Cyrus, named after the founder, a choice that was itself politically suggestive, had been appointed by Darius II as commander of the western satrapies and had used this position to build up military resources and personal loyalty networks. When Artaxerxes took the throne, Cyrus was summoned to the court on a charge of treason, survived through the intervention of his mother Persipolis, and returned to his satrapy, determined to challenge his brother's rule. He began secretly assembling a large mercenary force, including approximately 10,000 Greek soldiers recruited from across the Greek world, and in 401 BC marched against his brother in one of the most dramatic fratricidal conflicts of the ancient world. The story of this expedition is known primarily through the extraordinary account of Xenophon, an Athenian who participated as a junior officer in the Greek mercenary force and wrote his experiences in the Anabasis, the march-up country. Cyrus's army met the royal forces of Artaxerxes at Cunaxa, near Babylon, and the battle was going remarkably well for the rebels. The Greek mercenaries had swept away the portion of the royal army facing them, when Cyrus himself, fighting with reckless personal courage near the center of the line, was killed. His death ended the battle instantly, since without Cyrus there was no reason for his army to continue fighting. The satrap commanders of Cyrus's force submitted immediately to Artaxerxes. Only the Greek mercenaries, stranded deep in Persian territory with no legitimate employer and no clear path home, remained an organized military force, and their subsequent march northward through the mountains of Kurdistan and Armenia to the Black Sea, fighting off Persian harassment and local tribes, is the adventure that Xenophon describes with such memorable vividness. The significance of the Anabasis for the eventual Macedonian conquest of Persia is easily overstated but impossible to ignore entirely. 10,000 Greek soldiers had marched to the heart of the Persian Empire and had fought their way out again, demonstrating both Greek military effectiveness in Persian territory and the limitations of the Persian military response in a situation requiring aggressive pursuit and irregular warfare. The message that thoughtful Greeks took from this episode, that Persian military power was not invincible, that a disciplined Greek force could operate effectively in Persian territory, was real, even if the specific lessons needed considerable refinement before they could be translated into conquest. When the later Macedonian king Philip II and his son Alexander were developing their strategic concepts for an eastern campaign, the experience of the 10,000 was part of their intellectual preparation. Artaxerxes II was the longest reigning Achaemenid king, ruling for 45 years from 404 to 359 BCE, and his reign illustrates in concentrated form the tensions that would eventually overwhelm the dynasty. He faced the revolt of his brother Cyrus, successfully suppressed, followed by a prolonged and ultimately inconclusive war with Sparta, the power that had benefited most from Persian gold during the Peloponnesian War, in which Persian gold again proved more decisive than Persian arms, this time funding Athenian and Theban resistance to Spartan hegemony. The King's Peace of 387 BCE, also called the Peace of Antalcidas after the Spartan diplomat who negotiated it, established a settlement that, from the Persian perspective, was a genuine diplomatic triumph. The Greek cities of Asia were formally recognized as Persian subjects, and the Greek mainland cities were guaranteed autonomy, which in practice meant that Persian diplomacy could exploit divisions between them indefinitely. It was perhaps the high-water mark of Persian diplomatic effectiveness in the Greek world. But the latter years of Artaxerxes II's reign were troubled by what historians call the Great Satraps' Revolt, a widespread uprising of Western satrapies that began in the 370s BCE and persisted intermittently for decades. The revolt was not a coordinated independence movement with unified political objectives, but rather a series of overlapping and sometimes conflicting rebellions by individual satraps who had various grievances, some related to imperial taxation, some to court factionalism, some to personal ambitions. Ariobarzanes in Phrygia, Datames in Cappadocia, Mausolus in Coria. These were powerful men with substantial military resources who exploited the weakness of central authority during the later years of an aging king's reign to pursue their own agendas. The revolts were eventually suppressed through a combination of military force and diplomatic maneuvering, but they revealed that the institutional checks on satrapal power that Darius had designed were no longer functioning with their original effectiveness. Artaxerxes II died in 359 BCE, and the succession struggle that followed was, by Achaemenid standards, brief but brutal. Of his many sons by his several wives, he reportedly had over 100 children, though this figure may be exaggerated. The surviving candidate was Artaxerxes III, who secured the throne by executing most of his brothers and several other potential rivals. He was a harsh ruler by any standard and a capable one by some measures, and early in his reign he achieved one of the most significant military successes of the late Achaemenid period by reconquering Egypt, which had been independent of Persian rule since the beginning of Artaxerxes II's reign. The reconquest of Egypt in 343 BCE, achieved after an earlier failed attempt, restored the empire's most valuable external province and demonstrated that the Persian military machine, when properly led and supplied, was still capable of significant offensive operations. Artaxerxes III also intervened with some effectiveness in the politics of the Western satrapies, reasserting central authority and reversing some of the trends towards satrapal autonomy that had developed during his father's reign. But his methods, execution, confiscation, direct military intervention, generated resentment at the highest levels of the court, and in 338 BCE he was poisoned, reportedly at the instigation of his powerful court official Bagoas, an Egyptian eunuch who had become the effective power broker of the imperial court. Bagoas installed Artaxerxes' son Arses on the throne, found him insufficiently pliable, and poisoned him as well, then placed on the throne a distant Achaemenid relative named Darius III in 336 BC. The story of how the last Achaemenid king came to power, chosen by a court official rather than by hereditary right, installed on the throne of Cyrus and Darius and Xerxes by a kingmaker who had already killed 2 kings, tells us something significant about how far the Achaemenid constitutional order had deteriorated from its classical form. Darius III was not, as Greek and Macedonian sources consistently portray him, a coward or a fool. He was a man of genuine personal courage. Ancient sources record that he had killed a warrior in single combat before his elevation, and considerable intelligence, who found himself confronting a military and strategic challenge for which neither his prior experience nor the existing tools of Persian statecraft were adequate. He had barely stabilized his position on the throne when news arrived from the west that would demand all his attention and ultimately his life. Across the Aegean, in the mountainous kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, a transformation had been occurring over the preceding 2 decades that was in the process of fundamentally reshaping the balance of power in the eastern Mediterranean world. Macedon had been, for most of Greek history, a peripheral kingdom of limited cultural sophistication and uncertain political stability, its kings often dependent on southern Greek support against their northern neighbors, its claim to Greek identity contested by the more established city-states of the south. But in 359 BCE, the same year Artaxerxes II died in Persia, a new king had come to power in Macedon who would, in the 23 years of his reign, transform his kingdom from a regional power into the dominant military force in the Greek world. Philip II of Macedon was one of the most gifted political and military innovators of the ancient world. He had spent several years as a young man as a hostage in Thebes, and during that time he had observed closely the military system of the great Theban general Epaminondas, whose oblique attack formation and emphasis on concentrated offensive power had recently destroyed Spartan military hegemony at the Battle of Leuctra. Philip absorbed these lessons and went further, developing what would become the Macedonian military system, the foundation on which Alexander would later build his conquests. The core of Philip's military innovation was the Macedonian phalanx, equipped with the sarissa, a pike of extraordinary length, 18 feet or more, that created an overlapping forest of spear points projecting far in front of the front rank of the formation. This formation, properly trained and deployed, was nearly impenetrable from the front. But Philip's real innovation was tactical synthesis. He combined the phalanx with heavy cavalry and light infantry into an integrated combined arms system in which the infantry held and pinned the enemy, while the cavalry delivered a decisive shock attack at the critical moment, typically against an exposed flank or through a gap in the enemy line that the infantry pressure had created. This system required a higher standard of training, coordination, and tactical flexibility than anything the Greek world had previously deployed, and Philip spent years drilling his army to achieve it. Philip also demonstrated the political genius that would be at least as important as his military skill. He used gold, drawn from newly developed mines at Amphipolis, for systematic bribery, turning potential enemies into allies or rendering them unable to act at the critical moment. He used marriages. He contracted at least 7 to bind various Greek and Macedonian noble families to his dynasty. He used diplomacy with exceptional sophistication, playing Greek city-states against each other, exploiting their rivalries, offering each what it most desired while advancing Macedonian interests. And he used military force when necessary with a speed and decisiveness that repeatedly caught his opponents unprepared. By 338 BCE, Philip had incorporated or neutralized virtually all of Greece. At the Battle of Chaeronea in Boeotia, a Macedonian army defeated the combined forces of Athens and Thebes in the most significant land battle in Greek history since Plataea. On the right wing of the Macedonian line, the 18-year-old Alexander commanded the companion cavalry and played a decisive role in breaking the Theban sacred band, the crack elite unit of 300 paired warriors that had been the dominant military force in Central Greece for 2 generations. The band died where it stood, and its collective grave, marked by a carved stone lion that still stands at Chaeronea, is one of the most moving military memorials of the ancient world. Philip's subsequent settlement of Greek affairs was generous by the standards of ancient conquerors. He imposed no harsh terms on the defeated cities, demanded no tribute, sought instead to organize the Greek world under Macedonian leadership through the League of Corinth, a pan-Hellenic organization that acknowledged Macedonian hegemony while preserving formal city-state autonomy. He then announced the project that had been in his mind for years, a pan-Hellenic campaign against Persia, framed as revenge for the burning of Athens in 480 BCE and the liberation of the Ionian Greeks, but driven in reality by the internal dynamics of a military kingdom that needed external conquest to maintain itself and by Philip's own imperial ambitions. Philip sent an advance force across the Hellespont under his generals Parmenion and Attalus in 336 BCE, establishing a bridgehead in Asia Minor. But before he could lead the main army himself, he was assassinated at a wedding celebration in Aegae, stabbed by one of his own bodyguards. The reasons for the assassination remain obscure and controversial. Personal grudge, Persian gold, court conspiracy, the machinations of his estranged wife Olympias, or some combination of factors, but its immediate consequence was clear. The Pan-Hellenic campaign against Persia would be led not by Philip, but by his 20-year-old son, Alexander. Alexander III of Macedon, the man history would call Alexander the Great, came to power in an atmosphere of crisis. Philip's death immediately inspired revolts across Greece, where many cities had submitted to Macedonian hegemony with barely concealed reluctance and saw in the accession of an untested young king an opportunity for liberation. Alexander's response was characteristically swift and overwhelming. He moved south with an army, overawed the Greek states before they could coordinate resistance, was recognized as hegemon of the League of Corinth, then moved north to deal with Thracian and Illyrian tribes who were threatening Macedonia's northern frontier. While he was campaigning in the north, a false rumor of his death spread through Greece, and Thebes, the city whose great general Epaminondas had done so much to shape the military tradition Alexander himself employed, rose in full revolt, killing the Macedonian garrison soldiers in the city's citadel. Alexander turned south with a speed that stunned everyone who had assumed the revolt would have months to develop before the Macedonian army could arrive. Thebes was taken by storm, and in a calculated act of political theater that sent an unmistakable message to every Greek city contemplating defiance, it was razed to the ground. Only the temples and the house of the poet Pindar were spared. 30,000 Thebans were sold into slavery. The fate of Thebes, one of the great cities of classical Greece, destroyer of the Spartans at Leuctra, home of Epaminondas and the Sacred Band, was a deliberate demonstration of what resistance to Macedonian authority cost. It served its purpose. No Greek city offered serious opposition again during Alexander's subsequent campaigns. The spring of 334 BCE saw Alexander lead his army across the Hellespont into Asia, fulfilling the project his father had announced and died before completing. The force that crossed was smaller than Xerxes' army had been, approximately 40,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, but it was magnificently equipped, superbly trained, and led by commanders of exceptional quality. The infantry included the Macedonian phalanx with its sarissas, the hypaspists or shield-bearers who were elite infantry capable of both phalanx fighting and more fluid tactical operations, allied Greek hoplites, Thracian and Illyrian light troops, Cretan archers, and Agrianian javelin men. The cavalry was dominated by the companion cavalry, the Macedonian heavy cavalry that Alexander himself typically led, and the Thessalian cavalry, among the finest horsemen in the Greek world. That Alexander's first act on arriving in Asia was a piece of deliberate theater that reveals his extraordinary sensitivity to the mythological and historical dimensions of his campaign. He leaped ashore from his ship, planted his spear in the Asian soil, and proclaimed that he accepted Asia as a spear-won gift from the gods. He then visited Troy, where he paid honors at the tomb of Achilles, his claimed ancestor through his mother Olympias, and ran a foot race around the supposed tomb of the hero, as Greek tradition required. The identification with Achilles, the greatest of Greek warriors, who had won undying glory through early death rather than long life, was central to Alexander's self-conception from the beginning and never left him. The Persian response to the Macedonian invasion was determined by the Western satraps meeting in council at Zelea, and the strategy they adopted, if Arrian's account can be trusted, was remarkable in its apparent short-sightedness. The satrap of Hellespontine Phrygia, Arcides, reportedly insisted that not a single house in his territory should be burned to feed enemy horses, a concern for his own satrapal interests that fatally compromised the defensive strategy. The Persian commanders rejected the advice of Memnon of Rhodes, a Greek mercenary commander in Persian service who recommended a scorched earth strategy combined with naval operations to carry the war back to Greece, and instead chose to offer battle on the banks of the Granicus River. The Battle of the Granicus in May 334 BCE was the first major engagement of Alexander's Asian campaign, and its outcome was determined partly by Persian tactical error and partly by Alexander's personal courage that amounted at times to recklessness. The Persian cavalry was drawn up on the far bank of the river, with Greek mercenary infantry in reserve, and Alexander attacked across the river in the face of this cavalry, with his companion cavalry personally leading the charge. In the melee that followed, he was nearly killed twice. Once when a Persian nobleman shattered his sarissa lance with a battle axe and prepared to deliver a killing blow, saved only when Clitus the Black, one of his officers, cut off the Persian's sword arm with his own weapon. The Persian cavalry broke under the pressure of the charge. The Greek mercenary infantry was surrounded and offered quarter but refused it, allegedly because of Alexander's determination to make an example of Greeks fighting against Greece in Persian service, and the battle ended in a decisive Macedonian victory. The strategic consequences were immediate. The western satrapies of Anatolia lay open. City after city submitted as Alexander advanced southward along the Aegean coast, and wherever he arrived, he was careful to present himself as a liberator rather than a conqueror, disbanding the Persian-backed oligarchies and restoring democratic institutions, remitting tribute, and emphasizing his role as the avenger of Greek suffering under Persian domination. The great city of Sardis, capital of the Western satrapy and one of the empire's most important administrative centers, submitted without a fight. Ephesus, home of the Temple of Artemis, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world, opened its gates. Some cities, like Miletus and Halicarnassus, required sieges, and at Halicarnassus Alexander encountered the first serious organized resistance of the campaign, directed by Memnon of Rhodes, who had finally been given the command his abilities deserved. Memnon's defense of Halicarnassus was skillful, and Alexander eventually took the city only after hard fighting that left much of it in ruins. Memnon then pursued exactly the naval strategy he had recommended before the Granicus, taking the war to the Aegean, threatening the Macedonian supply lines and the stability of the Greek states. And for a time in 333 BCE, it seemed possible that this strategy might succeed. But Memnon died of illness during the operations, and without his leadership the Persian counteroffensive lost direction. Alexander, meanwhile, continued his advance through Anatolia, neutralizing the Persian fleet's bases by capturing coastal cities and rendering it unable to operate effectively in the Aegean without ports. The decisive confrontation could not be indefinitely postponed, and Darius III had by 333 BCE assembled a large army in Syria for the defense of the Persian heartland. The two armies met at Issus, near the modern Turkish-Syrian border, in November of that year. The geography of the battlefield, a narrow coastal plain between the sea and the mountains, was unfavorable for the larger Persian force, which could not deploy its numerical advantage in the constricted space. Alexander attacked in his characteristic style, personally leading the companion cavalry in an oblique charge against the Persian left, aiming for the spot where Darius himself commanded from his royal chariot. The Macedonian phalanx held the center against the Persian infantry and Greek mercenaries, and when Alexander's charge broke through toward the royal position, Darius, faced with the prospect of capture or death, turned his chariot and fled, abandoning his royal tent, his treasury, his mother, his wife, and his children. The flight of Darius at Issus became one of the defining images of the entire campaign in the ancient tradition, and its psychological significance should not be underestimated. The great king of Persia, the successor of Cyrus and Darius and Xerxes, the ruler of a dominion stretching from the Mediterranean to the borders of India, had fled from the battlefield and abandoned his family to the enemy. Whatever the tactical rationale, and there was one, since a dead king meant a collapsed dynasty, the image of royal flight was devastating to Persian prestige and Darius's personal authority. The Persian royal family, treated with elaborate courtesy by Alexander and housed in conditions appropriate to their dignity, became both diplomatic assets and symbols of Persian imperial humiliation. After Issus, Alexander declined to pursue Darius immediately into the Persian heartland, choosing instead to complete the conquest of the Mediterranean coastline, eliminating the ports that could support Persian naval operations and securing his supply lines before advancing east. This strategic choice led to the most remarkable engineering achievement of his campaign, the Siege of Tyre. The great Phoenician city occupied an island half a mile offshore, its walls rising directly from the sea, and its port facilities made it the keystone of Eastern Mediterranean naval power. Alexander built a causeway, a mole of earth and rubble, projecting from the mainland across the half-mile of sea, advancing it under constant attack from the Tyrian fleet and from catapults mounted on the city walls, until he could bring his own siege machines to bear against the walls themselves. The siege lasted 7 months, from January to July of 332 BCE, and when the walls were finally breached and the city taken, Alexander expressed his anger at the prolonged resistance in the conventional terms of ancient warfare. The defenders were killed, the survivors sold into slavery, and the city burned. It was the worst single military atrocity of his campaign, and it had the intended deterrent effect on the remaining coastal cities, most of which capitulated immediately. Egypt received Alexander in 332 BCE as it had received Cambyses 2 centuries earlier, but with dramatically different political symbolism. The Persians had in their later period treated Egypt as a subject province rather than a kingdom in its own right, and Egyptian resentment of Persian rule, expressed in several major revolts, made the arriving Macedonians genuinely welcome to many Egyptians. Alexander visited the ancient oracle of Ammonius at the oasis of Siwa in the western desert, a journey of several hundred miles across difficult terrain that he undertook apparently on personal initiative, and the oracle reportedly addressed him as the son of Ammonius, the Egyptian equivalent of Zeus. The political and psychological significance of this divine sonship, whatever Alexander himself believed about it, was enormous. He was now not merely a Greek king leading a Greek campaign of vengeance, but a pharaoh recognized by Egypt's most authoritative oracle as the son of the supreme god, the legitimate ruler of the oldest civilization in the Mediterranean world. He founded Alexandria in early 331 BCE, marking out the plan of the city himself according to ancient sources, though the full construction of the city lay in the future. The choice of site was brilliant. A location on the narrow land bridge between the Mediterranean and Lake Mareotis, with a natural harbor supplemented by offshore islands, that would become one of the greatest commercial and intellectual centers of the ancient world. Then Alexander marched east to meet Darius, who had used the 2 years since Issus to assemble an even larger army on terrain of his own choosing. The meeting came at Gaugamela, near the ancient city of Nineveh in northern Iraq, in October of 331 BCE. Darius had selected a broad flat plain and had his engineers clear it of obstacles to give his cavalry, chariots, and war elephants the best possible conditions for operation. He had equipped his scythe chariots with blades attached to their wheels and hubs, designed to cut through infantry formations. He had assembled forces from across the entire empire, including Bactrian cavalry, Indian troops with their elephants, Scythian horsemen, and a large force of Greek mercenaries. By the most credible ancient estimates, the Persian force may have numbered 200,000 to 300,000 men, facing Alexander's perhaps 47,000. Alexander's tactical problem at Gaugamela was how to prevent the Persian numerical advantage in cavalry from overlapping and enveloping his flanks, a problem that Darius had specifically designed his battlefield choice to facilitate. Alexander's solution was characteristically bold. He drew up his infantry in a defensive formation with oblique flank guards, and then led the companion cavalry in a march along the Persian line toward its right, drawing the Persian cavalry out of position in an attempt to prevent him from overlapping their flank. When a gap opened in the Persian line as cavalry moved to respond to Alexander's movement, he turned and charged directly through it, driving toward Darius himself with the same intent as at Issus. On the left, the Macedonian position came close to breaking as the Persian cavalry swept around the flank, and for a time a gap opened between the Macedonian left and center, through which Persian cavalry rode all the way back to the baggage train. But the Macedonian commanders held their nerve, the phalanx maintained its integrity, and once again Darius, faced with the imminent arrival of Alexander's cavalry at his position, fled. This time there was no question of diplomatic negotiation or strategic patience. The rout of Gaugamela was total. The Persian army dissolved, and Darius fled northeast toward Media with whatever troops remained loyal to him personally. Alexander pressed forward immediately to the great cities of the Persian heartland. Babylon opened its gates without resistance, its population lining the roads with flowers and incense. The Babylonian priesthood had their temples intact, their rituals undisturbed, their autonomy essentially preserved. Alexander was playing the role of liberator even in the heart of the empire. Susa fell with equal ease, its vast treasury, containing approximately 50,000 talents of gold and silver bullion, the accumulated reserves of generations of Achaemenid rulers, falling into Macedonian hands. This single haul of treasure exceeded the entire annual revenues of the Athenian Empire at its height, multiplied by 30. Its subsequent release into the Mediterranean economy would produce a significant inflation and a fundamental restructuring of the commercial world. The Persian Gates, a narrow pass in the Zagros Mountains guarding the road to Persepolis and the Persian heartland, provided the last serious military resistance before the royal capitals. A Persian force under the satrap Ariobarzanes blocked the pass with fortifications and initially repulsed Alexander's frontal assault with considerable loss. Alexander, learning of a mountain path around the position from local guides, divided his forces, led part of the army around the mountain in a night march in freezing conditions, and attacked the Persian position simultaneously from the rear and front, routing the garrison with heavy casualties. Ariobarzanes escaped with a handful of troops and apparently died fighting shortly afterward. The path to Persepolis was open. Persepolis was reached in late January 330 BCE. The city surrendered without a fight, and Alexander immediately sequestered the treasury, containing an additional 120,000 talents, a staggering sum, and imposed strict discipline on his troops to prevent the plundering of the city. For several months, the Macedonian army used Persepolis as its base of operations while Alexander conducted campaigns against the local Persian tribes who were still offering resistance. The city's civilian population was, apparently, treated more or less normally during this period. The shops continued to function, and there is little evidence of systematic brutality in the occupation. Then, in the spring of 330 BCE, Persepolis burned. The circumstances of the burning remain among the most debated questions in the history of Alexander's campaign. The ancient sources offer two contradictory accounts. One, preserved in the historian Diodorus and others, describes a calculated decision made the morning after a drunken symposium, with the courtesan Thais, the mistress of Alexander's general Ptolemy, urging the burning as a fitting revenge for Xerxes' destruction of Athens, and Alexander leading a torchlit procession that set the palace complex alight. The other tradition, found in Arrian, presents the burning as a deliberate strategic and symbolic act, performed in full sobriety as a political statement, the destruction of the Persian royal capital as the final proof that the Persian Empire no longer existed as a political entity. Modern historians have generally leaned toward the deliberate explanation, noting that accidental fires in a torchlit procession would have been extinguished rather than allowed to spread, and that the targeting of the specifically royal buildings while much of the city was spared suggests intentionality. Whatever the immediate circumstances, the burning of Persepolis was deeply symbolic. The palace complex that Darius and Xerxes had built over half a century, the ceremonial center of the Achaemenid imperial idea, the place where the carved reliefs of 23 subject nations processed in eternal submission toward the enthroned king. It was reduced to the blackened stone columns and fallen capitals that modern visitors see today. Some of the carvings survived the fire, protected by the collapse of the stone roofing blocks that had fallen over them before the flames reached them. And it is thanks to this accident of preservation that we can still see the Apadana reliefs with their patient procession of subject peoples. But the palace itself, the Great Hall, the treasury buildings, the royal residential quarters, these were destroyed, and the destruction was final. Darius III, meanwhile, was fleeing east with a diminishing band of followers. After Gaugamela, his authority had essentially collapsed. The great satraps of the east, Bessus of Bactria, Barsanes of Arachosia, Satabarzanes of Aria, remained nominally loyal but were making their own calculations about survival in a world where Macedonian power was advancing. When Alexander pursued Darius relentlessly northward and eastward into Media, and then toward the Caspian shore, the situation became desperate. Bessus and the other satraps, despairing of Darius's ability to mount effective resistance and unwilling to be captured along with him, arrested the king, placed him in a covered wagon under guard, and continued their flight eastward. Alexander drove his cavalry in a final desperate chase across the desert, covering enormous distances at brutal speed in an attempt to intercept the fleeing party before they could disappear into the vastness of Bactria. He very nearly succeeded. When the Macedonian advance guard finally caught up with the wagon train, Bessus and the other conspirators stabbed Darius multiple times with their spears and left him dying in the desert, then fled on horseback. Alexander arrived to find Darius still alive, according to some accounts, the final great king of Persia dying in the dust of an eastern desert, attended by a Macedonian soldier offering him water. Darius died of his wounds shortly before or after Alexander's arrival, the last of a dynasty that had ruled the greatest empire the world had yet seen for 220 years. Alexander treated the dead king with the honors due a great ruler, sending the body back to Persepolis to be buried in the royal tombs at Naxurustum alongside Darius's predecessors. The gesture was politically and symbolically significant. Alexander was not merely conquering the Persian Empire, but claiming its inheritance, positioning himself as the legitimate successor to the Achaemenid kings rather than simply their destroyer. He would go on to pursue Bessus into Bactria and Sogdiana in years of difficult campaigning among the mountains and steppes of Central Asia, eventually capturing and executing him, then press further east still into India, reaching the limits of what his exhausted army was willing to endure before turning back. But the Persian Empire as a political entity had ended in that desert in the summer of 330 BCE, in the last moments of a dying king abandoned by his own satraps. The machinery of administration that Cyrus had imagined, that Darius had built, that Xerxes had ornamented, that Artaxerxes had maintained, that a dozen kings had depended upon and struggled with, all of this passed into Macedonian hands, was absorbed into the new Macedonian-Persian synthesis that Alexander was already beginning to construct, and eventually dissolved into the successor kingdoms of the Diadochi, the generals who would divide Alexander's empire after his own death in Babylon in 323 BCE. The gold and silver of the Persian treasuries flooded the Mediterranean economy. The satrapies became provinces of new kingdoms. The royal road carried new rulers through ancient landscapes. The peoples of the empire, the Persians, the Medes, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Ionian Greeks, the Bactrians, the Sogdians, all the nations that had processed in stone across the stairways of Persepolis, continued to farm their land, practice their trades, worship their gods, and live their lives under new management, as they had so many times before and would so many times again. In the city of Babylon, in the sweltering heat of early June in the year 323 before the Common Era, the most powerful man in the world lay dying. Alexander of Macedon was 32 years old. He had ruled an empire stretching from the Adriatic Sea to the banks of the Indus River. He had conquered the Persian Empire, the Egyptian kingdoms, the cities of Bactria and Sogdiana, and had pressed his armies to the very edge of what his soldiers were willing to endure. He had been wounded repeatedly in battle, a spear through his lung in Sogdiana, an arrow through his chest wall in India, and he had survived each time by the combination of extraordinary physical constitution and the devoted care of his physicians. Now, after a prolonged fever that the ancient sources variously attribute to typhoid, excessive drinking, or poison, he was fading. When his Macedonian soldiers learned he was dying and demanded to see him, he was reportedly too weak to speak, but could still move his eyes to acknowledge each man as they filed past his bed. He died on the 11th of June, 323 BCE, and the question that immediately consumed every mind in that vast palace complex was the same question that echoed across every city, every satrapy, every garrison, and every royal court from the Aegean to the Hindu Kush. Who now would hold the world together? The answer, it would emerge over the following decades of catastrophic warfare, was nobody. The world that Alexander had created could not survive him, and the process of its dissolution would reshape the ancient world in ways that neither the Macedonians who fought over the inheritance nor the peoples who lived through the consequences could have fully anticipated. What arose from the wreckage was not a restoration of the Achaemenid Persian order that was gone beyond recovery, but neither was it the Hellenized world of Alexander's apparent ambitions. It was something stranger and more complex, a mosaic of successor kingdoms, each combining Greek political forms with local traditions, each struggling to maintain legitimacy in the eyes of populations accustomed to very different kinds of authority, each drawing on the Persian imperial legacy even while claiming to supersede it. The immediate crisis after Alexander's death was brutal in its simplicity. He had left no designated heir. His half-brother Aridaeus, mentally incapacitated, was proclaimed king by the infantry as Philip Aridaeus III, while the generals agreed to wait for the posthumous child of Alexander's Bactrian wife Roxanne, who was pregnant. If the child was a boy, he would be co-king as Alexander IV. Both these nominal kings would be murdered before they reached adulthood. Real power lay with the generals, the diadochi, the successors, men of extraordinary military ability who had served Alexander for years and who now found themselves holding enormous armies, administrative positions over wealthy provinces, and ambitions that the death of the man who had restrained them could no longer contain. At the first settlement at Babylon, the generals divided the satrapies among themselves. Perdiccas, Alexander's chief staff officer, held the position of regent. Antipater governed Macedon and Greece. Ptolemy took Egypt, with suspicious promptness, as if he had planned for exactly this contingency. Antigonus the One-Eyed received Phrygia. Lysimachus got Thrace. Seleucus, a capable general who had commanded the companion cavalry at Gaugamela, received Babylonia. These were not permanent settlements. They were opening positions in a negotiation that would be conducted primarily by the sword over the next 40 years. The Wars of the Successors, as modern historians call the series of conflicts that tore apart Alexander's empire between 323 and 281 BCE, were among the most complex and sustained periods of military and political competition in ancient history. They involved shifting alliances, repeated betrayals, remarkable reversals of fortune, and the deaths of virtually all the original participants. Perdiccas attempted to consolidate power as regent and was killed by his own officers during a disastrously failed invasion of Egypt in 320 BCE. Antigonus the One-Eyed spent decades trying to reunite Alexander's empire under his own control, assembling an army and a navy of formidable strength and winning spectacular victories against successive coalitions of the other generals, only to be killed at the Battle of Ipsus in 301 BCE, when he was 80 years old and still fighting in the front line. His son Demetrius, nicknamed Poliorcetes, the besieger, for his extraordinary engineering sieges, survived his father, briefly seized the Macedonian throne, and then lost everything and died a captive of Seleucus. Lysimachus, who had carved out a formidable kingdom in Thrace and Asia Minor, was killed at the Battle of Corupedium in 281 BCE, the last of the original successors to fall. What emerged from these decades of warfare was a fragmented world in which three major successor kingdoms had established themselves as the dominant powers. Ptolemaic Egypt, ruled by Ptolemy and his descendants, controlled the Nile Valley and much of the eastern Mediterranean coast. Macedon and Greece, after much turmoil, settled into a kingdom under the Achaemenid dynasty. And the vast interior of Alexander's empire, the former Persian heartland, Mesopotamia, Syria, much of Anatolia, and the eastern territories as far as Bactria and the borders of India, fell to the Seleucid dynasty founded by Seleucus I Nicator, the man who had started as satrap of Babylonia and ended as ruler of the largest of the successor states. Seleucus I was in many ways the most remarkable of the successors, and his achievement in creating and maintaining the Seleucid Empire deserves more attention than it typically receives in historical narratives focused on the drama of the wars themselves. He had lost Babylonia to Antigonus during the conflicts of the 310s BCE, fled to Egypt, returned with a small force, and somehow managed to reconquer his province and then systematically expand it into an empire. He defeated the Indian king Chandragupta Maurya in 305 BCE, the same ruler who was consolidating the Mauryan Empire across northern India, reaching a settlement in which he ceded eastern territories in exchange for 500 war elephants that proved decisive in subsequent western campaigns. He conquered the territories of Antigonus after Ipsus and then killed Lysimachus at Corupedium, giving him control of virtually all of Alexander's Asian territories and putting him within reach of the Macedonian throne itself. He was assassinated within months of Corupedium, before he could take Macedon, by his erstwhile ally Ptolemy Cyrannus. He had been ruling and fighting for 40 years. The empire that Seleucus left his successors was vast, stretching from the Aegean coast of Anatolia eastward to the borders of India, and extraordinarily diverse. Governing it required the simultaneous management of ancient Near Eastern traditions, Macedonian military institutions, Greek urban culture, Iranian aristocratic customs, Babylonian religious hierarchies, and dozens of other local traditions across a territory larger than the Achaemenid Empire at most stages of its history. The Seleucid approach to this challenge was shaped partly by the Achaemenid precedent they had inherited and partly by the Macedonian Greek cultural assumptions of their ruling class. The most visible expression of Seleucid governance was the founding of new cities. Seleucus and his successors founded dozens of new urban centers across their territory, many named after members of the royal family. Antioch on the Orontes in Syria, Seleucia on the Tigris near Babylon, Apamea in Syria, Laodicea on the Mediterranean coast, and many others. These cities were populated initially by Macedonian and Greek settlers, veterans, merchants, adventurers, the perpetually mobile population of the Greek world attracted by land grants and commercial opportunities, but they rapidly became mixed communities in which Greek, Macedonian, Iranian, Babylonian, Syrian, and Jewish inhabitants lived alongside each other under Greek civic institutions. The gymnasium, the characteristic institution of Greek civic culture, combining athletic training with intellectual and social life, appeared in cities from Antioch to Bactria, and with it came the Greek language, Greek philosophical traditions, Greek artistic styles, and Greek political forms. This process of Hellenization, the spread of Greek cultural forms across the conquered territories, has been interpreted in radically different ways by different generations of historians. 19th-century historians often celebrated it as the bringing of civilization to the East, a view that reflects the cultural assumptions of European imperialism more than the historical realities of the Hellenistic period. More recent scholarship has emphasized the degree to which Hellenization was selective, partial, and negotiated, that local traditions did not simply disappear under a Greek veneer, but continued to function alongside Greek forms, sometimes in hybrid combinations, sometimes in parallel streams that barely interacted. The reality was complex enough to defy simple characterization. In Babylon, the ancient temples continued to function. Babylonian priests continued their astronomical observations that were simultaneously religious duty and scientific research, and Babylonian literary traditions continued to be written in cuneiform on clay tablets even as Greek papyrus manuscripts circulated through the same city. A wealthy Babylonian merchant might conduct his commercial affairs in Aramaic, worship at the temple of Marduk, entertain guests in a house decorated with Greek-style mosaics, and send his son to study at the gymnasium. This was not confusion or incoherence. It was the practical navigation of a world in which multiple cultural systems were available and useful. The Seleucid kings themselves embodied this complexity. They maintained the Macedonian royal traditions of their dynasty while simultaneously presenting themselves in local terms appropriate to the subjects they governed. In Babylon, Seleucus participated in the New Year festival and acted as the legitimate king in the Babylonian tradition, just as the Achaemenid kings had done before him. In Syria, the Seleucid rulers were patrons of both Greek civic institutions and Semitic religious traditions. In the Eastern territories, they presented themselves to Iranian nobility in terms that acknowledged the continuation of Achaemenid administrative and social structures. This was not hypocrisy but political sophistication, the same kind of multi-register legitimacy that the Achaemenids themselves had deployed for 2 centuries. The city of Seleucia on the Tigris, founded by Seleucus I near the ruins of Babylon and intended to replace that ancient city as the commercial and administrative center of Mesopotamia, became one of the great cities of the Hellenistic world. At its height, it housed perhaps 600,000 people, making it one of the largest urban centers in the world, and its population was a mixture of Macedonian settlers, Greek merchants, Babylonian craftsmen, Jewish communities who had been present in Mesopotamia since the exile of the 6th century BCE, and Aramaic-speaking Syrians. The city's layout followed Greek urban planning principles, a regular grid of streets, an agora, a theater, gymnasia, but overlaid on a landscape that had been the commercial heartland of the Near East for millennia, and the economic life of the city was continuous with the long Mesopotamian commercial tradition rather than a Greek imposition upon it. Daily life in the Seleucid world varied enormously by location, social class, and cultural background, but certain common features characterized the broader Hellenistic civilization of which the Seleucid Empire was the eastern component. Greek had become, under Alexander and his successors, the administrative and commercial lingua franca of the entire Eastern Mediterranean and Near Eastern world, a role previously played by Aramaic in the Achaemenid period and by Akkadian before that. This meant that a merchant from Alexandria could conduct business in Antioch without a translator, that a scholar from Pergamon could read texts produced in Seleucia, and that royal decrees could be promulgated from Antioch to Bactria in a single language that educated people across the entire empire could read. The practical consequences for commerce, administration, and intellectual life were enormous. The Great Library at Alexandria, the most ambitious scholarly enterprise of the Hellenistic world, was explicitly designed to gather all the knowledge of all the world, including Persian, Babylonian, Egyptian, and Indian traditions, into a single Greek-language collection, and this project, for all its inevitable incompleteness, represented a genuine attempt at intellectual synthesis that would have lasting consequences. But the Seleucid Empire, for all its impressive extent and cultural vitality, faced structural challenges that proved ultimately insuperable. The territory it governed was simply too large to administer effectively from a single center, particularly given the communication technologies of the ancient world. The eastern satrapies, Bactria, Sogdiana, Parthia, Aria, Arachosia, were separated from the western centers of Seleucid power by enormous distances and formidable terrain. Local governors in these regions accumulated practical independence simply through geography, and the recurrent succession conflicts that plagued the Seleucid dynasty throughout the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC created opportunities for regional powers to assert autonomy. The first significant secession came in Bactria, where around 250 BCE the Greek satrap Diodotus declared independence from Seleucid authority and founded the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, a remarkable political entity that maintained an essentially Greek ruling culture in the heart of Central Asia for over a century. The Greco-Bactrian kings, their coins, which survive in considerable numbers, give us our primary evidence for their history, bore Greek names, depicted themselves on their coinage in the Greek style, and clearly identified with the Macedonian cultural tradition. Yet they governed a territory populated primarily by Iranian and Bactrian peoples, and their rule was presumably conducted through the kinds of cultural accommodation that had characterized Achaemenid and early Seleucid governance. The more consequential secession happened somewhat later and somewhat further west, when a nomadic Iranian people called the Parnai, one of the tribal confederacies of the Great Eurasian Steppe, began moving into the satrapy of Parthia, the territory corresponding roughly to modern northeastern Iran, around the middle of the 3rd century BCE. Their leader was named Arsaces, and it was from his name that the dynasty he founded would take its dynastic title. The Arsacid dynasty, rulers of what the ancient world would come to call the Parthian Empire. The origins of the Parthians have been much debated in the scholarly literature, and the ancient sources are fragmentary and sometimes contradictory. What seems clear is that the Parnai were a semi-nomadic Iranian-speaking people of the steppe, part of the broader cultural complex of the Scythian and Saka nomads who ranged across the vast grasslands north and northeast of the Iranian plateau. They moved into Parthia during a period of Seleucid weakness. Seleucus II was occupied with a civil war against his brother Antiochus Hierax in the west, and established themselves as rulers of the satrapy by defeating the Seleucid governor Andragoras, who had himself recently declared independence from Seleucid authority. The establishment of Arsacid rule in Parthia is traditionally dated to 247 BCE, the year from which the Parthians themselves subsequently counted their era. The early Arsacid kings were, by the standards of what they would eventually become, minor rulers of a provincial territory on the edge of the Seleucid world. Arsaces I and his immediate successors consolidated their control of Parthia and neighboring Hyrcania, the fertile region along the southern shore of the Caspian Sea, while carefully avoiding direct confrontation with the Seleucid great power to their west. When Seleucid armies came east to suppress them, they retreated before the superior force, conducting a mobile warfare of harassment and evasion that exploited their steppe heritage and the difficult terrain of their territory, then reoccupied what had been temporarily abandoned when the Seleucid army withdrew. This pattern, successful resistance through strategic flexibility rather than decisive engagement, would remain characteristic of Parthian military culture. The transformation of Parthia from a provincial kingdom into a major empire happened primarily in the reign of Mithridates I, who ruled from approximately 171 to 138 BCE and who deserves recognition as the true founder of Parthian imperial power. Mithridates was a ruler of exceptional ability who combined military effectiveness with political sophistication. Taking advantage of the progressive weakening of Seleucid power, which had been severely damaged by its confrontation with the expanding Roman Republic in the west and by recurrent dynastic civil wars, he moved westward with deliberation and speed. Media fell to his forces in the 150s BCE. Mesopotamia was conquered in 141 BCE, when Mithridates entered Seleucia on the Tigris and took the title Great King, deliberately invoking the Achaemenid tradition. By the time of his death, he controlled a territory stretching from the Euphrates to eastern Iran, and the Seleucid Empire had been reduced to a rump state in Syria. The Arsacid dynasty had, in a few decades, replaced the Seleucids as the dominant power of the Iranian world. The Parthian Empire that Mithridates founded and his successors expanded and maintained was a political entity of considerable complexity and some inherent instability, but it proved remarkably durable. It endured for nearly 5 centuries, from the mid-3rd century BCE to the early 3rd century CE, making it, by longevity, one of the most successful imperial enterprises in ancient history. Understanding why it endured requires understanding its distinctive political and social organization. The Arsacid kings governed through what is sometimes described as a feudal system, though this medievally derived term is imperfect for the ancient world. The empire's power rested on an alliance between the royal dynasty and a class of great noble families, the Parthian aristocracy, whose estates were scattered across the empire's territory and who provided the military force on which Arsacid power ultimately depended. The great nobles were not subordinate bureaucrats in the Achaemenid or Seleucid manner, but semi-independent lords who owed the king loyalty and military service in exchange for their privileged status, and who expected in return to be consulted on important decisions, to receive royal patronage and confirmation of their positions, and to have their own autonomy respected within their domains. This arrangement gave the Arsacid state a degree of political flexibility. It could absorb and co-opt local powers rather than having to destroy or replace them, but it also placed inherent limits on royal authority and made the monarchy perpetually dependent on maintaining aristocratic support. The Parthian military was the direct expression of this social structure. Its core was the heavily armored cavalry of the noble class, the cataphracts, riders clothed from head to foot in scale armor riding horses that were themselves protected by armor, carrying lances and swords, capable of delivering devastating shock attacks that could break infantry formations. This type of heavy cavalry, drawing on Iranian traditions that extended back through the Achaemenid period and beyond, was the Parthian military's primary offensive arm. Alongside the cataphracts fought lighter horse archers who employed the famous Parthian shot, loosing arrows backward while retreating at full gallop, a technique of the steppe tradition that could devastate pursuing enemies. The combination of heavy cavalry shock power and light cavalry harassment was a military system of genuine effectiveness, and it would prove repeatedly capable of defeating Roman armies that expected to fight against Greek-style phalanx infantry or legionary formations with set-piece tactics. The city of Ctesiphon, built on the Tigris opposite the older Seleucia, became the primary Arsacid capital and the commercial heart of the empire. Like its predecessor across the river, it was a city of enormous size and ethnic complexity, housing Parthians, Iranians, Greeks, Babylonians, Jews, Aramaic speakers, and merchants from across the Silk Road network. The coexistence of Ctesiphon and Seleucia on opposite banks of the Tigris was itself a metaphor for the Parthian Empire's dual cultural character. The Iranian steppe tradition and the Hellenistic urban tradition living in physical proximity, each influencing the other without either fully absorbing the other. The Parthians' relationship with Hellenistic culture was complicated and evolved over time. The early Arsacid kings styled themselves on their coins as Philhellene, lovers of Greek culture, and maintained Greek as an administrative and commercial language alongside Aramaic and Parthian. Greek cities in Mesopotamia and Iran continued to function under Arsacid rule. Greek merchants and craftsmen continued to work throughout the empire, and Greek artistic conventions continued to influence Parthian court art. But the Parthian aristocracy was fundamentally Iranian in its cultural orientation, and over the course of the Arsacid period the balance gradually shifted from a more Hellenistic court culture to a more distinctively Iranian one, with Greek conventions increasingly relegated to commercial contexts and the distinctive Parthian aesthetic becoming more prominent in royal art and architecture. This Parthian aesthetic, when it fully emerged in the 1st and 2nd century CE, was striking in its differences from the classical Greek tradition. Parthian art favored frontality, figures depicted facing the viewer directly rather than in the profile or three-quarter views of Greek convention, and a rigidity of pose that emphasized hieratic dignity over naturalistic movement. The Great Wall paintings of Duryuropos, a city on the Euphrates that was successively Greek, Parthian, and Roman before its abandonment in the 3rd century CE, show a distinctive hybrid style in which figures are depicted with the frontal rigidity of Parthian convention while surrounded by architectural elements drawn from multiple traditions. This art was not a failed attempt at Greek naturalism, but a different aesthetic system with its own logic and purposes, and it would prove enormously influential on the art of the later Roman Empire and on the Christian art of the Byzantine tradition. The economic foundations of Parthian power rested in large part on the empire's position as the indispensable intermediary in the great transcontinental trade networks that connected the Mediterranean world with India and China. The Silk Road, the network of overland and maritime routes along which silk, spices, precious stones, metals, horses, and hundreds of other commodities moved between the civilizations of Eurasia, passed through Parthian territory for much of its length, and the Arsacid kings derived enormous revenue from the taxes and fees levied on this trade. The Parthians were not themselves the primary merchants of the Silk Road. That role was played primarily by Sogdian traders from the region around Samarkand, who proved to be among the most remarkable commercial diaspora of the ancient world, but they controlled the infrastructure through which the trade passed, and their political stability was a precondition for the trade's continuation. The commodities that moved along these routes were among the most prized luxuries of the ancient world. Chinese silk, processed from the cocoons of the silkworm and woven into fabrics of extraordinary lightness and beauty, was virtually unknown in the Mediterranean world before the Hellenistic period, but had become a coveted luxury good among Roman aristocrats by the 1st century CE. Roman gold and silver flowed eastward in exchange, along with glassware, wool textiles, and Mediterranean wine. From India came pepper, other spices, cotton textiles, indigo dye, and precious stones. From Central Asia came lapis lazuli, horses of the superior Fergana breed that Chinese emperors coveted, and furs from the northern steppe. The sheer value of this trade is suggested by the concern that Roman writers expressed about the outflow of precious metals to pay for Eastern luxuries, a concern that tells us the trade was both economically significant and somewhat embarrassing to Roman economic self-understanding. The relationship between Parthia and Rome was the defining geopolitical rivalry of the first 2 centuries of the Common Era, comparable in some respects to the Achaemenid Greek rivalry of 4 centuries earlier. And like that earlier rivalry, it combined genuine military conflict with commercial interdependence, mutual fascination, and a degree of cultural exchange that complicated the political hostility. The first significant Roman-Parthian encounter occurred in 53 BCE, when the Roman general Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of the triumvirs who shared power with Julius Caesar and Pompey, invaded Parthian territory in pursuit of military glory and Parthian treasure, leading an army of 7 legions into the Mesopotamian steppe without adequate cavalry support or intelligence preparation. The Battle of Carrhae was a catastrophe of the first order for Rome. The Parthian commander Cyrus, himself a member of the great noble family of that name, exercising the hereditary right of his house to lead the Parthian army, deployed a combination of cataphract shock cavalry and horse archers against the Roman infantry in flat open country perfectly suited to cavalry operations. The Roman legions formed their defensive testudo formation, shields locked above and beside them to create a tortoise shell of interlocking protection against arrows. But Cyrenia's supply camels kept the horse archers constantly replenished with arrows, negating the tactic of waiting for the archers to exhaust their ammunition that was the standard Roman response to this threat. When the cataphracts charged, the Roman formation broke. Crassus himself was killed, along with perhaps 20,000 of his men. The Parthian standards captured from the Roman legions became diplomatic bargaining chips for decades, finally returned to Rome under an agreement negotiated during Augustus's reign in 20 BC. An event that Augustus celebrated as a diplomatic triumph equivalent to military conquest. The defeat at Carrhae established a military reality that Rome would struggle with for the remainder of the Arsacid period. The Parthians on their own terrain, using their native cavalry-based military system, were virtually impossible to defeat. Roman armies that ventured deep into Mesopotamia consistently found themselves unable to bring the Parthians to the kind of decisive set-piece engagement in which Roman infantry excellence could be decisive, and they suffered the same fate as Crassus, exhausted, harassed, and eventually forced into embarrassing withdrawals. Mark Antony's Parthian campaign of 36 BCE was another disaster, costing him perhaps a third of his army in a retreat through difficult terrain under constant Parthian pressure. Even Trajan, the most successful Roman general of the imperial period, who conquered Mesopotamia in 115 to 116 CE and briefly held Ctesiphon, found his gains impossible to maintain against Parthian resistance and local revolts, and had to withdraw. The periodic Roman-Parthian wars were punctuated by long periods of what might be called armed coexistence, in which the 2 empires maintained diplomatic relations, exchanged embassies, and generally refrained from large-scale military operations while their merchants and traders maintained the commercial connections that both sides found profitable. The frontier between the 2 empires in northern Mesopotamia and eastern Anatolia was the site of constant small-scale raiding, diplomatic maneuvering, and competition for the loyalty of client kingdoms, particularly Armenia, which both powers claimed as within their sphere of influence, and which changed hands repeatedly over the centuries of Arsacid rule. Within the Parthian Empire, the Persian cultural identity that had flourished under the Achaemenids and been partially submerged under the Seleucids was gradually reasserting itself. The Parthians were themselves Iranians, speaking an Iranian language closely related to Old Persian, and they were natural heirs to the broader Iranian cultural tradition. The Zoroastrian religious tradition, the worship of Ahura Mazda, the maintenance of the sacred fire, the observance of the ancient Iranian ritual calendar, continued. Throughout the Parthian period, maintained primarily by the priestly class of magi and by aristocratic families whose identity was bound up with Iranian religious practice. Avestan, the sacred language of the Zoroastrian texts, continued to be used in ritual contexts, though the texts themselves were probably transmitted orally through most of this period rather than being written down. Iranian epic and heroic traditions were also maintained throughout the Parthian period, transmitted through oral performance by the bards and storytellers who were a recognized institution at the Arsacid court. The great stories of the Iranian legendary past, the heroes Rustam and Sohrab, the legendary kings of the Achaemenid dynasty, the cosmic struggle between the good King Jamshid and the evil Zahak, were being told and retold in the courts and bazaars of Mesopotamia and Iran throughout the Parthian centuries, keeping alive a distinctly Persian cultural memory that would eventually find its fullest literary expression in the Shahnameh of Ferdowsi 1,000 years later. The Arsacid dynasty itself ultimately fell not to Roman pressure, but to internal revolution from within Iran. The particular dynamics of Arsacid governance, the dependence on a powerful aristocracy, the difficulty of maintaining central authority over an enormous territory, the recurrent succession crises that weakened the dynasty, created conditions in which a determined regional ruler with sufficient local support could challenge imperial authority. That ruler emerged from the province of Fars, the Persian heartland, the original homeland of the Achaemenid dynasty. His name was Ardashir, son of Papak, and he claimed descent from a local noble family that traced its lineage back to the Achaemenid period, though the reliability of this genealogy is debated by modern historians. What is not debated is that Ardashir, starting from a position as ruler of a minor principality in Fars in the early 3rd century CE, had within a decade defeated the last Arsacid king, Artabanus IV, in a series of battles, entered Ctesiphon, and proclaimed himself king of kings, Shahanshah, of a new Persian Empire. The date of the final defeat of Artabanus IV, 224 CE, at the Battle of Hormozgan, marks the conventional beginning of the Sasanian Empire, the last great pre-Islamic Iranian dynasty, and in some respects the most self-consciously Persian of all the empires that had ruled Iran since Cyrus. The Sasanians, named after Sazan, a remote ancestor of Ardashir who may have been a priest of the Zoroastrian temple at Istakhr, near Persepolis, presented themselves explicitly as the restorers of the Persian imperial tradition, claiming to reclaim the heritage of the Achaemenids and to reverse the humiliation of Alexander's conquest. This claim was partly mythological. The actual institutional connections between Achaemenid and Sasanian administration were limited, but it was deeply meaningful in the ideological and symbolic register. The Sasanians built their new capital at Ctesiphon, near the ruins of Seleucia, and in the same Mesopotamian heartland that had been the economic center of the Achaemenid Empire. They carved their royal commemorations in the cliff faces of Fars province, near the great Achaemenid monuments at Persepolis and Nakshi Rustam, deliberately associating their dynasty with the ancient Persian kings whose ruins still dominated the landscape. They embraced Zoroastrianism as the official state religion with a fervor that went beyond the relatively tolerant Achaemenid approach, making the Zoroastrian church hierarchy an integral part of the state apparatus. Ardashir I, the dynasty's founder, was a ruler of genuine ability and ruthless determination. He consolidated his control over the former Arsacid territory through a combination of military campaigns and political negotiation, incorporating the Iranian aristocracy into his new state structure through a system of ranked nobility that acknowledged their social position while subordinating them more firmly to royal authority than they had been under the Arsacids. He reorganized the administration along lines that were more centralized than the Arsacid system, drawing partly on the memory of Achaemenid precedent and partly on the practical necessities of governing a complex, multi-ethnic empire. He also began the territorial expansion that would characterize the early Sasanian period, launching campaigns against Rome in the west and stabilizing the eastern frontiers. But it was his son and successor Shapur I who would give the early Sasanian Empire its most dramatic definition, both through his extraordinary military victories and through his remarkable engagement with the broader intellectual and cultural life of his age. Shapur I, who ruled from approximately 240 to 270 CE, was one of the most formidable military commanders of the 3rd century. a period of extraordinary turbulence in which the Roman Empire came close to collapse under the pressure of internal civil wars, barbarian invasions, and economic crisis. Shapur exploited Roman weakness with devastating effectiveness. His first campaign against Rome, in the 240 CE, resulted in a significant Sasanian victory and the recovery of territories lost by Ardashir. His second campaign, in the 250s, saw him invade Syria and capture the great city of Antioch, the former Seleucid capital and now one of Rome's most important eastern cities, looting it and deporting its population to Iran, where they were settled in new cities and their skilled craftsmen put to work on Sasanian construction projects. The capstone of his military career came in his third Western campaign, when he encountered the army of the Roman Emperor Valerian at the Battle of Edessa in 260 CE. The outcome was without precedent in Roman history. Valerian was captured alive, the first Roman emperor ever to be taken prisoner in battle by a foreign enemy. Shapur commemorated this extraordinary victory in a series of rock reliefs carved at the great cliff faces of Nakshi Rustam and elsewhere in Fars province, where the kneeling figure of Valerian, or in some depictions Valerian standing in submission before the mounted Shapur, was depicted in scenes of royal triumph that deliberately invoked the tradition of the great Achaemenid commemorative carvings nearby. The visual message was explicit. The Sasanian king stood in direct succession to Darius and Xerxes, and the defeat of Rome was the modern equivalent of the Achaemenid defeats of Babylon and Egypt. Valerian spent the rest of his life as a Sasanian captive. His ultimate fate is uncertain, some sources claiming he was used as a mounting block for Shapur's horse, and his captivity remained a source of Roman humiliation for generations. Shapur's reign was also notable for its intellectual and religious dimensions, which reveal a ruler of unusual breadth of mind for his era. The prophet Mani appeared at the Sasanian court during Shapur's reign, preaching a new universal religion that synthesized elements of Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Buddhism, and Shapur apparently extended to Mani a degree of patronage and protection that allowed Manichaeism, as the new religion was called, to spread across the empire and beyond. Mani himself described his mission as bringing together all the wisdom of the existing prophets, Jesus, Zoroaster, and Buddha, into a single coherent system. And there is something remarkably cosmopolitan about the fact that this universalist religious project found its earliest support at the court of the Sasanian king. Manichaeism would eventually be suppressed in the Sasanian Empire. The Zoroastrian priestly establishment viewed it as heretical competition, but it spread westward through the Roman Empire and eastward through Central Asia to China, leaving traces in Christian theological debates and influencing the later religious movements of Catharism and Bogomilism in medieval Europe. The Sasanian court under Shapur was also a center of intellectual activity in a more conventional sense. The king ordered the collection and translation into Middle Persian of scientific and philosophical texts from across the known world, from India, from Greece, from Babylonia, a project that anticipated by several centuries the great translation movement that would occur in the early Islamic period. Gandhishapur, a city founded by Shapur near the ancient Elamite capital of Susa, became a major intellectual center, housing a hospital and medical school that drew on Greek, Indian, and Iranian medical traditions. The school at Gandhishapur would remain important for centuries, eventually becoming one of the institutions through which ancient Greek medical and philosophical texts were preserved and transmitted to the Islamic world. The century and a half after Shapur's death in 270 CE was a period of Sasanian consolidation, territorial adjustments, and the gradual elaboration of the distinctive Sasanian imperial style. The empire faced ongoing military pressure on two fronts: in the west from Rome and its successor the Byzantine Empire, and in the northeast from the nomadic confederacies, the Kushans, the Chionites, the Kittites, and ultimately the Hephthalites, that periodically threatened from the Central Asian steppe. The Sasanian military evolved in response to these threats, developing an army that combined heavily armored cavalry with war elephants, siege engineers, and, increasingly, professional infantry. The Sasanian administrative system was organized around a hierarchical structure of four estates: priests, warriors, scribes, and artisans, that reflected an idealized Iranian social order drawn from Zoroastrian teachings. In practice, the reality was considerably more complex. The great noble families maintained their social prominence. The Zoroastrian priestly hierarchy exercised substantial independent authority, and the day-to-day administration of the empire depended on a large class of literate scribes and officials who managed taxation, irrigation, and local governance. The empire was divided into provinces governed by royal princes or appointed officials, and the administrative language was Middle Persian, a descendant of Old Persian written in a modified Aramaic script, alongside Aramaic, which continued to serve as a commercial and administrative lingua franca in the western provinces. The Zoroastrian Church under the Sasanians achieved a level of institutional development and social influence that it had never possessed under the Achaemenids or Parthians. The chief priest, the Mabadan Mobad or priest of priests, was one of the most powerful figures in the empire, ranking alongside the great nobles in the ceremonial hierarchy of the court. Local fire temples, the sacred fires that were the central ritual focus of Zoroastrian practice, were established throughout the empire, and the major fires at Adur-Gushnasp in Azerbaijan and other sites were maintained as objects of royal pilgrimage and patronage. The Avestan texts, the sacred scriptures of Zoroastrianism, including the Gathas or hymns of Zoroaster himself, were collected, organized, and committed to writing during the Sasanian period, creating for the first time a canonical scriptural tradition comparable to those of Buddhism, Judaism, and Christianity. The treatment of religious minorities in the Sasanian Empire was inconsistent across time and between rulers. Christians, whose numbers in Mesopotamia and western Iran were substantial and growing throughout the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, experienced periods of official tolerance alternating with severe persecution, the latter driven partly by the political suspicion that Christians, as co-religionists of the Roman Emperor after Constantine's conversion in 312 CE, constituted a potential fifth column within the empire. Jews maintained a significant presence in Babylonia throughout the Sasanian period, and the great rabbinical academies at Sura and Pumbedita, established in the 3rd century CE, produced the Babylonian Talmud, the most important compilation of Jewish law and learning, finished in the 5th or 6th century CE, under Sasanian rule. The existence of this monumental work is a reminder that the cultural productivity of the Sasanian world was not exclusively Persian or Iranian, but included the intellectual achievements of communities that the empire governed and sometimes oppressed, but could never entirely suppress. The reign of Khosrow Anushirvan, the Blessed Soul, from 531 to 579 CE represents in many respects the apex of Sasanian civilization, the period when the empire's administrative, military, cultural, and intellectual life reached its fullest development. Khosrow was one of the most formidable rulers of the ancient world by any standard, and his reputation as a model of just kingship and wise governance persisted in Persian literary tradition for centuries after his death, eventually becoming a kind of idealized standard against which subsequent rulers were measured. He inherited a throne in crisis. The years before his accession had seen a major social revolution associated with the Mazdakite movement, a religious and social reform movement led by a priest named Mazdak who preached the equal distribution of property and women, a radical communalism that had attracted mass support among the poor and had briefly received royal patronage before the Zoroastrian establishment and the nobility combined to suppress it. Khosrow's father Kavad had initially patronized Mazdak, then turned against him, and Khosrow himself executed Mazdak and thousands of his followers shortly after coming to power. The suppression of the Mazdakite movement was brutal, but the social tensions that had given rise to it were real, and Khosrow undertook a series of administrative and fiscal reforms that addressed some of the underlying issues. His tax reform was the most technically sophisticated fiscal reorganization in Sasanian history, replacing the previous system of taxes assessed on crops at harvest time, which required armies of assessors and was subject to enormous variation based on weather and other unpredictable factors, with a fixed land tax based on surveyed agricultural land and its productive capacity, supplemented by a poll tax. This system was more predictable, more resistant to corruption, and produced a more stable revenue stream for the state. It also required a comprehensive land survey of the empire's agricultural territory, an administrative undertaking of remarkable scope that itself speaks to the organizational capacity of the Sasanian state at its peak. Khosrow reorganized the military into 4 regional commands corresponding to the 4 quarters of the empire: north, south, east, and west, each under a professional commander, and he reformed the cavalry to include a class of middling landholders who could provide military service in exchange for land grants, reducing the dynasty's dependence on the great noble families for military force and creating a more reliable and more directly loyal military base. He expanded the empire's territory in both east and west, defeating the Hephthalites in Central Asia, with the crucial assistance of a nomadic Turkish confederation, and fighting a series of wars against the Byzantine Empire over control of the Caucasus, Mesopotamia, and the Arabian frontier that, while inconclusive in the long run, demonstrated the continued military effectiveness of the Sasanian state. The intellectual life of Khosrow's court was exceptional even by the standards of a dynasty that had always taken learning seriously. When the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the Neoplatonic Academy at Athens in 529 CE, viewing its pagan philosophical tradition as incompatible with Christian orthodoxy, several of its scholars found refuge at Khosrow's court, where they were welcomed, supported, and given the opportunity to continue their philosophical work. Khosrow is said to have engaged in philosophical discussions with these Greek scholars himself, and to have commissioned translations of Greek philosophical and scientific texts into Middle Persian. The Kalila wa Dimna, a collection of animal fables with roots in the Indian Panchatantra, was translated from Sanskrit into Middle Persian during Khosrow's reign by the physician Borzuya, who had traveled to India specifically to bring back this text, and who prefaced his translation with an autobiographical meditation on wisdom, virtue, and the purpose of human life that is itself one of the most remarkable literary documents of the Sasanian period. The architectural achievements of the Sasanian Empire were equally impressive. The palace at Ctesiphon, of which the Great Iwan, the monumental vaulted hall of the throne room, known in Arabic as the Tak Kasra or Arch of Khosrow, still partially stands today as the largest single-span brick arch in the world, gives some sense of the ambition and technical skill of Sasanian building. The arch, rising to approximately 35 meters, was originally part of a much larger palace complex decorated with elaborate stucco reliefs, mosaics, and the famous spring carpet of Khosrow, a great tapestry reportedly depicting a garden in full bloom, worked with gold and silver thread and precious stones, so large that it covered the throne room floor and was later cut up by Arab conquerors and distributed as plunder. The cities founded or rebuilt under Sasanian patronage, Gunshaper, Ve-Ardashir, Nishapur, and others, were laid out on systematic plans and equipped with hydraulic engineering works, canons, dams, and irrigation canals that expanded agricultural productivity and supported larger urban populations than the territory could otherwise have sustained. Sasanian textile production, metalwork, and decorative arts achieved levels of technical virtuosity that made them among the most prized luxury goods in the medieval world. Sasanian silver vessels, great plates and bowls decorated with hunting scenes, royal audiences, and mythological subjects worked in repousse and engraving, circulated across the Silk Road to China and westward to the courts of Byzantine emperors and Frankish kings. Sasanian silk textiles, woven in elaborate patterns of hunting scenes, confronted animals, and royal imagery, were imitated by weavers from Byzantium to China and can be found today in medieval European church treasuries where they were used to wrap the relics of Christian saints, an extraordinary testimony to the prestige of Persian craftsmanship across cultural and religious boundaries. The Sasanian Empire's relationship with the Byzantine Empire, the eastern successor of the Roman state, was the central political reality of the post-classical Eastern Mediterranean world from the 4th through the 7th century CE. These two empires together constituted the great power system of their era, and their relationship combined military rivalry with commercial interdependence, theological suspicion, and a degree of mutual cultural influence that historians are only recently beginning to appreciate in full. Byzantine art absorbed Sasanian decorative conventions. Persian court ceremonial influenced Byzantine imperial ritual. Greek philosophical and medical texts circulated through Sasanian institutions. Diplomatic embassies moved regularly between Ctesiphon and Constantinople, and the elaborate Persian-style court ceremonial that characterized the Byzantine court, the prostrations before the emperor, the hierarchical arrangement of officials, the extraordinary luxury of the court's physical environment, was partly inspired by the Sasanian example. But military conflict was recurrent and devastating. The great wars of the 6th and early 7th century CE between Byzantium and Sasanian Persia were among the most destructive wars of the ancient world, consuming resources, lives, and political stability on a scale that had no recent precedent. Khosrow I's wars with Justinian, fought in the 540s and 550s CE, resulted in the sack of Antioch and the deep penetration of Byzantine Syria by Sasanian forces, ending in a peace treaty that acknowledged Sasanian power while preserving the basic territorial status quo. Khosrow II Perviz, Khosrow the Victorious, launched the final and most catastrophic phase of this long rivalry in the early 7th century CE, initially in revenge for the assassination of the Byzantine Emperor Maurice, who had been his personal patron and ally. Between 603 and 628 CE, Khosrow II's armies achieved a series of military successes that temporarily appeared to realize the old Achaemenid dream of a Persian empire stretching from Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. Syria and Palestine fell to Persian forces in 611 CE. Jerusalem was captured in 614 CE. The True Cross, the most sacred relic of Byzantine Christianity, believed to be the actual wooden cross on which Christ had been crucified, was carried back to Ctesiphon in triumph. Egypt fell in 619 CE. Anatolia was overrun and Sasanian forces reached the shores of the Bosphorus, visible from the walls of Constantinople, in 626 CE. The Byzantine Empire appeared to be on the verge of extinction. Then, in one of the most remarkable military reversals in ancient history, the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius launched a series of devastating counteroffensives that struck deep into the Persian heartland, attacking Ctesiphon itself and destroying the great fire temple of Adur-Gushnasp in Azerbaijan. The Persian military, overstretched after years of offensive operations, could not simultaneously defend its heartland and maintain its conquests. Khosrow II was overthrown and killed by his own nobles and son in 628 CE. The Persian conquests were abandoned, the True Cross was returned to Jerusalem, and both empires stumbled toward peace in a state of utter exhaustion. In the decade between 628 and 638 CE, the Sasanian throne changed hands 9 times in a succession of coups, countercoups, and civil wars that destroyed the administrative coherence of the empire and the personal loyalty of its military commanders to any particular claimant. Into this catastrophic weakness came a force that neither Persia nor Byzantium had anticipated and for which neither was prepared: the armies of the newly unified Arabian Peninsula, driven by the religious inspiration of Islam, the faith founded by the Prophet Muhammad in the early 7th century CE. The rise of Islam in Arabia was one of the most consequential events in world history, and its transformation of the political and cultural landscape of the Near East was so rapid and so total that it still has the quality of the miraculous even when approached with the most rigorously analytical tools of historical scholarship. Muhammad ibn Abdullah, born in Mecca around 570 CE, began receiving revelations that he understood as the Word of God, Allah, the one God of the Abrahamic tradition, around 610 CE. He gathered a community of followers in Mecca, fled to Medina in 622 CE in the migration known as the Hijra that marks the beginning of the Islamic calendar, and within a decade had unified virtually the entire Arabian Peninsula under Islamic authority. He died in 632 CE, leaving an extraordinary legacy: a new monotheistic religion, a sacred scripture in the Quran, a community of believers organized for both spiritual and political purposes, and the momentum of a movement that was just beginning to discover its world historical potential. The Arab conquests that followed Muhammad's death under his successors, the caliphs, were driven by a combination of religious inspiration, military excellence, political unity that the Arabs had never previously achieved, and the extraordinary vulnerability of both the Byzantine and Sasanian empires in their post-war exhaustion. The Arab armies were not vast in number. Estimates of 20,000 to 30,000 for the initial invasion forces are probably accurate, but they were motivated by a conviction of divine mission equipped with a military system adapted to the desert and open terrain of the Near East, and led by commanders of exceptional ability. The decisive engagement with Sasanian power came at the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah in 636 CE, fought in the flat plain of Mesopotamia near the Euphrates. The Sasanian commander Rustam ibn Farkhzad, himself an Iranian nobleman in the ancient tradition, bearing the same name as the greatest hero of Iranian legend, commanded a large army including war elephants, and the battle lasted for 3 days of brutal fighting before the Arabs broke through and Rustam was killed. Ctesiphon fell shortly afterward to the Arab general Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, and the conquerors were struck by the wealth of the imperial capital, the treasuries, the palace, the great carpets cut up and distributed as plunder, the spring carpet of Khosrow divided among the victorious warriors. The last Sasanian king, Yazdijerd III, fled eastward as his empire dissolved around him, collecting a remnant of loyal forces, fighting rearguard actions, appealing for help to the Chinese emperor and the Turkish Khagan, finding no effective assistance from anyone. He was murdered near Merv in 651 CE by a local miller, an obscure end for the last representative of a dynasty that had given the world Ardashir and Shapur and Khosrow. The collapse of the Sasanian Empire was militarily complete within 20 years of Al-Qadisiyah, but the civilization that the empire had embodied did not collapse with it. The transformation of Persian society under Islamic rule was profound, prolonged, and complex, and its story is in many ways more interesting than the story of the military conquest itself. The Arab conquerors who governed the former Sasanian territories in the early Islamic period found themselves ruling a population vastly larger, more literate, more urbanized, and more culturally sophisticated than the Arab societies from which they came. The Iranian bureaucratic class, the daikins, the local landholding nobility, the scribes and administrators who had run the Sasanian state, did not disappear with the political change. They converted to Islam, retained their positions, and brought their expertise in administration, taxation, and governance into the service of the new Islamic state. This was not merely a survival strategy but a genuine historical process. The administrative structures of the Sasanian Empire were absorbed into the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates, and the Persian administrative tradition became one of the foundations of medieval Islamic governance. The conversion of the Iranian population to Islam was gradual, uneven across regions, and driven by multiple motivations: genuine religious conviction, social pressure, economic advantage, and the practical benefits of belonging to the religion of the ruling class. By the 9th or 10th century CE, the majority of the Iranian population was Muslim, and the process of conversion had transformed both the religion and the society. Islam in its Iranian form acquired characteristics shaped by Persian cultural assumptions, Zoroastrian theological concepts, and the social forms of Iranian civilization, while Persian society was reshaped by Islamic theology, law, and devotional practice. The result was not a simple replacement of one religious civilization by another, but a synthesis in which both were changed. The Persian language itself was one of the great survivors of this transformation. During the first century or so of Arab rule, Persian was somewhat displaced by Arabic as the prestige language of administration and scholarship. The Quran was in Arabic, Islamic law was in Arabic, the ruling class spoke Arabic, and participation in Islamic intellectual life required Arabic literacy. But Persian did not disappear. It continued to be spoken across the Iranian plateau, and in the 9th century CE, with the emergence of Iranian dynastic power within the Islamic world, the Tahirids, the Saffarids, and above all the Samanid dynasty of eastern Iran, there began one of the greatest literary flowerings in human history. New Persian, Dari, as it was sometimes called, the Persian of the court, written in the Arabic script and deeply influenced by Arabic vocabulary, but fundamentally continuous with the Persian language that had been spoken on the Iranian plateau since before the Achaemenids, became the medium of a literary tradition of extraordinary richness. The poets who wrote in this language created works that would remain central to Persian cultural identity for 1,000 years and would influence the literatures of Ottoman Turkish, Urdu, Bengali, and dozens of other languages across the Islamic world. Rumi, Hafez, Sadi, Omar Khayyam, Nizami. These names, recognized across the globe, represent a literary tradition that drew on the deepest roots of Iranian civilization, even while operating within the framework of Islamic faith. And learning the greatest single monument of this literary tradition, and perhaps the most important work of Persian literature ever written, is the Shahnameh, the Book of Kings, of Abolqasim Ferdowsi, completed around 1010 CE. This monumental epic poem of nearly 60,000 couplets narrates the history of Iran from the mythological creation of the world through the legendary dynasties of the Iranian heroic age to the historical Sasanian period and its conquest by the Arabs. Ferdowsi wrote it over a period of approximately 30 years, working at the court of the Samanids and then the Ghaznavids, and he drew on older Persian prose and verse narratives that preserve traditions going back through the Arsacid oral tradition to the Achaemenid period. The Shahnameh is simultaneously a literary masterpiece, a repository of Iranian historical memory, and an act of cultural resistance, a massive assertion of Persian identity and Persian values in the face of Arab cultural dominance. Ferdowsi famously lamented near the end of the poem that he had spent 30 years reviving the Persian language through his poetry, and his achievement was real. The Shahnameh became the foundational text of Persian cultural identity and remains so today. The Persian contribution to Islamic civilization extended far beyond literature. The great intellectual movement of translation that characterized the Abbasid Caliphate in the 8th and 9th centuries CE, when Greek philosophical, medical, mathematical, and astronomical texts were systematically translated into Arabic, preserving them for transmission to medieval Europe and creating the foundation of Islamic science, was conducted largely by scholars of Iranian origin working within the Persian intellectual tradition. The physicians, mathematicians, and astronomers who made the Islamic world the center of scientific progress between the 8th and 12th century CE were a multinational group, but Iranian scholars were disproportionately prominent among them. Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, born in Khwarezm, the region of modern Uzbekistan that had been part of the Achaemenid and then Sasanian empires, gave his name both to the algorithm and, through the Latinization of his work on mathematics, to algebra itself. His treatise on calculation with Hindu-Arabic numerals, when translated into Latin in the 12th century CE, introduced the decimal number system to medieval Europe and transformed European mathematics. Abu Ali ibn Sina, known to medieval Europe as Avicenna, born in Bokhara in 980 CE, wrote the Canon of Medicine, an encyclopedic synthesis of Greek, Indian, and Islamic medical knowledge that remained the standard medical textbook in both Islamic and European universities well into the 17th century CE. Abu Rayhan al-Biruni, born in Khwarezm in 973 CE, conducted observations in geography, astronomy, and anthropology that by any reasonable standard make him one of the greatest scholars of the medieval world, and his description of India, written after extended travel and study in the subcontinent, remains a foundational text for the study of medieval Indian history and culture. The architectural tradition of Persia continued unbroken through the Islamic period, adapting Islamic forms to Iranian building techniques and aesthetic sensibilities. The great dome-building tradition of Sasanian architecture, exemplified by the throne room at Ctesiphon, evolved under Islamic patronage into the magnificent mosque domes of Iran, culminating in the extraordinary Safavid monuments of Isfahan, whose blue-tiled surfaces and mathematically precise geometric decoration represent one of the highest achievements of world architecture. The garden, the Persian paradise garden, the origin of the word paradise itself, derived from the Old Persian word for enclosed garden, paradisa, became one of the organizing principles of Islamic architecture from Spain to India. The formal garden, with its 4 channels of water representing the 4 rivers of paradise that had been a feature of Persian royal landscapes since before the Achaemenids. Persian administrative expertise and political theory shaped the governance of Islamic empires from the Umayyad Caliphate onward. The genre of mirrors for princes, advice literature for rulers, is one of the oldest continuous traditions of Persian political thought, with roots in Achaemenid and Sasanian precedent, and it became one of the most important literary genres of the medieval Islamic world. Nizam al-Mulk, the great vizier of the Seljuk Empire in the 11th century CE, wrote the Siyasatnameh, the Book of Government, a comprehensive treatise on statecraft that drew explicitly on Sasanian administrative precedent and that influenced Islamic political theory for centuries. The very institution of the vizier, the powerful minister who managed the daily administration of the Islamic Caliphate on behalf of the Caliph, was itself derived from Sasanian administrative practice, and the Persians who filled this role in the early Abbasid period brought with them the administrative traditions of the empire that had governed the Iranian world for 400 years. The Persian language spread across an enormous arc of Asia as the literary, administrative, and cultural prestige language of the Islamic world east of the Tigris. In India, Persian became the court language of the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughal Empire, the language of administration, poetry, and high culture across the subcontinent for 5 centuries, leaving traces that remain visible in Hindi and Urdu vocabulary, in Mughal architecture, and in the literary traditions of the Indian subcontinent. In Central Asia, Persian served as the primary literary language of the region's urban cultures from the 9th century CE onward. In Anatolia, Persian influence on Ottoman Turkish culture was profound and persistent, visible in poetry, court ceremony, and the names of institutions. In China, Persian merchants and diplomats had been present since the Sasanian period, and Chinese cultural awareness of Persia, expressed in the word for Persia in Chinese, Bosi, derived from Parsi, reflects a commercial and cultural relationship that stretched back to the Silk Road connections of the Arsacid period. The survival of Persian identity through all these centuries of political change, Achaemenid, Seleucid, Arsacid, Sasanian, Arab, Mongol, Timurid, Safavid, is one of the most remarkable phenomena in the history of human civilization. A people and a culture that might have been expected to be absorbed and dissolved by the successive waves of conquest and political change that swept across their homeland instead maintained a continuous identity, expressed through language, literature, religion, aesthetic sensibility, and social custom, that links the court of Darius at Persepolis to the poetry of Hafez at Shiraz to the modern nation of Iran. This continuity is not a simple genetic or ethnic fact. The population of Iran today is the product of millennia of migration, conquest, conversion, and intermixing, but a cultural fact, the expression of a civilizational tradition that proved flexible enough to absorb foreign influences, resilient enough to survive political catastrophe, and distinctive enough to remain recognizably itself across 25 centuries of change. The ancient Persian legacy is embedded in the foundations of the modern world in ways that are not always visible, but are nonetheless real. The concept of universal empire, the idea that a single political authority might legitimately govern peoples of many different languages, religions, and customs, providing them with security and prosperity in exchange for tribute and loyalty, was an Achaemenid contribution to political thought that was transmitted through the Hellenistic successor states, through the Arsacid and Sasanian traditions, through the Islamic Caliphate, and through the great Asian empires of the medieval period to become one of the organizing ideas of world history. The administrative techniques developed by the Achaemenid satrapial system, standardized currency, postal communication, standardized weights and measures, codified law applied across diverse territories, were adopted, adapted, and transmitted by every subsequent empire that governed Near Eastern territory. The Zoroastrian religious tradition, with its emphasis on the cosmic struggle between good and evil, its linear conception of history moving toward a final reckoning, its concept of a divine judge who weighs the souls of the dead. These ideas flowed into Judaism during the Babylonian exile, into Christianity through Jewish tradition, and into Islam through both, shaping the theological landscape of half the world. The Persian garden is everywhere. The Persian carpet, carrying geometric patterns developed over millennia of Iranian textile tradition, covers floors from Tehran to Toronto. The Persian architectural tradition, with its preference for domed spaces, formal axial planning, and the integration of water into the built environment, is visible in the great mosques of Turkey, Iran, and India, in the Mughal monuments of Agra and Delhi, and in the Moorish palaces of Andalusia. The mathematical and scientific contributions of medieval Persian scholars form part of the foundation on which European scientific revolution built, and the very symbols with which we do arithmetic, the Arabic numerals that are more accurately Persian Indian numerals, transmitted to Europe through Arabic, are a daily trace of the Iranian intellectual tradition in every classroom in the modern world. The land of Iran itself, the plateau that was home to the Medes and the Persians, that was the heartland of the Achaemenid Empire, that watched the armies of Alexander pass and the Parthian horsemen return, that built the Sasanian palaces and survived the Arab conquest, and gave its language to half of Asia, remains inhabited and inhabited continuously by a people who call themselves Iranian. The word itself derived from the same root as Aryan, the self-designation of the ancient Iranian. The ruins of Persepolis stand in the plain of Marv Dasht in the Fars province of modern Iran, their stone columns still reaching toward the sky, the carved delegations of 23 nations still processing in relief across the ancient staircases. Iranian schoolchildren visit them today, and there is an unbroken thread of connection, attenuated, complicated, transformed by every century of history, but never entirely severed, between those children and the people who built those columns 25 centuries ago. The story of Persia is, in the deepest sense, a story about the relationship between power and culture, about how civilizations endure beyond the political structures that first expressed them, how the ideas and forms and habits of a people persist and transform and spread long after the armies that enforced their original dominance have turned to dust. The Persian kings built in stone because they wanted permanence, and the stone indeed endured. But the more durable legacy was not the stone but the language, not the empire but the poetry, not the throne but the garden, not the administrative genius of the satrapial system but the insistence, embedded in every Persian from Cyrus to Ferdowsi to the present, that beauty matters, that the world can be ordered as well as conquered, and that the measure of a civilization is not the extent of its dominion but the depth of the humanity it manages to express.